Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we start the story, I want to say that this video will have no ads. So enjoy the story. I hope you give this video a chance because I truly believe you won't find stories like these anywhere else. And before you get comfortable, a like or a subscription would mean a lot to me, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Leave a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is for you. It really makes us feel like the global community we are. Now let's start our night together. The rain hadn't stopped for 3 days and Ethan Caldwell stood at the window of the municipal building's 4th floor watching water pool in the cracks of Jefferson Street below. October in Milwaukee meant this kind of weather, the kind that seeped into your bones and stayed there, the kind that made the lake look like hammered steel under a colorless sky. He adjusted his glasses and checked his watch. The inspection on the Kilbourne Avenue parking ramp was scheduled for 2 o'clock, and he was already running behind because of the mandatory department meeting that had accomplished exactly nothing. Budget concerns, staffing shortages, the usual. His phone buzzed. Mara. He let it go to voicemail. The 3rd time this week she'd called, and he knew what she wanted. Their mother's estate still wasn't settled, and Mara wanted to talk about the house, about dividing things up, about closure. He didn't have the energy for closure. He barely had the energy for the inspection. The voicemail notification appeared. He didn't listen to it. Caldwell. Diane Chen, his supervisor, appeared in the doorway. She was a small woman with sharp eyes and a perpetually worried expression that had deepened over the past few months as the department's workload increased and its staff decreased. "You see the news this morning?" "I try not to. There's something going on down at the port, some kind of spill or contamination. They've got hazmat teams down there, the whole 9 yards. Ethan shrugged. "Not our jurisdiction." "No, but half the roads leading to the lakefront are blocked off. Might affect your route to the Kilbourne inspection." "I'll figure it out." Diane lingered in the doorway. "You okay? You look tired." "I'm fine." She didn't believe him. He could see that in her face, but she nodded anyway and disappeared back down the hallway. Ethan gathered his inspection kit, clipboard, camera, flashlight, the worn leather bag that had been his father's. The bag was older than he was, the leather cracked and softened by decades of use, and he'd never been able to bring himself to replace it. He took the stairs instead of the elevator. 4 flights, his knees protesting on each landing. When had he gotten old? 36 didn't feel old, but his body had started disagreeing somewhere around 34, right after the divorce, right after he'd stopped taking care of himself. The lobby was mostly empty. A security guard Ethan didn't recognize sat at the front desk, scrolling through his phone. The man looked up as Ethan passed, but didn't say anything. Outside, the rain had softened to a drizzle, but the wind off the lake cut through Ethan's jacket like it wasn't there. He hunched his shoulders and walked to his car, a city-issued sedan that smelled faintly of mildew no matter how many times he cleaned it. The radio came on automatically when he started the engine. Some morning show hosts were laughing about something, their voices too loud and too bright for the weather. Ethan reached for the dial to switch to traffic, but then one of the hosts said something that made him pause. "Hearing reports of some kind of incident at Frodtert Hospital. Police are asking people to avoid the area," the other host cut in. "Yeah, I saw something about that online. Some patient attacked a nurse, bitter." "Bitter? What are we, living in a zombie movie?" They both laughed. Ethan switched to the traffic report. The Kilbourne Avenue parking ramp was a 6-level structure built in the late 1980s, concrete and steel, the kind of building Ethan could read like a book after 15 years in this job. He knew where to look for cracks, for spalling, for the telltale signs of rebar corrosion that could turn a sound structure into a death trap. A death trap. He didn't like that phrase. Hadn't used it since the Menomonee Valley Bridge. He parked on the first level and sat in his car for a moment, watching the rain run down the windshield. The structure was mostly empty, a handful of cars scattered across the visible spaces, nothing unusual. But something felt off. A quality to the silence, maybe. The way the fluorescent lights flickered slightly, casting uneven shadows across the oil-stained concrete. Get it together, he told himself. It's just a parking ramp. He grabbed his kit and got out of the car. The first 3 levels showed nothing remarkable. Hairline cracks in the expected places, some water damage near the exterior walls, minor spalling that he noted for repair but didn't flag as urgent. The structure was sound. He could feel it in the way the building held itself, the way the loads distributed through the columns and beams. This building wasn't going anywhere. Not like the bridge. He pushed that thought away and kept climbing. On the 4th level, he found the first body. It took him a moment to understand what he was looking at. A man in a security guard uniform sprawled between 2 parked cars, his head turned at an angle that no living neck could achieve. The concrete around him was dark with something that wasn't oil, and there were marks on his arms, gouges deep and ragged like someone had been trying to tear the flesh away from the bone. Ethan's clipboard clattered to the ground. He didn't remember dropping it. He should call someone. He should call 911. The sound came from behind him, a wet, gurgling rasp, like someone trying to breathe through a throat full of water. Ethan turned. The woman was maybe 60, wearing a housecoat and slippers, her gray hair matted with something dark. She shuffled toward him with a strange, stuttering gait, her head jerking back and forth like a bird's. And she was making a sound, not just the breathing, but something else. Words, maybe. The same words over and over. "Should have called," she said, or tried to say. The words came out slurred, broken, garbled by the blood that dripped from her chin. Should have called. Should have called. Ethan backed away. His heel caught on the dead security guard's leg and he stumbled, nearly fell. The woman kept coming. Her eyes were wrong, bloodshot, the pupils dilated until almost no iris remained, tracking his movement with an intensity that made his stomach clench. "Ma'am," he said. His voice came out steadier than he felt. "Ma'am, are you hurt? Do you need help? Should have called, should have called, should have called." She lunged. Ethan threw himself sideways, crashing into the side of a parked SUV hard enough to set off the alarm. The woman's hands clawed at the air where he'd been standing, her fingers hooked like talons, and she spun toward him with a speed that shouldn't have been possible for someone her age, someone in her condition. He ran. The stairwell door was 20 feet away. He made it in 3 heartbeats, yanked it open, threw himself through, and slammed it shut behind him. Something hit the other side. The woman, her body colliding with the metal door with a sound like a bag of wet cement hitting concrete. "Should have called," came her voice, muffled now. "Should have called, should have called." The door shuddered. Once, twice, then again. Ethan pressed his back against the opposite wall of the stairwell, his chest heaving, his heart hammering so hard he could feel it in his teeth. Through the narrow window in the door, he could see her face. The blood, the eyes, the mouth still moving, still repeating those same 2 words. He pulled out his phone. His hands were shaking so badly it took 3 tries to unlock it. The call connected, rang once, twice, 3 times. "All circuits are busy. Please try your call again later." The recording played twice before he hung up. Ethan didn't remember descending the stairs. One moment he was in the stairwell, the next he was in his car, the engine running, his hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel. The rain had intensified again, hammering against the windshield, turning the world outside into a blur of gray and shadow. The radio was still on. The morning show hosts weren't laughing anymore. Urging everyone to shelter in place. Repeat, this is not a drill. Milwaukee County Emergency Services are asking all residents to shelter in place until further notice. Ethan switched channels. Static. Switched again. More static. Again. Confirmed reports of attacks at St. Luke's Medical Center, Aurora, Sinai, and multiple locations throughout the downtown area. The Milwaukee Police Department has issued a statement asking citizens to avoid all contact with individuals displaying signs of... The signal cut out. When it came back, it was just the emergency broadcast tone, that long, flat whine that had always made Ethan's skin crawl. He drove. The streets were wrong. That was the only way he could describe it. Cars abandoned at odd angles, some with their doors still open. People running, actual running, not jogging, not hurrying, but flat out sprinting down sidewalks and across intersections with no regard for traffic lights or crosswalks. And in the distance he could hear sirens. Not one or two, but dozens, overlapping into a continuous wail that seemed to come from everywhere at once. He should go home. He should go home and lock the doors and wait for this to blow over, whatever this was. Instead, he found himself driving toward Frudtert Hospital. Mara worked at Frudtert. The roads got worse the closer he got to the medical center. Roadblocks, police cars with their lights flashing, a National Guard truck that looked like it had driven straight out of a war zone and parked in the middle of Wisconsin Avenue. Ethan turned onto a side street, then another, working his way through the residential neighborhoods that bordered the hospital complex. He made it within 3 blocks before the road became impassable. A bus had crashed into a storefront, its front end crumpled, smoke still rising from the engine compartment. Bodies lay in the street, some moving, some not. And the ones that were moving? Ethan watched a man in a business suit rise from where he'd been lying face down on the asphalt. The man's neck was bent at a wrong angle, his jaw hanging loose, and he stumbled forward with that same stuttering gait Ethan had seen in the woman at the parking ramp. And he was speaking too, the same words, over and over. "Honey, I'll be late," the man said. "Honey, I'll be late. Honey, I'll be late." Ethan reversed the car so fast he nearly clipped a fire hydrant. He didn't stop reversing until he was 2 blocks away, couldn't see the bus anymore, couldn't hear the sirens quite so loudly. His phone rang. Mara. "Ethan." Her voice was tight, controlled, the voice she used in emergencies when she needed to stay calm because panicking wasn't an option. "Where are you?" "I was trying to get to you. The roads..." "Don't come here. Do you understand me? Do not come to the hospital." "Mara, what's happening? I saw there was this woman at the parking ramp and she..." "I know. I know what you saw. Ethan. Listen to me. The infection spreads through bites. If someone is bitten, they turn, within hours. And once they turn, they're not people anymore. The brain, something happens to the brain. It's like everything shuts down except the most basic motor functions. And this repetition, this echo, it's the last thing they said before they died, like the speech center just gets stuck in a loop. Mara, slow down." "I can't slow down. I'm leaving. The hospital is overrun, half the staff is dead or turned, and the guard is pulling out." "They're pulling out, Ethan. That means they've given up. That means they think containment is impossible." "Where are you going?" "I don't know. Away from the medical center, somewhere defensible." She paused. "Meet me at the Kilbourne parking ramp." Ethan's stomach dropped. "I was just there. There's at least one of them inside." "Then we'll clear it. It's 6 stories, concrete, limited access points. It's not perfect, but it's better than being on the street." "Mara, 2 hours. Can you get there in 2 hours?" He looked at the streets around him, the smoke rising in the distance. The distant shapes moving through the rain with that wrong gait, that stuttering shuffle. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, I can get there." The next 2 hours were the longest of Ethan's life. The city was collapsing. That was the only word for it. Collapsing, like a building whose foundations had finally given way. He saw things he would never be able to unsee. A school bus surrounded by small shapes that moved wrong. A police officer on her knees, clutching her arm where blood seeped through her fingers while her partner backed away with his gun drawn and his hands shaking. A man on a rooftop waving frantically at no one, screaming words that the wind tore away before they could reach the ground. Ethan didn't stop. He couldn't stop. Every time he thought about stopping, he saw Mara's face, heard her voice. Controlled, calm, but underneath it a fear he'd never heard from her before. He detoured through neighborhoods he'd never been to, streets with names he didn't recognize. At one point, he had to abandon his car when the road ahead became completely blocked by crashed vehicles and crawl through a gap between an overturned semi and a storefront with shattered windows. His suit jacket tore on broken glass. He didn't stop to assess the damage. By the time he reached the Kilbourne parking ramp, the rain had stopped, but the sky had grown darker. Clouds so thick and low they seemed to press down on the city like a weight. The air smelled wrong, smoke and something else, something organic and rotten that made his throat close up. Mara was waiting at the entrance to the first level. She wasn't alone. Ethan. She crossed the distance between them in 3 quick strides and pulled him into a hug so tight he felt his ribs creak. Thank God. Who are these people? There were 5 of them besides Mara. An older man with a weathered face and hands like slabs of granite, hands that had seen real work, hands that knew tools. A woman in her 40s with close-cropped hair and an expression that suggested she was used to being the one in charge. A young man, barely 25, with wild eyes and a messenger bag slung across his chest. A kid, maybe 12, with dark hair and a face that was too still, too watchful for someone his age. And an older woman in a janitor's uniform, clutching a mop handle like a weapon. Harold, Mara said, indicating the older man. He's a retired iron worker. Helped build the Miller Park Stadium. He knows structures. Tanya, the woman with the cropped hair. She was head of logistics for a shipping company downtown. Rick, the young man, was... I was on my way to expose the truth, Rick said. His voice had a manic edge to it, words tumbling out too fast. I knew something like this was coming. The government, the military-industrial complex they've been experimenting with. Rick was near the port when things started, Mara cut in smoothly. He knows which areas to avoid. And the boy? Lucas. Mara's voice softened. He was at the hospital with his grandmother. She didn't make it. The boy Lucas didn't react. He just stood there watching Ethan with those 2 old eyes. I'm Ruth, the older woman in the janitor's uniform said. She had a slight accent, Eastern European maybe. I was cleaning the building across the street when everything went to hell. Your sister found me hiding in a supply closet. Ethan looked at Mara. The woman I saw earlier, is she still here? We cleared the first 3 levels. Harold and I went up while we were waiting for you. 4th level was empty when we checked. She must have found a way out. Mara paused. Or found someone else to chase. What's the plan? This was when Mara would usually defer to him. He was the older sibling, the one with the city job, the one who was supposed to know how things worked. But she didn't defer. She just looked at him with that assessing gaze she'd developed in the ER, the gaze that could triage a room full of patients in seconds. We secure the structure, she said. Block the ground-level entrances set up on the upper floors. Harold thinks we can use cars to create barriers on the ramps. The concrete is solid. If we can control the access points, we can hold this place. For how long? Long enough to figure out what's next. Ethan wanted to argue. He wanted to point out all the flaws in this plan. The multiple entry points, the lack of supplies, the fact that they had no weapons besides whatever they could scavenge. But he looked at the faces around him, saw the fear barely hidden beneath expressions of determination, and he couldn't make himself say the words. Okay, he said. Let's get to work. They worked through the remaining daylight. Harold took charge of the physical labor, directing the others with an efficiency that spoke of decades on construction sites. Cars were moved, pushed, dragged into position at the base of each ramp. The stairwell doors were barricaded with everything they could find: vending machines, chairs from the parking office, a filing cabinet that took all 6 adults to move into place. Ethan found himself working alongside the older man, and despite everything, the fear, the chaos, the things he'd seen, there was something almost meditative about the physical work. Push this car, lift this beam, block this gap. You know buildings, Harold said at one point. It wasn't a question. I'm an inspector, municipal structures. Good, we'll need that. Harold wiped sweat from his forehead with a calloused hand. This structure, it's sound? Mostly. Some water damage, some minor spalling, nothing critical. Nothing critical yet. Harold's eyes were sharp despite his age. Stress changes things. This building wasn't designed to be a fortress. No, Ethan agreed, it wasn't. They kept working. By the time the sun began to set, not that they could see it through the clouds, but the light was definitely fading, they had the first 3 levels reasonably secure. The 4th through 6th levels became their living space, such as it was. Tanya had taken inventory of the cars on the upper floors and found some useful items: a case of bottled water in one trunk, a first aid kit in another, a toolbox, some emergency blankets, and, bizarrely, a cooler full of sandwiches that someone had apparently been taking to a tailgate. Won't last, Tanya said, laying out their supplies on the concrete floor of the 5th level. 3 days, maybe 4 if we ration. We'll need to make runs for food and water soon. The lake, Harold suggested. Water treatment plants, if the pumps are still running. No one goes anywhere alone, Mara said, and no one goes at night. Rick was pacing near the edge of the level, staring out through the concrete barriers at the city below. You see that? The fires? There's at least 5 of them now. They're not even trying to contain it anymore. Ethan walked to where Rick stood. From up here you could see the skyline of downtown Milwaukee, or what was left of it. Smoke rose from multiple points, orange flames visible through shattered windows. The streets were mostly dark, power having gone out in what looked like the entire east side, but there was movement down there. Shapes shuffling through the shadows, and occasionally carried by the wind that sound. Voices repeating, overlapping, creating a chorus of broken phrases that never quite resolved into meaning. It's the repeating, Rick said. His voice had lost some of its manic edge, replaced by something closer to awe. That's what makes it so terrifying. If they were just mindless, you know, just animals. But they talk. They keep talking. It's like they're stuck, like their brains can't let go of the last thought they had. It's neurological damage, Mara said, coming up behind them. The infection causes massive hemorrhaging in the prefrontal cortex, but the Broca's area, the speech center, it keeps firing, stuck on whatever phrase was being processed when the brain died. It's not memory, it's just an echo. An echo, Rick repeated. That's a good word for it. Below them, somewhere in the darkness, a voice rose above the others, a woman's voice, high and clear and terrible. I love you, Mommy, I love you, Mommy, I love you. Ruth made a sound, a small, broken sound, and turned away from the edge. That first night was the longest of Ethan's life. They set up watches, 2 people at a time, rotating every 3 hours. Ethan took the first shift with Tanya, both of them stationed at the 5th level ramp with a clear view of the barricades below. You're the inspector, Tanya said after a long silence. The one from the Menomonee Valley thing. Ethan's hands tightened on the metal pipe he'd been using as a weapon. That was 3 years ago. 7 people died, including a kid. I know how many people died. Tanya didn't look at him. She kept her eyes on the darkness below, her posture alert, her hands steady on the tire iron she'd claimed as her own. "I'm not judging. I just wanted to know who I'm trusting to tell me if this building is going to fall down." "It's not going to fall down. That's what you said about the bridge." The words hit like a physical blow. Ethan felt the old guilt rise up in his chest, that familiar tightness that had never really gone away, that he'd learned to live with the way you learn to live with chronic pain. "I was wrong about the bridge," he said quietly. "I missed something, a crack I should have flagged, stress patterns I should have recognized. I was wrong and people died. And now I check everything twice, 3 times. I don't sign off on anything until I'm certain." Tanya nodded slowly. "Good. That's what I wanted to hear." They sat in silence after that, watching the darkness, listening to the distant sounds of a city dying. Around midnight, they heard the first real test of their barricades. It started with voices, those terrible repeating voices coming from the street below. 1 at first, then 2, then a dozen, the phrases overlapping and tangling together until they formed a kind of awful chant. Should have called, honey, I'll be late, honey, don't forget to pick up milk, don't forget to..." Then there was a crash. Something hitting the car barricade at the first level entrance. Ethan was on his feet instantly, the metal pipe raised. Tanya was beside him, tire iron in hand. Behind them, the others were stirring, awakened by the noise. "What is it?" Mara's voice sharp with fear. "They've found us," Tanya said. They moved down to the 4th level where they could see the first level entrance through the gaps in the concrete barriers. The sodium lights were still flickering, casting uneven shadows, and in those shadows shapes were moving. Dozens of them, maybe more. They were pushing against the barricade. Not intelligently, not strategically, just the mindless pressure of bodies against obstacles. But there were enough of them that the cars were starting to shift. "The barricade won't hold," Harold said. His voice was calm, measured, the voice of a man who had seen structural failures before and knew what they looked like. "Too much mass." "Can we reinforce it?" Ethan asked. "Not without going down there." Mara grabbed Ethan's arm. "We fall back. 3rd level, 4th level, keep moving up. The higher we go, the harder we are to reach. And when we reach the top, then we hope someone comes for us." The first car in the barricade shifted with a grinding screech of metal on concrete. Through the gap it created, Ethan could see them clearly now. The shuffling shapes, the slack faces, the mouths still moving, still repeating. A hand reached through the gap. A woman's hand, nails broken and bloody. "Mom's making dinner, Mom's making dinner, Mom's..." Ruth made that sound again, that small, broken sound. Lucas stood beside her, his face expressionless, watching the reaching hand with those 2 old eyes. "Move," Tanya said. "Everyone move, now." They retreated. The 2nd level fell within an hour. They regrouped on the 3rd level, using the time to drag more cars into position, to block more gaps. Harold worked with a focus that bordered on obsessive, his calloused hands never still, always finding one more thing to move, one more barrier to strengthen. "The structure's holding," he said to Ethan between efforts. "Whatever else happens, the building itself is solid. They're not going to bring it down." "They don't need to bring it down," Ethan replied, "and they just need to get through." The sounds from below were growing louder. That chorus of broken phrases, the crash and screech of metal being pushed aside. And over it all, the rain had started again, drumming against the concrete, turning the ramps into slick rivers of runoff. Mara was tending to Ruth, who had started shaking uncontrollably. "She's in shock," Mara said quietly to Ethan. "Lost her grandson last month to cancer. Now this, I don't know how much more she can take. None of us signed up for this. No. but some of us are better equipped to handle it than others. Rick was at the edge of the level again, staring down at the chaos below. This is exactly what they wanted, he said, to no one in particular. The government, the elites, whoever engineered this thing. Population control. Thin the herd. Leave only the strong and the compliant. Rick, Ethan kept his voice steady. Now's not the time. It's always the time. You think this was an accident? A random mutation? This was designed, engineered. The way they spread, the way they talk, that's not evolution, that's programming. I don't care if it was aliens from Mars, Tanya snapped. Conspiracy theories won't hold that barricade. Rick whirled on her. You think ignoring the truth makes it go away? You think pretending this is just some random disaster will somehow... Enough. Harold's voice cut through the argument like a blade. We can tear each other apart later. Right now, we work. They worked. But the third-level barricade was weaker than the ones below. Fewer cars, fewer materials to work with, and there were more of them now. The infected, the turned, whatever you wanted to call them. Ethan could hear it in the way the chorus had grown. Dozens of voices becoming hundreds, all of them repeating, repeating, repeating. Told you to clean your room, told you to... Meeting at 3, don't be late, meeting at... Love you forever, love you forever, love you. The barricade shifted, groaned, began to give way. Fourth level, Ethan said. His voice sounded strange in his own ears, flat, distant, like someone else was speaking through him. Everyone to the fourth level, now. They ran. Dawn came gray and cold, the light filtering through the clouds like something dying. They had lost Ruth during the night. It happened during the retreat to the fourth level. She had been at the back of the group, still shaking, still in shock, and she had stumbled on the rain-slicked ramp. By the time anyone realized she had fallen, the first of the infected had reached her. Her screams lasted only seconds. Then there was silence. Then that terrible voice, the voice they all recognized, began to repeat. My sweet boy, Ruth said over and over from somewhere in the darkness below. My sweet boy, my sweet boy. Lucas hadn't made a sound. He'd just stood at the edge of the fourth-level ramp, staring down at where Ruth had fallen, his young face as blank as stone. Now they were 6. Ethan sat with his back against a concrete pillar, watching the gray light slowly brighten. His eyes burned from lack of sleep. His muscles ached from hours of moving cars and dragging debris. And somewhere in his chest, in the place where he'd learned to store the things he couldn't afford to feel, there was a cold, hard knot of guilt. He should have watched for Ruth. He should have made sure everyone was accounted for before they moved. He should have... Don't! Mara sat down beside him, her shoulder pressing against his. She looked exhausted. Dark circles under her eyes, her hair coming loose from its braid, blood on her scrubs that Ethan hoped wasn't hers. Don't what? Whatever you're doing in your head right now. Blaming yourself. Replaying what you could have done differently, I can see it in your face. Someone should have been watching her. Someone was. She fell. It happened too fast. Mara's hand found his, squeezed hard. This isn't like the bridge, Ethan. This isn't something you can prevent by checking twice, by being more careful. This is chaos. People are going to die, and it's not going to be anyone's fault. That's not how it feels. I know. She leaned her head against his shoulder. I lost 11 patients last night before I left the hospital. 11 people I was supposed to save, and I watched them turn one by one. One of them was a 6-year-old girl who came in for a broken arm. Her mother was already dead when they arrived, and no one knew she'd been bitten until she started seizing on the table. Ethan didn't know what to say. He just sat there, feeling the weight of his sister's head on his shoulder, listening to the distant chorus of voices that never stopped, never tired, never forgot. What did she say? he asked finally. The girl, when after she was asking for her dad. Mara's voice cracked slightly. Over and over. Where's Daddy? Where's Daddy? She was 6 years old, and the last thing she said was... She stopped, took a breath. When she spoke again, her voice was steady. We can't save everyone, Ethan. We couldn't before, and we definitely can't now. All we can do is try to save the people in front of us. And when we can't do that, then we forgive ourselves and keep going. From the level below, they could hear the sounds of the infected testing the new barricade. The 4th level was holding for now. Harold had found some heavy chains in a maintenance closet and used them to link the cars together, creating a more resilient barrier. But the infected were patient. They didn't tire. They didn't give up. They just kept pushing, kept pressing, kept repeating. We need a plan, Ethan said. A real plan, not just retreat and hope. Harold mentioned the water treatment facility, the one on the lakefront. Said it would be more defensible with the tunnels and the generators. That's a mile away, through streets full of... I know. Mara lifted her head, looked at him with those sharp triage eyes. But we can't stay here forever. 3 days, maybe 4, then our food runs out. Water, too, if it stops raining, and the barricades. She shook her head. Harold says they'll hold for now, but there are more of them out there every day. The horde is growing. So we're trapped. We're not trapped. We're temporarily contained. A ghost of a smile crossed her face. There's a difference. Mara. Not today. Today we rest, we recover, we fortify what we can. Tomorrow we start planning. The day after we move. It was a good plan. A sensible plan. The kind of plan Mara excelled at. Practical, step by step, accounting for the things they could control while accepting the things they couldn't. Ethan nodded slowly. Okay. Okay? Okay. Mara squeezed his hand one more time, then stood up. I'm going to check on Lucas. He hasn't said a word since Ruth. She walked away, leaving Ethan alone with his thoughts in the gray morning light and the endless, terrible chorus from below. The day passed in a haze of exhaustion and tension. They worked in shifts, always someone watching, always someone resting. Tanya took charge of rationing their remaining supplies, doling out sandwiches and water bottles with a precision that spoke of years managing logistics for large operations. Harold continued to reinforce the barricades, his hands never still. Rick alternated between manic energy and sullen silence, his conspiracy theories apparently exhausted for the moment, and Lucas sat apart from the others watching. Ethan found himself drawn to the boy as the afternoon wore on. There was something about that stillness that reminded him of himself as a child, the way he'd learned to be quiet, to observe, to process things internally rather than talking them out. Mind if I sit? Lucas didn't answer, but he also didn't move away when Ethan lowered himself to the concrete beside him. They sat in silence for a while, watching the rain streak down the building's exterior walls. From up here on the 5th level now, you could see Lake Michigan in the distance, a gray expanse that merged with the gray sky until it was impossible to tell where one ended and the other began. Your grandmother, Ethan said finally. Mara said she was sick. Cancer. The word came out flat, emotionless. She'd been fighting it for a year. The doctor said she might have 6 months left. I'm sorry. I went to the hospital to say goodbye. That was the plan. One last visit then. Lucas trailed off, his eyes still fixed on the distant lake. She was already dead when I got there. The infection, I mean. She'd been bitten the night before, and she turned right there in her bed. The nurses didn't even notice until she grabbed one of them. Ethan didn't know what to say. He thought about reaching out, putting a hand on the boy's shoulder, but something in Lucas's posture suggested that would be unwelcome. I watched, Lucas continued, through the window. I watched her. What she became. I watched her say the same thing over and over, the last thing she said to me the night before. "I'll see you tomorrow, sweetheart." Over and over, "I'll see you tomorrow, I'll see you tomorrow." "Lucas." She was already dying, the boy said. The cancer was killing her. And then this thing, whatever it is, it took even that away from her. It took her death and turned it into something else. It's not her fault what she became, what she says now. It's not her. I know. Lucas finally turned to look at Ethan. And there was something ancient in those young eyes, something that had seen too much and processed it too quickly. But that doesn't make it easier. Knowing that the person is gone, that what's left is just an echo. It doesn't help. Ethan thought about the bridge, about the memorial service he'd attended, the faces of the families, the small coffin that shouldn't have existed. He thought about the report he'd signed, the crack he'd noted but hadn't flagged, the decisions he'd made that had led to 7 deaths. "No," he said. "It doesn't help. But it's still true." They sat together as the rain continued to fall and the afternoon slowly faded into evening, and they didn't speak again. But somehow, Ethan thought, the silence between them had become something shared rather than separate. That evening they had their first real conflict. It started with Rick, as most conflicts in the group seemed to. They were gathered on the 5th level, eating the last of the sandwiches when Rick started talking about the port again. About the containment breach, the military response, the obvious cover-up that pointed to government involvement. "They're not even trying to hide it anymore," he said, words tumbling out between bites. "The news blackout, the road closures, the way they pulled the guard out before the hospitals were even evacuated. This was planned. All of it." "Rick," Tanya said wearily, "we've been over this. Have we? Have we really examined the evidence? Because from where I'm sitting, this whole thing looks like a containment breach." Harold cut in. "Lab accident, probably. Something at the port, something in a shipping container that wasn't supposed to be there. I worked those docks for 15 years. You wouldn't believe the things that come through without proper inspection. That's exactly what they want you to think. What they want me to think is irrelevant." Harold's voice was hard, his weathered face set in lines of frustration. "What matters is what's happening now. Not how it started, not who's responsible. What matters is surviving." "How can you survive something you don't understand?" "By focusing on what you can control." Tanya stood up, brushing crumbs from her pants. "Water, food, shelter, security. Those are the things that will keep us alive, not theories about government conspiracies." Rick shot to his feet. "You're all so blind, don't you see? If they engineered this, they can stop it. There's a cure somewhere, a treatment, something. We just have to find it. To force them to..." "To what?" Mara's voice cut through the argument like a scalpel. "Even if everything you're saying is true, even if there is a cure somewhere, what are we supposed to do about it? We're trapped in a parking garage surrounded by thousands of infected people. We have 3 days of food, no weapons, and no way to contact anyone outside this building. So please, Rick, enlighten me. What exactly is your plan?" The silence that followed was brutal. Rick stood there, mouth opening and closing, his eyes darting from face to face as if looking for an ally. He found none. He deflated visibly, his shoulders slumping. "I'm just trying to make sense of it, that's all. I need it to make sense." "It doesn't make sense," Lucas said quietly. Everyone turned to look at the boy who hadn't spoken more than a handful of words since Ruth's death. "Nothing makes sense anymore, it just is. You can spend all your energy trying to understand why, or you can spend it trying to survive. You can't do both." The words hung in the air. Coming from anyone else, they might have sounded trite. Coming from a 12-year-old who had watched his grandmother turn into a monster, they carried a weight that silenced even Rick. The kid's right, Harold said finally. We can theorize later. Right now, we need a plan for tomorrow. They spent the next hour discussing their options. The water treatment facility was still the best candidate for a long-term refuge, but getting there would be dangerous. They would need weapons, supplies, a route that avoided the worst of the horde. They would need to move fast and quiet, drawing as little attention as possible. Dawn, Tanya suggested. They're less active in the early morning from what I've seen. Something about the light maybe, or the temperature. The route down State Street would be the most direct, Harold said, sketching a rough map on the concrete floor with a piece of chalk from his pocket. But there are too many open spaces, too many places for an ambush. What about the rail yards? Ethan heard himself say. The words came out before he'd fully thought them through. The old Milwaukee road tracks. They run from downtown almost to the lakefront, and they're mostly below street level. Less visibility, fewer access points for the infected. Harold studied his makeshift map for a long moment. Could work. The tracks go right past the treatment facility. We'd have to deal with the tunnels near the junction, but it's better than State Street, Mara finished. It's a good idea, Ethan. The praise landed uncomfortably. Ethan didn't trust his own ideas, hadn't since the bridge. Every suggestion felt like a potential mistake, every decision a possible death sentence. But he nodded anyway. We rest tonight, Tanya said. Double watches, everyone alert. First light tomorrow, we move. The night brought the horde. It started around midnight, the same as the night before. Voices in the darkness, the crash of bodies against barricades. But tonight was different. Tonight there were more of them. Many more. Ethan was on watch with Harold when they heard the first barrier fail. The sound was unmistakable. Metal shrieking against concrete, chains snapping, cars being shoved aside by the sheer weight of bodies. From the second level came a chorus of voices so dense it was almost incomprehensible, hundreds of phrases overlapping into a wall of sound. Told you so, told you so. Pick up the kids, pick up the... My sweet boy, my sweet boy. Ruth, Harold said quietly. That's Ruth. I know. They didn't have time to dwell on it. The second barrier was already failing, cars scraping across the concrete as the infected pushed through. And beyond the immediate noise, there was something else, a kind of rhythm, a pulse, as if the horde itself was breathing, surging forward in waves. Wake the others, Harold said. We need to move, now. Ethan ran. The next few minutes were chaos, people scrambling to grab whatever supplies they could carry. Mara hauling the first aid kit over her shoulder. Tanya clutching the tire iron. Rick with his messenger bag, the one he never let out of his sight. Lucas, expressionless as always, following close behind Ethan like a shadow. They retreated to the 6th level, the top of the structure. There was nowhere left to go. The roof, Harold said, breathing hard from the climb. There's maintenance access, ladders, catwalks. If we can get up there, we can what? Rick's voice had that manic edge again. We can sit on the roof and wait to die, that's your plan? It's better than dying down here. The sounds from below were growing louder. They had maybe minutes before the 5th level barrier failed, before the infected came pouring up the final ramp. There's got to be another way, Mara said. Another exit, another route. There isn't. Ethan's voice came out flat, certain. He knew this building. He'd inspected every inch of it just days ago, though it felt like years now. 6 levels, 4 stairwells, 2 ramps. All of them compromised. The only way out is up. So we go up. The maintenance access was a rusted door at the far end of the 6th level, half hidden behind a generator housing. The lock had been cut years ago, the door held closed only by its own weight. Harold wrenched it open, revealing a narrow staircase that climbed into darkness. One at a time, Harold said. Careful. The ladder at the top is old. Don't trust any rung until you've tested it. They went. Lucas first, then Rick, then Tanya, then Mara. Ethan and Harold brought up the rear, the older man pausing at the door to look back at the ramp behind them. "They're coming," Harold said. "I can see them." Ethan didn't look. He didn't need to. He could hear them well enough. That terrible chorus, closer now, punctuated by the crash of the final barricade giving way. "Go," Ethan said. "I'm right behind you." Harold went. Ethan followed, pulling the maintenance door closed behind him and bracing it with a piece of rebar he'd grabbed without thinking. It wouldn't hold for long. Nothing would hold for long. But it would hold long enough. The roof of the Kilbourne parking structure was a flat expanse of concrete and gravel, scattered with HVAC units and ventilation shafts. The wind up here was brutal, cutting through clothes and skin with a cold that felt personal. Below them, the city stretched out in all directions, dark, burning, dying, and rising up the stairwell behind them, that sound, those voices, that endless, terrible chorus. "The door won't hold," Tanya said. She was stating fact, not panicking. 10 minutes, maybe less." "Then we have 10 minutes, Mara replied. "Let's not waste them." They spread out across the roof looking for anything that might help. Another exit, a fire escape, a miracle. There was nothing. Just concrete and sky and the distant glow of fires burning out of control. Ethan found himself at the edge of the roof, staring out at Lake Michigan. The water was invisible in the darkness, but he could hear it, or thought he could. A distant rushing that might have been waves or might have been blood pounding in his ears. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Mara joined him at the edge. Her hair had come completely loose from its braid, whipping around her face in the wind. "What?" "The city. Even now, even like this." She pointed toward the downtown skyline where a few lights still burned amid the darkness. "The Hoan Bridge. You can see it from here." Ethan looked and felt something cold settle in his chest. The Hoan Bridge arched across the harbor, its distinctive blue cables barely visible against the black sky. It was one of the most photographed structures in Milwaukee, a feat of engineering that had stood for decades. And it reminded him, as it always reminded him, of the bridge that hadn't stood, the bridge he'd failed. "We're going to die up here," he said quietly. "Aren't we?" "Probably. You don't sound scared." "I am scared. I'm terrified, but—" Mara turned to look at him, and there was something in her eyes that he hadn't seen in years, a kind of peace almost. "I spent the last 3 days watching people die. Patients, colleagues, strangers, and you know what? Most of them were scared at the end. But the ones who weren't, the ones who faced it head on, who accepted what was happening and just let go. They seemed almost grateful, like they'd finally stopped fighting a battle they were always going to lose. That's morbid. That's life and death." She smiled, a real smile, maybe the first real smile he'd seen from her since this started. "I'm not saying I'm ready to give up. I'm saying I'm done being afraid of the inevitable. If we die tonight, we die together, and if we don't—" She shrugged. "Then we keep going, same as always." Behind them, the maintenance door shuddered. Voices, so many voices, pressed against the other side. "Should have called, should have called. Honey, I'll be late, honey, I'll be late. My sweet boy, my sweet boy, my sweet boy." Ethan closed his eyes. He thought about the bridge, about the inspection he'd signed off on, the crack he'd missed, the lives that had ended because of his mistake. He thought about the years since then, the paralysis, the inability to make decisions, the fear that anything he did would only make things worse. He thought about Ruth falling on the rain-slicked ramp, about Lucas's grandmother repeating the same words forever, about all the voices in that terrible chorus, each one a person who had been alive just days ago, each one someone's mother or father or child or friend. He opened his eyes. "The ventilation shafts," he said. Mara blinked. "What?" "The ventilation shafts. HVAC system. They run down through the building all the way to the ground level. They're not big, but Lucas could fit. Maybe Rick if he took off his bag. And there's a maintenance access at the bottom that opens onto the street behind the building. You're sure? I inspected this building. I know where every vent goes." The maintenance door was starting to buckle. They had minutes, maybe less. "Lucas," Ethan called, "come here." The boy came, that same expressionless face, those same two old eyes. "Can you climb?" Ethan asked, "in tight spaces?" "Yeah." "Good." Ethan led him to the largest ventilation unit, a boxy structure about 4 feet square. The shaft inside is about 2 feet wide. It goes straight down for 3 floors, then angles toward the back of the building. At the bottom, there's a grill that opens into a maintenance corridor. That corridor leads to an exit onto the street. "You want me to go alone?" "No." Ethan looked at the others. "Rick, you're the smallest adult. You think you can fit?" Rick's eyes were wild, but there was something else there too, a desperate hope. Yeah, I think so." "Then you go with Lucas. Get out, get to the street, find somewhere safe." Ethan turned to Tanya. "The rest of us will hold the door as long as we can. Buy you time." "Ethan," Mara started. "There's no other way." He looked at her, really looked at her, and tried to memorize her face. "You know there isn't." The maintenance door was failing. One hinge had already given way, and through the gap they could see movement. Hands reaching, mouths opening, that endless chorus rising. Should have called. "Go," Ethan said to Lucas. "Now." The boy didn't hesitate. He slipped through the ventilation grill like water, disappearing into the darkness below. Rick followed, his messenger bag abandoned on the roof, his face pale but determined. Then the door burst open. What happened next was a blur of noise and movement and terror. Harold was first to meet them, the metal pipe swinging in his calloused hands with a precision born of decades working with tools. The first infected, a man in what had once been an expensive suit, went down with a sickening crunch of metal on skull. But there were more behind him, many more. Tanya was at Harold's side, the tire iron swinging. Mara grabbed a piece of rebar from somewhere, putting herself between the surge and Ethan. "Get back!" she shouted. "Help them!" Ethan didn't know who she meant. He didn't know anything except the chaos, the voices, the spray of blood that hit his face when Tanya's tire iron connected with something soft. He found himself at the ventilation grill, staring down into darkness. He could hear Rick's voice, distant and echoing. "Keep going, kid. Don't stop. Don't look back." And then nothing. A hand grabbed his shoulder. He spun, the piece of rebar Mara had dropped now in his hands, and swung. The infected woman, she had been a nurse, he saw, the scrub still visible beneath the blood, caught the rebar in the chest, but didn't go down. She just kept coming, that terrible voice pouring out of her ruined throat. "Code blue, room 3, code blue, room 3, code blue." Ethan swung again, and again, and again. He didn't remember how long it went on. He didn't remember when the roof cleared, when the last of the infected fell, when the voices finally stopped. He just remembered standing in the silence afterward, the rebar slick in his hands, his chest heaving, his vision dark at the edges, and Mara's voice cutting through the ringing in his ears. "Ethan, Ethan, it's over. It's over." He looked at her. She was covered in blood. Infected blood, he hoped, prayed. But she was standing. She was alive. Harold was on one knee, clutching his side. Tanya was beside him, pressing something against a wound that was bleeding too much, way too much. "The kids?" Harold asked. His voice was thin, strained. "Did the kids make it?" Ethan looked toward the ventilation grill. It was dark, silent. No sounds of struggle, no voices. "I don't know," he said honestly. "I think so." Good. Harold closed his eyes. That's good. Harold died as the sun came up. The wound in his side was deep. A bite, they realized too late. One of the infected had gotten through while Harold was swinging that pipe, had sunk teeth into flesh before anyone could intervene. They sat with him as the first gray light crept across the roof. Mara held his hand. Tanya watched from a distance, her face set in hard lines. Ethan didn't know where to look. "The boy?" Harold said. His voice was fading, the words coming slower, like each one cost something he couldn't afford. "Lucas, you take care of him." "We will," Mara said, "and the building, the water treatment place. It's good, solid. You can hold it if you're smart." "We'll be smart." Harold's eyes found Ethan. "You, Inspector, you know buildings. You know when something's about to fall." "Yeah, don't hesitate." The old man's grip tightened, sudden strength in a hand that should have been weak. "When you see the cracks, don't wait. Don't second guess. You act. You understand me? You act." Ethan thought about the bridge, about the crack he'd seen and noted but hadn't flagged, about the 7 dead, including a child. "I understand," he said. Harold nodded once, then his eyes unfocused and his hand went slack in Mara's grip, and for a long moment there was only the sound of the wind and the distant rumble of a city still dying. When Harold's mouth opened again, when that terrible repeated phrase began to emerge, Mara was ready with the rebar. It was quick, it was merciful, and then they were 3. They found Lucas and Rick in an alley behind the parking structure, huddled in a doorway, shivering in the early morning cold. The ventilation shaft had been exactly as Ethan described, straight down, then a sharp angle, then a grill that opened into a maintenance corridor. Rick had nearly gotten stuck at the angle, his shoulders too broad for the narrow space, but Lucas had reached back and pulled, and somehow they'd made it through. "Harold?" Lucas asked when he saw only 3 figures approaching. Ethan shook his head. Lucas absorbed this with that same eerie stillness. "The others?" "Gone. The horde. There were too many. What do we do now?" Ethan looked at Mara, at Tanya, at the ruins of a parking structure that had been their shelter for 2 days. The barricades were gone, the lower levels overrun. Even from here he could hear the voices echoing up through the concrete, that chorus of broken phrases, the sound of humanity reduced to its final words. "We move," Ethan said, "the rail yards, the water treatment facility, just like we planned." "Without Harold?" "Without Harold?" Rick was still shaking, his eyes darting around like he expected infected to pour out of every shadow. "They're everywhere. The whole city is overrun. How are we supposed to—" "One step at a time," Tanya cut in. Her voice was hard, controlled. "We move quiet. We move fast. We stick together. It's 2 miles, maybe less. We can make it. And then what? And then we survive." They moved. The rail yards were a maze of rusted tracks and abandoned freight cars, overgrown with weeds that had turned brown with the autumn cold. The morning light was gray and flat, washing everything in a kind of colorless clarity that made Ethan's eyes ache. They encountered their first group of infected near the old Milwaukee Road junction, a cluster of maybe 20, milling around a crashed delivery truck like moths around a dead flame. The group pressed themselves against the side of a boxcar and waited, barely breathing, until the horde shuffled past. "Delivery for Thompson, delivery for Thompson. Call me back, call me back, call me. Tuesday at 3, Tuesday at 3. Ordinary words, last words, the final fragments of lives that would never be completed. Lucas was the first to move once the horde passed, slipping through a gap in the fence with a silence that seemed impossible for a 12-year-old. The others followed, single file, each footstep careful, measured. Tanya took point. Ethan brought up the rear. Mara walked in the middle, her hand on Lucas's shoulder, guiding him through the obstacles. They didn't speak. Speaking drew attention, and in this new world, attention was death. The water treatment facility came into view around mid-morning, a sprawl of concrete and steel on the lakefront, its massive pipes and clarifying pools silent and still. Smoke rose from somewhere behind the main building, but there was no movement that Ethan could see. "Looks clear," Tanya murmured. "Looks can lie," Rick replied. His voice had lost most of its manic edge, replaced by a flat exhaustion that seemed almost more concerning. "We should scout first. Make sure it's not another trap." "There's no we for scouting," Mara said. "We stay together. That's the rule." They approached the facility in a loose formation, weapons ready, such as they were. Tanya still had her tire iron. Ethan had found a length of pipe in the rail yard. Mara carried the rebar that had ended Harold's suffering. Lucas had a kitchen knife Rick had been carrying in his bag, its blade too small for combat but better than nothing. The main entrance was locked. Tanya found a side door that had been forced open recently. The frame was splintered, fresh wood showing beneath the paint. "Someone's been here," she said quietly. "Survivor or infected?" "Can't tell." They went in anyway. The water treatment facility was dark and labyrinthine, exactly as Harold had described before he died. Tunnels branched in every direction, some lit by emergency lighting, some completely black. The sound of dripping water was constant, from pipes overhead, from pools they couldn't see, from the walls themselves. And underneath that sound, something else, that familiar rhythm of movement, that whisper of repeated phrases. "There are infected in here," Mara said softly. "Not many, but some." "We find the control room," Tanya replied. "Harold said there were generators, supplies. We secure that first, then clear the rest." They moved deeper into the facility, past massive pumps that stood silent and cold, past clarifying tanks that had become stagnant pools of brown water. The smell was overwhelming, algae and rust and something else, something organic that made Ethan's stomach turn. The control room was on the second floor behind a heavy steel door that someone had welded shut from the inside. Tanya found a toolbox and went to work on the hinges while the others stood watch. "Whoever was here wanted to keep something out," Rick observed. "Or something in." The door came free with a screech of metal that seemed impossibly loud in the silence. They froze, listening. Somewhere in the building, an echo answered that terrible chorus, distant but unmistakable. "Inside," Tanya hissed. "How now?" They piled through the door and pulled it closed behind them, bracing it with whatever they could find. The control room was small but well equipped. Monitors, panels, a desk covered in papers, and in the corner, a cot with blankets and empty food cans scattered around it. Someone had lived here, had survived here, and then had left, or hadn't left. "Supplies," Mara said, pointing to a row of shelves along one wall. Cases of bottled water, canned food. Medical supplies still in their packaging. Enough to last weeks, maybe longer. "Whoever was here stocked up," Tanya observed. "Knew what they were doing." Lucas found the body. It was behind the desk, slumped against the wall. A man in his 50s wearing coveralls with a hole in his head and a gun in his hand. "He didn't turn," Lucas said quietly. Ethan looked at the body, at the gun, at the position. "He killed himself before the infection took him. Why? Because he didn't want to become one of them." Ethan thought about Harold, about the rebar, about Mara's quick mercy. He didn't want to spend eternity repeating his last words. They stood there for a long moment, 5 survivors looking at the one who had chosen not to be. Then Tanya took a breath and squared her shoulders. "We secure the room. We rest. We plan our next move." She looked at each of them in turn. "We survived the night. That's more than most. Let's not waste it." That night, huddled in the control room of the water treatment facility, Ethan watched the others sleep. Lucas curled up on the cot, his young face finally relaxed into something resembling peace. Rick sprawled on the floor, snoring softly. Tanya sat against the wall, eyes closed, but Ethan suspected she wasn't really sleeping, just conserving energy. Mara was at the window, staring out at the darkness. "You should rest," Ethan said quietly. "So should you." He moved to stand beside her. Through the grimy glass, they could see the lake, a vast black nothing stretching to the horizon. The stars were out for the first time since the outbreak began. The clouds finally clearing to reveal a sky that didn't care about the horror unfolding below. "Harold was right," Mara said. "This place is defensible. The tunnels are a problem, but if we can block the right choke points..." "We can hold it," Ethan agreed, "for a while." "For a while." She turned to look at him. "That's all we get now, isn't it? A while. One day at a time, one crisis at a time, hoping we make it to tomorrow. It's more than a lot of people got." "True." She was quiet for a moment. "I was wrong earlier, on the roof, about being ready to accept death. You were scared. We all were." "No, that's not..." She shook her head. "I meant what I said about acceptance, but I forgot about something important." "What?" "Hope." She smiled, that real smile again, the one that seemed impossible in this world of death and echoing voices. "Those kids made it out. Lucas and Rick. They made it through that shaft and out into the street, and they survived. Against all odds, against everything, they survived. And if they can do that, then maybe we can too. Maybe we can too." Ethan looked out at the lake, at the stars, at the darkness that seemed slightly less oppressive now. "We need to find other survivors," he said. "Build a community. The water treatment facility is a good base, but we can't do this alone." "No, we can't. And we need to figure out what happened. At the port, if there's a source, a cause, maybe there's a..." "Tomorrow," Mara said gently. "We figure that out tomorrow. Tonight we rest." She put her head on his shoulder, and they stood there watching the darkness together. Two siblings who had barely spoken for 3 years, reunited by the end of the world. Behind them, Lucas stirred in his sleep, murmuring something too quiet to make out. And outside, carried by the wind, those voices continued their endless chorus. Thousands of them now, millions maybe, each one repeating their last words forever. But in the control room of the water treatment facility, surrounded by supplies and defenses and the soft breathing of survivors, there was silence. There was hope. There was tomorrow. The morning came gray and cold, as mornings did now. Ethan woke to the sound of rain on the windows. That familiar Milwaukee rain, the kind that seeped into everything. His neck ached from sleeping against the wall, and his muscles protested as he stretched. The others were already awake. Tanya was at the monitors, studying what little information they still displayed. Rick was inventorying the supplies, his hands moving with a purpose that seemed healthier than his previous manic energy. Lucas stood at the window where Ethan and Mara had talked last night, watching the rain streak down the glass. And Mara was waiting with a cup of something warm. "Found a camp stove," she said, "and some instant coffee. It's terrible, but it's hot." Ethan took the cup, felt the warmth seep into his fingers. "What's the situation?" "Better than expected, actually." Tanya turned from the monitors. "The facility's automated systems are still partially operational. Generators have fuel for another week, maybe 2 if we conserve. The water treatment systems are offline, but the filtration in this section still works. We've got clean drinking water." "And the infected?" "There are some in the tunnels. We've been hearing them. But they haven't tried to breach the control room. The previous occupant's welding job seems to be holding. We need to clear them," Rick said without looking up from his inventory. "The tunnels, I mean. If we're going to make this place home, we can't have infected wandering around in the basement." "He's right," Tanya agreed, "but not today. Today we rest, we plan, we figure out what we're working with." Ethan nodded slowly. It was a good plan, sensible, the kind of plan that could keep them alive long enough to think about the future. But when he looked out the window, past Lucas's still figure, past the rain to the city beyond, the smoke, the ruins, the silence where there should have been traffic and voices and life, he couldn't help but wonder what future they were surviving for. "There are other survivors out there," Lucas said quietly. He didn't turn from the window. "I can hear them." "The infected aren't survivors," Tanya said. "They're not the infected, people, real people." Lucas pressed his hand against the glass. "Last night, when the clouds cleared, I saw lights, moving lights like flashlights or lanterns. South of here, near the industrial park, someone else made it." Ethan moved to the window. He couldn't see anything now, just rain and gray and the skeletal shapes of buildings. But he remembered the night before. The stars, the darkness that wasn't quite as empty as it seemed. "If there are other survivors," Mara said slowly, "we should try to find them. Safety in numbers." "Or danger in numbers," Rick countered. "We don't know who's out there. Could be good people. Could be people who'd kill us for our supplies." "Could be both," Tanya added. "It's not like the apocalypse makes people better." They argued for a while, the merits of reaching out versus staying hidden, the risks and rewards of expanding their group. Ethan listened but didn't contribute. He was thinking about Harold, about his last words. "Don't hesitate. When you see the cracks, don't wait. Don't second guess. You act." But how did you act when every decision could mean life or death? When the wrong choice could kill not just yourself, but everyone depending on you? "Ethan." Mara's voice pulled him back. "What do you think?" He looked at her, at Tanya and Rick, at Lucas, still at the window, still watching the rain. "I think we can't make decisions based on fear," he said slowly. "Fear of the infected, fear of other survivors, fear of making the wrong choice. If we let fear decide, we'll stay in this room forever, hoarding our supplies and waiting for the end. So what do we do?" Ethan thought about the bridge, about the crack he'd seen, the decision he'd made, the lives he'd failed to save. He thought about Ruth on the ramp, Harold on the roof, all the voices in that terrible chorus. He thought about what it meant to take responsibility, to make choices, to act even when action might make things worse. "We do what Harold said," he answered finally. "We don't wait. We don't second guess. We see an opportunity, we take it. We see a threat, we deal with it. We're going to make mistakes. Some of us might die from those mistakes, but at least we'll be choosing our own path instead of letting circumstances choose for us." The room was quiet. Rain drummed against the windows. Somewhere in the tunnels below, that distant chorus continued its endless repetition. Then Tanya nodded. "Good. That's a plan I can work with." "Me too," Rick agreed. "And me," Mara said softly. Lucas didn't say anything. He just turned from the window and looked at Ethan with those two old eyes, and something in his expression shifted. Not quite trust, but something close to it. Something like recognition. "Okay," Ethan said, "then let's get to work." The third day in Milwaukee ended as the first two had, with rain, with darkness, with the distant sound of voices repeating forever. But in the water treatment facility, behind welded doors and makeshift barricades, 5 survivors prepared for tomorrow. Tanya mapped the tunnels from old maintenance records she'd found in a filing cabinet. Rick organized their supplies into categories: immediate needs, short-term reserves, long-term planning. Mara inventoried the medical supplies and began rationing them out. Lucas kept watch at the window. his eyes scanning the darkness for those moving lights he'd seen. And Ethan stood at the center of it all, watching, listening, thinking. He thought about the bridge. He always thought about the bridge, but for the first time in 3 years, the memory didn't paralyze him. It didn't fill him with the crushing weight of guilt and fear that had defined his existence since that day. Instead, it felt like a lesson, a warning, a reminder of what could happen when you saw the cracks but didn't act. He wasn't going to make that mistake again. "Tomorrow," he said to no one in particular, "tomorrow we start clearing the tunnels." No one argued, no one questioned. They just kept working, preparing, surviving. And outside, the rain continued to fall on a city of the dead, and the chorus of voices rose and fell like breathing, like a heartbeat, like the pulse of a world that had ended but refused to stop. The tunnels beneath the water treatment facility stretched for miles. Ethan learned this on the 4th day when Tanya spread the maintenance records across the control room floor and traced the network with her finger. Main arteries branched into capillaries, service corridors connected to overflow chambers, and everything eventually fed into the massive clarifying pools at the facility's heart. "It's a labyrinth," she said. "Clearing this is going to take days, weeks, maybe. Then we start today." Ethan studied the map, looking for the patterns the way he'd learned to look at buildings, the logic of construction, the flow of purpose. These are the main access points. If we can secure them, we don't need to clear every corridor. Just the ones that lead somewhere. And the infected we've been hearing? We deal with them as we find them. Ugh. Mara was at the window again, watching the gray morning light filter through the rain. She'd been quieter since they arrived at the facility, her usual sharp efficiency softened by something Ethan couldn't quite name. Exhaustion, maybe, or the weight of everything they'd lost. "How many do you think are down there?" she asked without turning. "Hard to say." Tanya frowned at the map. "The sounds echo. Could be a dozen, could be 100. "It's not 100, Lucas said. He was sitting cross-legged on the cot, the kitchen knife balanced across his knees. "I've been listening. The phrases repeat, but not that many different ones, maybe 15, 20 at most." Rick looked up from his corner where he'd been doing something with wire and batteries that Ethan didn't want to ask about. "The kid's got good ears." "The kid's been paying attention," Lucas corrected. His voice was flat, matter of fact. "You learn to count them. Figure out which ones are close, which ones are far away. It helps." Ethan didn't ask how a 12-year-old had developed this particular survival skill. He suspected the answer would only make him feel worse about the world they now lived in. 20 infected in an unknown space, Tanya said. "With 5 of us and no real weapons, this is going to be fun. We're not going in blind." Ethan pointed to a section of the map near their current position. "These service corridors are narrow, one person at a time. We can bottleneck them, take them down individually. And if they swarm, then we fall back, seal the corridor, try again." He looked at each of them in turn. "No one takes unnecessary risks. No one plays hero. We work together, we stay smart, we survive." Rick snorted. "Easier said than done." "Most things are." They made their first descent at midday when the light through the facility's grimy windows was at its strongest. The tunnel entrance was a heavy steel door at the back of the main processing floor, its hinges orange with rust but still functional. Ethan went first, the length of pipe he'd carried from the rail yards gripped tight in both hands. Behind him came Tanya with her tire iron, then Mara with the rebar. Then Rick with a fire extinguisher he'd modified into something that might work as a bludgeon. Lucas brought up the rear, knife in hand, eyes scanning the darkness behind them. The smell hit them immediately, that familiar mixture of rot and standing water and something else, something chemical that burned the back of Ethan's throat. The emergency lighting was still working in this section, casting pools of yellow illumination at irregular intervals. But between those pools, the darkness was absolute. "Stay close," Ethan murmured. "Watch your feet." The floor was slick with condensation, scattered with debris, pipes, brackets, tools left behind when the facility's workers had fled or died. Their footsteps echoed off the concrete walls, impossibly loud in the silence. For the first 100 yards, they encountered nothing. Just empty corridors, locked doors, the occasional spray-painted marking on the walls indicating direction or function. The facility had been well maintained before the outbreak. Even now, there was an order to things, a logic that Ethan could follow. Then they heard the first voice. "Pressure reading at 7.5, pressure reading at 7. It came from somewhere ahead, around a corner they couldn't see past. A man's voice, rough and mechanical, repeating the same fragment over and over. Technical jargon. The last thing someone had said before they turned. Ethan held up a fist. "Stop!" They pressed themselves against the walls, weapons ready. The voice continued, neither approaching nor receding, just repeating. Repeating. "Single contact," Lucas whispered. "Stationary." "How can you tell?" Rick's voice was tight. "Listen to the echo. If it was moving, the sound would change." Ethan strained his ears. The boy was right. The acoustic quality was consistent, the voice bouncing off the same surfaces in the same way each time. The infected wasn't moving, it was just standing there, somewhere in the darkness ahead, reciting its endless mantra. "I'll take point," Ethan said. "Tanya, you're back up. The rest of you stay here until we call clear." "Ethan," Mara started, "stay here." He moved before she could argue, before his own fear could catch up with him. Around the corner, into a section of corridor lit only by a single flickering bulb. And there, maybe 20 feet ahead, the infected. It had been a man once, middle-aged, wearing coveralls similar to the ones on the body in the control room. His head was tilted at an odd angle, his jaw working mechanically as he repeated those same words. "Pressure reading at 7.5, pressure reading at..." He was facing away from Ethan, his attention fixed on something on the wall. A gauge, maybe, or a control panel. Something from his life before, something his broken brain was still trying to process. Ethan approached slowly, each footstep deliberate, weight rolling from heel to toe to minimize sound. The pipe was slick in his sweating hands. 10 feet. 5. The infected turned. It happened faster than Ethan expected, that jerky mechanical motion like a puppet with tangled strings. The man's eyes found him, those bloodshot, dilated eyes, and his mouth stretched into something that wasn't quite a smile. "Pressure reading at 7 point." Ethan swung. The pipe connected with the side of the infected's head, but the angle was wrong. Too much shoulder, not enough follow-through. The man staggered but didn't fall, his hands coming up, reaching, grasping. 5 pressure reading at... Ethan swung again. This time the pipe hit true, crushing something vital, and the infected crumpled. The voice continued for a moment. "Pressure reading at..." then trailed off into silence. "Clear," Ethan called, his voice steadier than he felt. Tanya appeared around the corner, tire iron raised. She looked at the body, at Ethan, at the dark blood pooling on the concrete floor. "1 down," she said. 19 to go. They cleared 7 more infected that day. Each encounter was different, some fast and violent, others almost anticlimactic. A woman in a lab coat who wandered into their path and went down before she could even complete her repeated phrase. A teenage boy, barely older than Lucas, who had cornered himself in a dead-end corridor and just stood there repeating, "Mom said I could, Mom said I could," until Mara ended it with a single precise strike. Ethan tried not to think about who they had been, tried not to imagine the lives they'd led, the people who had loved them. the futures they would never have. It was easier that way. Cleaner. But he couldn't stop hearing the phrases. They echoed in his head long after the voices themselves had been silenced. Pressure reading at 7.5. Told you about the Johnson account, told you about... Mom said I could, Mom said I could. By evening, they had secured a path from the control room to the main generator bay, blocking off the side corridors with whatever debris they could find. The generators themselves were still running, massive diesel engines that hummed with a steady rhythm, providing power to the facility's essential systems. Fuel reserves are good, Tanya reported, checking the gauges. A month, maybe more if we're conservative. The previous occupant knew what he was doing. Water's clean too. Mara was at a testing station running samples through equipment that still functioned despite everything. Filtration system's working. We won't have to worry about drinking water. So we've got power and we've got water. Rick had that manic edge back in his voice, the one that came out when he was excited or frightened or both. All we need now is food. And weapons, Tanya added. And more people. And some way to contact the outside world and... One thing at a time, Ethan interrupted. He was exhausted, the kind of bone-deep fatigue that came from sustained adrenaline, from hours of tension and violence. We've done enough for today. Tomorrow we finish clearing the tunnels. The day after we start thinking about supply runs. And the lights Lucas saw? Mara asked. The other survivors? That too. But not tonight. They returned to the control room as darkness fell, the facility's emergency lighting casting long shadows across the industrial landscape. The rain had stopped at some point during the day, and through the windows they could see the first clear sky in almost a week, gray fading to purple to black pinpricked with stars. Lucas was at the window again, watching. See anything? Ethan asked. Not yet, but they're out there. I know they are. How do you know? The boy was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was softer than usual, almost thoughtful. Because we're out here. If we survived, others did too. That's just... math. Ethan didn't have an answer for that. He just stood beside the boy and watched the darkness and tried not to think about all the things that might be watching back. The fifth day brought visitors. They came at dawn when the light was just beginning to seep through the clouds, 3 figures picking their way through the industrial debris that surrounded the facility. Ethan spotted them first from his position at the window and felt his stomach drop. Movement. East perimeter. The others were awake instantly, the previous day's routine having trained them to sleep light and rise fast. Tanya was at the window beside him in seconds, her eyes narrowing as she assessed the approaching figures. 3 of them, moving deliberately, not infected. How can you tell? Look at how they're walking. The infected shuffle, stumble, move in patterns. These 3 are scanning, checking corners, covering each other. That's tactical. Military? Maybe, or police, or just people who know what they're doing. Mara joined them, her face tense. Should we make contact? We don't have a choice, Rick said from across the room. They're heading right for us. If we don't show ourselves, they'll find us anyway. Better to meet them on our terms. Ethan weighed the options. Rick was right. Hiding wasn't sustainable, and if these newcomers were hostile, ambush was worse than confrontation. But making contact also meant risk. Meant trusting strangers in a world where trust had become a luxury. I'll go out, he said, alone. The rest of you stay here out of sight but ready to move. Ethan, Mara started. If something goes wrong, you run. Take Lucas, head for the rail yards, find somewhere else. He looked at his sister, at the fear and determination warring in her eyes. Promise me. I promise. He took the pipe and descended. The three strangers reached the facility's main entrance just as Ethan emerged from a side door. They saw him immediately, all three turning, hands going to weapons, and for a long moment everyone just stood there, assessing, waiting. "You from here?" The speaker was a woman, maybe 50, with close-cropped gray hair and a stance that screamed military. She held a rifle, an actual rifle, the first real weapon Ethan had seen since the outbreak, pointed at the ground but ready. "We arrived a few days ago, looking for shelter. How many of you?" Ethan hesitated. Honesty or caution? In the end, he split the difference. "Enough." The woman's eyes narrowed. Behind her, the other two, a younger man with a beard and an older woman who might have been her mother, exchanged glances. "I'm Sergeant Alicia Chen," the gray-haired woman said. "Wisconsin National Guard, or what's left of it. This is Marcus and Diane. We're looking for survivors." "You found some. Good." Chen lowered her rifle slightly, a gesture of trust that Ethan wasn't sure he believed. "We're establishing a survivor network, trying to figure out who's left, where they are, what resources they have. This facility showed up on our radar. We weren't sure if anyone was alive inside or if it was just automated systems running. It was occupied when we got here. One man dead by his own hand before he could turn." Chen nodded slowly. "Smart. Terrible, but smart." She studied Ethan's face for a moment, then seemed to make a decision. "Look, I'm not going to bullshit you. Things are bad. The city is overrun, the military's been pulled back to establish perimeters, and there's no rescue coming. Anyone who's going to survive is going to have to do it themselves together. So I'm offering you a choice. Join us, share resources, build something sustainable, or stay here alone and hope for the best. What's the catch?" "The catch is you contribute. Everyone works, everyone fights when they need to, everyone follows the rules we establish as a group. No freeloaders, no dictators, no lone wolves. We're trying to build something here, a community, not a cult. But that only works if people buy in." Ethan thought about his group, about Mara's medical skills, Tanya's logistics experience, Rick's, whatever Rick brought to the table, about Lucas, a 12-year-old who had already seen more death than most adults. "How many survivors are you in contact with?" "Right now, maybe 50, scattered across the south side, mostly. The north is..." Chen's jaw tightened. "The north is gone. Too dense, too fast. The horde up there is in the hundreds of thousands. And you're operating from where?" "We're mobile right now, trying to find a central location to establish a real base. This facility was on our list of possibilities." Understanding dawned. "You want our shelter." "I want to discuss sharing it. You've secured it, you've cleared it. That's work, that counts for something. But it's too big for 5 people, and it's got resources that could help a lot more than just you." 5 people. She'd counted or guessed and gotten it right. Ethan filed that away. Chen was observant, tactical, not someone to underestimate. "I need to talk to my people," he said. "Of course. We'll wait." The discussion in the control room was heated. "This could be exactly what we need," Mara argued. "Medical supplies, weapons, more hands to help. We can't do this alone forever." "We don't know anything about these people," Rick countered. His paranoia was in full bloom, eyes darting between the windows as if expecting an ambush at any moment. "Military? Government? Those are the exact people who..." "Who what?" Tanya interrupted. "Caused this? Rick, even if your conspiracy theories are right, which they're not, these are ground-level soldiers trying to survive just like us. They're not puppet masters pulling strings. You don't know that. I know that woman has more firepower than all of us combined, and she didn't shoot first. That's worth something." Lucas had been silent throughout, his eyes fixed on the window. Now he spoke. "The sergeant. The way she stands, the way she talks, she's scared too. She's good at hiding it, but I can see it. She needs this as much as we do. Ethan looked at the boy. You sure? No, but I'm pretty sure. They fell silent. Outside, the three strangers waited, their body language patient but alert. We vote, Ethan said finally. Everyone gets a say. Mara? Yes, we accept their offer. Tanya? Yes, but with conditions. We maintain control of the control room, we get a say in decisions, we're not just absorbed into their structure. Rick? A long pause. I don't trust them, but I trust our chances alone even less. Yes, with conditions. Lucas? The boy met Ethan's eyes. You're asking me? You're part of this group. Your voice counts. Another long pause, then, yes, because surviving alone isn't really surviving. Ethan nodded slowly. Then it's decided, I'll go tell them. He was halfway to the door when Mara's voice stopped him. Ethan, what's your vote? He turned back, looked at his sister, at the ragtag group that had somehow become his responsibility, at the facility they'd fought to secure. Yes, he said, because Harold told me to stop second-guessing, because we can't let fear make our decisions, because sometimes you have to trust that people are what they seem. He hoped he was right. The next 3 days were a blur of activity. Sergeant Chen's group, which turned out to number 12, not 3, arrived in stages, each wave bringing more supplies, more skills, more complications. There was a medic who immediately began working with Mara to establish a proper medical station. A mechanic who got 2 of the backup generators running at full capacity. An engineer who looked at Ethan's tunnel barricades and quietly improved them without asking permission. And there was Captain Alan Kesler. Ethan's first impression of the man was that he smiled too much. Not genuine smiles, the kind of practiced politician smiles that never quite reached the eyes. Kesler was perhaps 45, tall and lean, with the bearing of someone who expected to be obeyed. You've done good work here, Kesler said on the 6th day, surveying the facility with an appraising eye. This could be the foundation for something real, something lasting. That's the hope. Hope is good, but hope needs leadership, structure, someone to make the hard decisions when they need to be made. Ethan felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise. We've been managing. Of course you have, but managing isn't thriving. And if we're going to do more than just survive, if we're going to rebuild, we need people who can think beyond the next meal, the next threat. Kesler's smile widened. I've been doing this for 6 days now, establishing networks, coordinating resources, making the calls nobody else wants to make. It's not glamorous, but it's necessary. What kind of calls? Resource allocation, defense priorities, who gets what and who has to wait. Kesler's eyes were cold despite the smile. Sometimes that means hard choices, sacrifices for the greater good. Ethan thought about Harold, about his last words, about the difference between making decisions and making the right decisions. We're all making hard choices, he said carefully. True, but some of us are better at it than others. Kesler clapped him on the shoulder, the gesture too familiar for someone they'd just met. I'm glad you're on board, Caldwell. I think we're going to do great things together. He walked away, and Ethan watched him go with a cold knot forming in his stomach. I don't trust him. Mara found Ethan on the roof that night, staring out at the city's dark silhouette. The clouds had cleared again, and moonlight painted everything in shades of silver and shadow. Kesler? Or the whole group? Just Kesler. Chen seems solid, most of the others too, but something about him. She shook her head. He reminds me of administrators I worked with at the hospital. The ones who made cuts that killed patients, then acted like they were heroes for balancing the budget. He's military. So is Chen. She doesn't give me the same feeling. Ethan didn't answer. He was watching the horizon where distant fires still burned in the ruins of downtown. The horde had moved north according to Chen's scouts, but smaller groups still wandered the industrial district. They could hear them sometimes when the wind was right, that terrible chorus, fainter now but never quite gone. Lucas says the same thing, Mara continued, about Kesler. Says the man's eyes don't match his words. Lucas is 12. Lucas has been right about everything so far. That was true, and Ethan didn't have a counter for it. The boy had an unsettling ability to read people, to see through the masks they wore. It was probably a survival mechanism, something he'd developed during all those months watching his grandmother die. But it was useful nonetheless. We keep our eyes open, Ethan said finally. We work with them, but we don't forget who we are. If Kesler tries anything, what? We're outnumbered now, outgunned. If he decides to take control, what exactly are we going to do about it? Ethan didn't have an answer for that either. The seventh day brought the first real test of their new alliance. It started with a supply run, one of the regular excursions that Chen's people had been conducting since before they'd linked up with Ethan's group. 3 people, armed, heading to a grocery warehouse about a mile south that had been identified as a potential resource. Rick wanted to go. I know that area, he argued. I lived near there before. I know the back routes, the hiding spots where the infected tend to cluster. I can be useful. Chen looked skeptical. You've been inside for days. The terrain changes fast out there. Then that's even more reason to have someone who knew it before. I can identify what's changed, what's dangerous. Ethan watched the exchange with growing unease. Rick had been stable since they'd arrived at the facility, quieter, more focused, his conspiracy theories mostly contained. But there was something in his eyes now, a desperation that Ethan recognized. The need to prove himself, to matter. Let him go, Ethan heard himself say. I'll go too. Watch his back. You're not exactly combat trained, Chen pointed out. Neither is anyone else in my group. But we've made it this far. Chen considered for a moment, then nodded. Fine. You go with Marcus and Diane. Standard protocol. Quick and quiet, avoid engagement if possible, fall back if things go sideways. Radio check every 15 minutes. They departed at noon, when the sun was at its highest and the infected were at their most sluggish. Marcus led the way, rifle at the ready, while Diane brought up the rear with a machete that she handled with disturbing familiarity. Ethan and Rick walked in the middle, armed with their makeshift weapons and the brittle confidence of survivors who had gotten lucky. The route took them through the industrial district, past warehouses and loading docks and the rusting hulks of abandoned trucks. The silence was oppressive, not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of things waiting. Ethan found himself checking corners compulsively, his ears straining for any hint of that telltale repeated phrase. Strange, isn't it? Rick murmured. How fast everything falls apart. A week ago, this was all just normal. People going to work, complaining about traffic, thinking about what to have for dinner. Now it's a graveyard. Focus, Marcus said sharply. Reminiscing gets you killed. They reached the warehouse without incident. The building was massive, a wholesale distribution center, 3 stories of concrete and corrugated metal. The main doors had been forced open at some point, but someone had made an effort to secure them afterward, chains and padlocks strung across the entrance. Someone's been here, Diane said quietly. Other survivors? Or someone like us, supply runners. She studied the chains, then shook her head. These weren't cut. They were unlocked, then relocked. Whoever was here had keys. Marcus circled the building, checking for other entry points. He found a loading dock door that had been left unsecured, whether intentionally or by accident was impossible to tell. We go in careful, he said. Stay together. Check every aisle before we move on." Inside, the warehouse was dark and cold, the air thick with the smell of rotting food. Whatever refrigeration systems had been running were long dead, and the perishables had turned. But the non-perishables, canned goods, dry goods, bottled water, were still there, rows and rows of them stretching into the darkness. "Jackpot," Rick breathed. "Don't get excited yet, we still need to clear it." They moved through the aisles slowly, methodically, weapons at the ready. The silence was absolute, broken only by their footsteps and the occasional drip of water from somewhere above. No voices, no movement. "This doesn't feel right," Ethan said. "A place like this, full of supplies and no infected?" "Maybe they moved on," Diane suggested. "Looking for prey. Or maybe someone cleared them out." Marcus had stopped, his eyes fixed on something ahead. "Look." Bodies, a dozen of them piled in a corner between the shelving units. Some infected, recognizable by the decay and the damage, but others looked different. Cleaner kills. Gunshot wounds instead of blunt trauma. "Someone's been hunting," Marcus said grimly. "Hunting infected? Hunting whoever comes for supplies. Look at the positioning. They set up crossfire zones, funneled people into kill boxes. This wasn't defense. This was predation." Ethan felt ice slide down his spine. "We need to leave. Now." "Wait." Rick had wandered to the edge of the pile, his face pale but determined. "Some of these bodies are fresh. A day old, maybe less. Whoever did this might still be..." "Might still be what, exactly?" The voice came from above. All four of them spun, weapons raised. A figure stood on the second-floor catwalk, silhouetted against the grimy skylights. A man, from the voice, holding something that glinted in the dim light. "Easy now," the figure said. "Wouldn't want anyone to get hurt." More figures emerged from the shadows. 4, 5, 6. Surrounding them from all directions, cutting off the exits. They moved with a coordination that suggested practice, training, or both. "Hands where we can see them," the voice continued. "Weapons on the ground, and maybe, just maybe, you'll live through the next 5 minutes." Marcus hesitated, rifle still raised. "Who are you?" "People who were here first, people who've been surviving while you government types were busy falling apart." The figure on the catwalk laughed, a cold, humorless sound. "You think you're the only ones who figured out this place had supplies? We've been watching you for days, watching you bring more and more people to that water plant, building your little community. If you've been watching, you know we're not a threat. Everyone's a threat. That's lesson 1 of the new world. The only question is what kind of threat." The figure gestured with his weapon. "So, weapons down. Now." Marcus looked at Ethan, at Rick, at Diane. Something passed between the four of them. A silent calculation, a weighing of odds. 6 against 4, but the 6 had the high ground, the element of surprise and what looked like superior firepower. "Okay," Marcus said finally. He lowered his rifle slowly, deliberately, and set it on the concrete floor. "Okay, we're putting them down." Ethan followed suit, his pipe clattering against the ground. Diane's machete, Rick's fire extinguisher bludgeon. "Good," the voice said. "Now, let's talk about what happens next." What happened next was negotiation. Or at least what passed for negotiation in a world where the rules had been rewritten. The man on the catwalk turned out to be a former corrections officer named Davis, a broad-shouldered man with cruel eyes and an easy smile that reminded Ethan uncomfortably of Captain Kesler. He led a group of 11 survivors who had been operating out of this warehouse since the 3rd day of the outbreak, picking off anyone who came looking for supplies. "It's not personal," Davis explained almost conversationally. "Resources are finite," The more people know about this place, the less there is for us. So we control access. Make sure only the right people get in. And the wrong people end up in that pile, Diane said flatly. The wrong people become examples. You'd be surprised how effective a pile of bodies is at discouraging visitors. Marcus's jaw was tight. What do you want? Want? Nothing complicated. Your weapons, your supplies, your radio. Yeah, I know you've got one. Don't look so surprised. And information about your little community. How many people, what resources you've got, how well defended you are. And if we refuse? Davis's smile didn't waver. Then you join the pile and we extract the information from the next group that comes looking for their missing friends. Either way, we get what we need. The only question is whether you're alive to see what happens next. The calculation was clear enough. Cooperate and maybe survive. Refuse and definitely die. Not much of a choice at all. But Rick had never been good at calculations. You're wrong, he said, his voice tight with something that might have been fear or might have been something else entirely. You think you're being smart, being strategic, but you're just accelerating your own extinction. Small groups don't survive the long term. You need numbers, you need cooperation, We need to shut up, Davis interrupted, his smile fading. You think I haven't heard this speech before? Unity and cooperation and all that feel-good bullshit? I worked in corrections for 15 years. I know what people are really like. Put them in a corner, strip away the civilized veneer, and they turn into animals. Every single one of them. Not every single one. Davis studied Rick for a long moment. You're one of those, aren't you? The believers. The ones who think the world ended because of some conspiracy, some plan. That there's meaning behind all this chaos. Rick said nothing. There's no meaning. No plan, just hunger and fear and the strong taking from the weak. That's the world now. The sooner you accept it, the longer you live. And how long do you plan to live? Here in this warehouse, killing everyone who comes through the door, a month, a year? What happens when the supplies run out? When your people start turning on each other? Davis's eyes hardened. That's not your concern. It is my concern. It's everyone's concern. Because the world isn't big enough anymore for groups that won't cooperate. We need each other, all of us, even people like you, or none of us make it. The silence stretched. Ethan could feel the tension in the air, could see the way Davis's people were gripping their weapons tighter, waiting for a signal. Then Davis laughed. You've got balls, I'll give you that, but balls don't stop bullets. He raised his weapon. Last chance, information or the pile. Fine, Marcus said quickly. Fine. We'll tell you what you want to know. Good choice. There's about 50 of us. Water treatment facility on the lakefront. We've got power, clean water, a medical station. The perimeter's secured but not impenetrable. The main vulnerability is the tunnel system that runs beneath the building. Ethan stared at Marcus. The older man's face was impassive, but there was something in his eyes, a calculation of his own that Ethan couldn't quite follow. Tunnels, Davis repeated. Interesting. How are they accessed? Multiple entry points. The main ones are near the generator bay and the clarifying pools. We've blocked most of them, but someone who knew the system could probably find a way through. Davis nodded slowly. This is good. This is useful. He gestured to two of his people. Take their radio. Search them for anything else. The search was thorough and humiliating. They found the radio, a knife Marcus had hidden in his boot, and a small first aid kit Diane had been carrying. Everything was confiscated. All right, Davis said when his people were satisfied. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to walk out of here, all four of you, and you're going to go back to your little community. You're going to tell them what happened, the truth, all of it. And you're going to tell them that the Warehouse Collective controls this sector now. Anyone who wants to trade, to share resources, they come to us first. Anyone who doesn't, well, He gestured at the pile of bodies. You've seen what happens. You're letting us go? Rick's voice was incredulous. I'm sending a message. Dead messengers don't talk. Davis's smile returned. Now get out, and don't come back unless you're ready to deal. They made it 3 blocks before the shaking started. Ethan felt it first. A tremor in his hands that spread to his arms, his chest, his whole body. The adrenaline was draining away, leaving behind a cold, hollow sensation that made it hard to breathe. Keep moving, Marcus said. His voice was steady, but Ethan could see the same tremor in his hands, the same pallor in his face. We're not clear yet. What the hell was that? Diane demanded. You gave them everything. Our numbers, our location, our vulnerabilities. I gave them enough to make them think they have everything. Marcus glanced back at the warehouse, now fading into the distance. Everything I said was true technically, but truth isn't the same as the whole picture. What does that mean? It means they know about the tunnels, but they don't know we've mapped them. They know our numbers, but they don't know our rotation schedule. They know our vulnerabilities, but they don't know what we've done to address them. Marcus's jaw tightened. They think they have an advantage now. That makes them predictable. You think they'll attack the facility? I think they'll try, and I think we need to be ready when they do. They walked in silence after that, through the ruins of the industrial district, past the rusting hulks of the rail yards, toward the distant shape of the water treatment facility. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in shades of red and orange that might have been beautiful if not for everything else. Ethan found himself walking beside Rick. The younger man's face was troubled, his earlier bravado replaced by something that looked almost like shame. You shouldn't have challenged him, Ethan said quietly. I know. You could have gotten us all killed. I know. Rick was quiet for a moment. But he was wrong. About people, about survival, about everything, someone had to say it. There's a time and place for saying things, that wasn't it. Maybe not. Rick met his eyes, but at least I said it. At least for one moment I didn't just surrender. That has to count for something, doesn't it? Ethan didn't have an answer. They kept walking. Captain Kesler called an emergency meeting when they returned. The main space on the facility's second floor had become the de facto gathering area, and by the time full dark had fallen, nearly 40 people were crowded into it. Ethan's original group, Chen's soldiers, and a handful of other survivors who had trickled in over the past few days. The air was thick with tension and the sour smell of too many unwashed bodies in too small a space. Let me make sure I understand, Kesler said. His voice was calm, measured, but Ethan could see the anger beneath the surface. You encountered a hostile group. They held you at gunpoint. They extracted information about our defenses and then they let you go. That's correct, Marcus said. And you just told them everything they wanted to know. I told them what they needed to hear to let us walk out of there alive, sir. The sir was almost an afterthought, and Ethan noticed the way Kesler's eye twitched at the pause before it. 4 of you, armed, against 6 hostiles, and you didn't think to fight back? They had superior positioning, superior firepower, and the element of surprise. Fighting would have been suicide. So instead, you compromised our security, gave away our strengths and weaknesses to an enemy force. Kesler's smile had disappeared entirely now. Tell me, Marcus, how exactly does that qualify as a success? We're alive, Marcus said flatly. The mission was supply acquisition and reconnaissance. We acquired reconnaissance on a hostile force we didn't know existed. That has value. Value? Kesler laughed, the sound harsh in the enclosed space. The value of knowing there's a group of armed hostiles who now have a detailed map of our vulnerabilities? That's the value you're claiming? Sergeant Chen stepped forward. "Captain, if I may." "You may not." Kesler's voice cracked like a whip. "I've been patient with your informal command structure, Sergeant. I've allowed you to run operations your way because you were here first, because you'd established relationships. But this is a clear failure of leadership. Your people made contact with a hostile force and gave away critical intelligence instead of eliminating the threat." "Eliminating the—" Chen's face hardened. "Sir, with respect, my people are not an assassination squad. Our mission is survival and community building, not aggression." "Survival requires aggression. Community building requires security, and security requires—" Kesler's eyes swept the room. "Making sure our enemies don't know more about us than we know about them." The silence that followed was thick enough to cut. Ethan found himself stepping forward before he'd consciously decided to speak. "The information Marcus gave them was accurate but incomplete. They know about the tunnels, but not our defensive measures. They know our numbers, but not our schedules or protocols. If they attack, they'll be walking into a situation they don't fully understand." Kesler's gaze fixed on him. "And you are?" "Ethan Caldwell. I was part of the original group that secured this facility." "Ah, yes, the building inspector." The dismissal in Kesler's voice was barely concealed. "Tell me, Mr. Caldwell, in your professional opinion, how does one defend a building when the enemy knows its every weakness?" "You don't defend the building. You defend the choke points. You use what they think they know against them." Ethan forced himself to meet Kesler's eyes. "This facility has 17 access points. They know about maybe 6. The tunnels are a maze. Even with a map, navigating them is nearly impossible without someone who's walked them. And our people," he gestured at the crowd around them, "they've been training, learning. 3 days ago we were scattered survivors. Now we're starting to be a unit." "Starting to be." Kesler's smile returned, thin and cold. "I suppose that's something." "It's a foundation," Chen said. "It's what we build on." The tension in the room was palpable. Ethan could see the divisions forming, some people drawn to Kesler's certainty, others to Chen's more collaborative approach. The alliance that had seemed so promising just days ago was already showing cracks. "Fine," Kesler said finally. "We'll do it your way, Sergeant, for now. But if this warehouse collective attacks, and if people die because of the information your people gave away, that's on you. Understood?" "Understood, sir." Kesler nodded once, then turned and walked out. The crowd began to disperse, murmuring among themselves, the conversation fragmenting into a dozen smaller discussions. Mara found Ethan by the window. "That was well done," she said quietly. "It won't matter if they actually attack." "No, but it bought us time." She paused. "Kesler's going to be a problem." "I know. What are we going to do about it?" Ethan watched the darkness beyond the glass, the distant fires, the shapes moving through the industrial wasteland. "I don't know yet," he admitted. "But something—" The 8th day dawned clear and cold, the first frost of October painting the ground in white. Ethan was on watch when it happened, stationed on the facility's roof, wrapped in blankets against the chill, scanning the horizon for movement. The sun had just crested the lake, turning the water to molten gold, and for a moment, just a moment, the world looked almost beautiful again. Then he saw the smoke. It was coming from the south, from the direction of the rail yards, not the lazy drift of something smoldering, but thick black columns that spoke of deliberate burning. "Chen," he said into the radio, "we've got smoke. South perimeter looks like structure fires." A pause, then Chen's voice crackled back. "I see it. Get down here. We're sending a team to investigate." By the time Ethan reached the main floor, a group had already assembled. Chen, Marcus, Diane, and 2 others Ethan didn't know well. Kesler was conspicuously absent. Quick and quiet, Chen said. We find out what's burning and why, then we report back. No engagement unless absolutely necessary. I want to go, Rick said. He'd appeared from somewhere, his messenger bag slung across his chest, that desperate light back in his eyes. I know that area. You've made that argument before, Chen interrupted, and it almost got you killed. You stay here. But that's an order. Rick's jaw tightened, but he didn't argue further. Ethan caught his eye as the team moved out, saw the frustration simmering beneath the surface. She's right, Ethan said quietly. You're not thinking clearly. I'm thinking clearly enough to know that sitting here doing nothing is worse than taking risks. There's a difference between taking risks and being reckless. Rick's laugh was bitter. Is there, in this world? We're all reckless now. We're all just making it up as we go. The only question is whether we're making it up together or alone. He turned and walked away before Ethan could respond. The team returned 2 hours later, their faces grim. It was a refugee camp, Chen reported. Maybe 20 people set up in an old rail depot. Someone hit them hard, multiple attackers, coordinated assault. They burned everything, took what they could carry. The warehouse collective? Tanya asked. Probably the attack pattern matches what we know about them. Chen's eyes were haunted. There were children in that camp. We found evidence. The silence that followed was suffocating. Kesler emerged from the back of the room, his expression carefully neutral. This is what I warned you about. This is what happens when you show weakness to predators. This is what happens when desperate people turn on each other, Chen countered. It's not proof that your approach is right. It's proof that the world has gotten worse. The world getting worse is exactly why we need to be stronger, harder. Kesler swept his gaze across the assembled survivors. That camp was weak. They didn't have walls, didn't have weapons, didn't have leadership. They were prey. We can't afford to be prey. So what? We become the predators instead? We become survivors, whatever that takes. Ethan watched the exchange, feeling the ground shift beneath him. The attack on the refugee camp had changed something. He could see it in the faces around him. Fear was a powerful motivator, and Kesler was wielding it like a weapon. We need better defenses, someone said. More guns. We need to hit them first, another voice added, before they come for us. Enough, Chen's voice cut through the growing chaos. We're not going to panic. We're not going to become what we're afraid of. We're going to think. We're going to plan. And we're going to survive without losing who we are. Pretty words, Kesler said. One, but words don't stop bullets. Neither does fear. The standoff stretched for a long moment. Then Kesler smiled, that thin, cold smile that never reached his eyes. We'll see, he said. We'll see. That night, Ethan found Lucas on the roof. The boy was sitting at the edge, legs dangling over the void, his eyes fixed on the distant fires that still burned where the refugee camp had been. The wind had picked up, carrying with it the smell of smoke and something else. That familiar undercurrent of decay that had become the backdrop of their new world. You shouldn't be up here alone, Ethan said, settling down beside him. Shouldn't you be watching the perimeter? Tanya's got it. She said you'd been gone for a while. Lucas didn't respond. His face in the dim starlight was as blank as ever. That unsettling stillness that made it impossible to tell what he was thinking. The children at the camp, Ethan said finally. You're thinking about them. I'm thinking about my grandmother. Lucas's voice was soft, almost inaudible beneath the wind. About the hospital when she turned. There were other children there too, in the pediatric ward. When the infection hit, they didn't even have a chance. Some of them were too sick to run, some of them were too young to understand. Lucas, Everyone keeps talking about who we need to be to survive, stronger, harder, whatever. But what about the people who can't be strong? What about the kids in that camp, the sick people in the hospitals, the ones who just never had a chance? Ethan didn't have an answer. He sat there, feeling the cold seep through his clothes, watching the distant fires flicker and die. "I don't know," he said finally. "I don't know what happens to them. But I know that if we stop caring about them, if we become the kind of people who let children die without even grieving, then we've already lost. Even if we survive." That's not an answer. No, it's not. Ethan stood, extended a hand to help Lucas up. "But it's all I've got." The boy hesitated, then took his hand. Together they descended from the roof back into the belly of the facility where the arguments continued and the fear grew and the future remained terrifyingly uncertain. The 9th day brought the attack. It came at dawn when the light was gray and uncertain, when the watch shifts were changing and attention was at its lowest. Later, Ethan would realize that the timing was deliberate. The warehouse collective had been watching, learning, waiting for exactly this moment. The first sign was the explosion. It came from the tunnels, a deep boom that shook the entire facility and sent dust cascading from the ceiling. Alarms started blaring, the ones Chen's engineers had rigged up, motion sensors and tripwires that were supposed to give them warning. Warning that came too late. "Breach!" someone shouted. "They're coming through the generator bay." Ethan was on his feet before the words fully registered, the metal pipe already in his hands. Around him, the facility erupted into chaos, people running, shouting, grabbing whatever weapons they could find. The carefully planned defense protocols dissolved in the face of actual attack. He ran toward the noise, toward the generator bay where the fighting had already begun. The collective had come in force, a dozen of them at least, pouring through the breach they'd blown in the tunnel wall. They were armed with guns and blades and the kind of desperate aggression that came from knowing there was no retreat. And they were winning. 2 of Chen's soldiers were already down, blood spreading across the concrete. A third was backed against a wall, rifle empty, trying to fend off an attacker with the butt of his weapon. And in the middle of it all, Davis was standing over a body, his gun raised, his eyes scanning for the next target. "Fall back!" someone shouted. "Everyone fall back!" But falling back meant losing the generators. Losing the generators meant losing power. Losing power meant losing everything. Ethan charged. He didn't think about it, didn't calculate the odds, didn't weigh the risks. He just saw Davis's gun swing toward another target, saw the finger tightening on the trigger, and he moved. The pipe connected with Davis's arm just as the gun went off. The shot went wide, sparking off concrete, and Davis spun to face this new threat with murder in his eyes. "You," he snarled, "the believer's friend." "Yeah?" Ethan's voice came out steadier than he felt. "Me." Davis was faster than he looked. The gun came up, the barrel a black hole pointing at Ethan's chest. Ethan swung the pipe, missed, and then there was a blur of movement beside him. Rick. He came out of nowhere, tackling Davis with a desperate flying leap that sent both men crashing to the ground. The gun clattered away, spinning across the concrete. They grappled, punching, clawing, a brutal close-quarters fight that was ugly and desperate and terrifyingly real. "Rick!" Ethan dove for the gun, grabbed it, spun. But there were more of them now. 2, 3, 4 collective members converging on their fallen leader. One had a knife, another had a crowbar. "Get back!" Ethan raised the gun, his hands shaking. "Get back or I'll—" The knife wielder lunged at Rick. Ethan fired. The sound was deafening in the enclosed space. The knife wielder went down, clutching his leg, screaming. The others hesitated just for a moment. And that moment was all Chen needed. She came through the breach like an avenging angel, rifle blazing, her soldiers behind her. The collective members scattered, retreating into the tunnels they'd emerged from, dragging their wounded with them. Davis struggled free from Rick, blood streaming from a gash on his forehead, and fled with the rest. "They're pulling back!" someone shouted. "Hold this position!" The gunfire continued for another minute, scattered shots echoing through the tunnels, then fading into silence. When it was over, the generator bay was a slaughterhouse. 4 of Chen's soldiers dead, 2 collective members who hadn't made it out, and Rick. Rick was lying on the ground, not moving. "It's bad," Mara said. They had moved Rick to the medical station, a converted office that Mara had spent the past few days turning into something approximating a hospital. He was conscious, barely, his face gray with pain and shock. The knife had gone deep, liver, maybe spleen, internal bleeding that Mara couldn't stop with the supplies she had. "How bad?" Ethan asked. Mara didn't answer. She didn't need to. Ethan sank into a chair beside the bed, watching Rick's labored breathing, his flickering eyelids. The younger man had been annoying, paranoid, sometimes genuinely unhinged. But he'd also been brave when it mattered. He'd thrown himself at Davis when any sane person would have run. "You saved my life," Ethan said quietly. Rick's eyes opened slightly. Did we win?" "They retreated. We held the generators." "Good." A ghost of a smile crossed Rick's face. "Good. That counts for something, doesn't it?" "It counts for a lot." Rick was quiet for a moment, his breathing shallow. When he spoke again, his voice was barely a whisper. "I wasn't crazy, you know. About the conspiracy, maybe not all of it, but some of it. Something happened at that port, something they're not telling us." "I know. Promise me you'll find out. Promise me you'll figure out what really happened." Ethan thought about all the things he'd promised. To keep his group safe, to make decisions without hesitation, to be the leader they needed. "I promise," he said. Rick's smile widened slightly. Then his eyes closed and his breathing slowed, and after a few minutes it stopped entirely. Mara checked his pulse, then shook her head. "He's gone." Ethan sat there for a long moment, looking at the body of a man he'd never really liked but had come to respect. Then he stood up and walked out into the facility where the survivors were gathered, where Kesler was already talking about reprisals, where the world continued to fall apart despite everything they did to hold it together. The aftermath of the attack was chaos. Kesler demanded immediate retaliation. Chen argued for consolidation, for strengthening their defenses before thinking about offense. The survivors fractured along predictable lines, some drawn to Kesler's aggression, others to Chen's caution, still others just paralyzed by fear and grief. 4 soldiers dead. Rick dead. The generator bay damaged but functional. And somewhere out there, the warehouse collective was regrouping, licking their wounds, planning their next move. "We can't stay here," Kesler said at the emergency meeting. "They know our defenses now. They know our weaknesses. Next time, they'll come in force. Next time, they'll finish what they started." "And where do you suggest we go?" Chen demanded. "Into the streets? Into the horde?" "South. Away from the city, there are towns, villages, places where the infection hasn't spread as far. We can start over." "Start over?" Chen laughed bitterly. "We've been here a week. We've built something here, water, power, a defensible position, and you want to throw all that away because of one attack? One attack that nearly destroyed us. One attack that we survived because of this position, because of what we built." The argument went on, spiraling into accusations and counter-accusations until Ethan couldn't take it anymore. "Stop," he said. His voice wasn't loud, but something in it made people pause. "Just stop." He walked to the center of the room, feeling the weight of 40 pairs of eyes. "Rick is dead," he said. 4 of your soldiers are dead, And we're standing here arguing about whose fault it is, whose strategy is right, who gets to be in charge. But none of that matters if we tear ourselves apart before the collective even comes back. Pretty speech, Kesler said, but speeches don't win wars. This isn't a war, it's survival, and survival requires us to work together, not against each other. Ethan met Kesler's eyes. You want to be a leader? Fine, lead. But lead towards something, not away from something. Chen wants to hold this position? Fine, let's figure out how to hold it better. But make a decision, together, and stick with it. The silence stretched. Then to Ethan's surprise, it was Lucas who spoke. He's right, the boy said quietly. My grandmother used to say that the worst thing you can do in a crisis is freeze. You pick a direction and you go. Even if it's wrong, at least you're moving, at least you're trying. Your grandmother was a wise woman, Chen said softly. She was dying. She had to be. More silence. Then Chen turned to Kesler. I propose a compromise. We hold this position, but we also send scouts south, carefully, methodically. We find out what's there before we commit to anything. If there's a better option, we take it. If not, we dig in and prepare for the next attack. Kesler studied her for a long moment. And the collective? We deal with them when we have to. Not before. Another pause. Then Kesler nodded slowly. Agreed, he said. For now. It wasn't unity. It wasn't even trust. But it was something. A fragile consensus that might hold them together long enough to survive the next crisis. Ethan hoped it would be enough. The 10th day began with rain. It fell in sheets, drumming against the facility's roof, turning the industrial landscape into a gray blur. The temperature had dropped overnight, and Ethan could see his breath as he stood at the window, watching the water stream down the glass. They had buried Rick that morning, a shallow grave in the facility's courtyard, marked with a piece of rebar driven into the mud. Mara had said a few words, something about courage, about standing up for what you believed in. Ethan had wanted to speak, but the words wouldn't come. Now he stood alone, watching the rain, thinking about everything they'd lost and everything they still had to lose. You should rest. Tanya appeared beside him, her face drawn with exhaustion. She'd been working the perimeter all night, helping Chen's soldiers shore up the defenses. Can't. I know the feeling. She leaned against the window frame, her eyes fixed on the same gray nothing Ethan was watching. The attack yesterday. How close were we? Close. If Chen hadn't gotten there when she did, we'd all be dead. Tanya nodded slowly. I've been thinking about that. About how random it all is. We survived because of timing, because of luck, because one person was in the right place at the right moment. That's not a strategy, that's chance. Strategy is what you do between chances, making sure the next moment of luck falls in your favor. Very profound. Tanya's smile was thin but genuine. You've been reading fortune cookies? Just trying to make sense of things. Good luck with that. She pushed off the window frame, turning to go. Kesler wants to see you, by the way. Something about the Southern Scouts. When? Now-ish. His office, such as it is. Ethan sighed. Of course he does. Kesler had claimed a small office on the facility's 3rd floor. A former manager's space that still had a desk, a chair, and a window overlooking the processing floor below. He was standing at that window when Ethan entered, his back turned, his posture radiating the kind of controlled tension that always made Ethan nervous. You wanted to see me. Close the door. Ethan did. The scouts returned this morning, Kesler said without turning. The ones I sent south. They found what I expected them to find. Which is? Nothing. Empty roads, abandoned towns, a few scattered survivors too scared to talk to strangers. Whatever's out there, it's not the haven I was hoping for. Ethan wasn't sure what he was supposed to say. I'm sorry. Don't be. It confirms what I already suspected. Kesler finally turned and his face was hard, his eyes cold. We're on our own here. No cavalry coming, no safe zone waiting, no government reorganizing in the shadows. Just us and whatever we can build with what we have. That's been obvious for a while. Obvious to you, maybe, not to everyone. Kesler walked to his desk, sat down heavily. Chen still thinks this is temporary, that if we just hold on long enough, help will come. She's wrong. I've been in the military long enough to know when a situation is foobar. This is foobar. And what do you want me to do about it? Kesler studied him for a long moment. You've got credibility with these people. The ones who were here before my group arrived. They trust you. I'm not sure trust is the right word. Call it what you want. The point is they listen to you, and I need them to listen. To what? Kesler leaned forward. I'm going to take control of this community, not by force, not yet, but by building consensus, showing people that my way is the only way that leads to survival. And I want you to help me do it. Ethan felt the cold settle deeper into his bones. Why would I do that? Because you're smart enough to see where this is heading. Chen's approach, the collaboration, the consensus building, the trying to save everyone, it's noble, but it's suicide. The collective isn't going to stop. They're going to keep coming, keep picking off our people, keep weakening us until there's nothing left. The only way to survive is to be harder than they are, faster, more willing to do what needs to be done. And what needs to be done? Difficult choices. Resource allocation, defense priorities, who lives and who dies when the next crisis hits. Someone has to make those calls, and it sure as hell can't be a committee. Ethan thought about Harold, about his last words. Don't hesitate. When you see the cracks, don't wait. Don't second guess. You act. But this wasn't about cracks in a building. This was about cracks in their humanity. I'll think about it, he said. Kesler's smile was thin. Don't think too long. History moves fast these days. Ethan found Mara in the medical station, organizing supplies with a focus that suggested she didn't want to be interrupted. He interrupted anyway. Kesler wants me to help him take over. Mara's hands paused on a roll of bandages. And you're considering it. I'm considering what happens if I don't. If he does it without me, without anyone to moderate, then he's the bad guy, and we're the good guys. Simple. Mara resumed organizing. But if you help him, if you enable him, then we're all complicit. Not so simple. Since when is anything simple? She stopped again, turned to face him. Her eyes were red-rimmed with exhaustion, her face pale. Rick believed in something, she said. Something bigger than just survival. He drove me crazy with those conspiracy theories, but underneath all that paranoia, he actually believed that people could be better. That we could come out of this as something other than animals. And you think siding with Kesler betrays that? I think siding with Kesler betrays everything. She took a step closer. Ethan, I've seen what happens when people like him get power. In the hospital, during crises, during shortages. They make the hard choices that always seem to benefit them and hurt everyone else. They talk about sacrifice while making sure they're never the ones who sacrifice. So what do? You say no. You stand with Chen, with the people who are trying to do this right. And if Kesler becomes a problem. She didn't finish the sentence. Then what? Then we deal with it, together. Ethan wanted to believe it was that simple. Wanted to believe that there were clear lines between right and wrong, good and evil, the choices that saved you and the choices that damned you. But the bridge had taught him differently. Sometimes the right choice looked just like the wrong choice until it was too late to tell them apart. Okay, he said finally. I'll say no. Good. Mara's face softened slightly. Now help me count these antibiotics. I need a distraction. They counted antibiotics together, and the rain continued to fall. And somewhere out there, the collective was planning their next move, and the world kept ending one day at a time. The 10th night brought the second attack. But this time, they were ready. Chen's engineers had rigged the tunnel breach with explosives, crude but effective, made from supplies scavenged from the maintenance areas. When the first collective member came through, he triggered a tripwire that brought the ceiling down on top of him. The sound of the collapse echoed through the facility, followed immediately by screams. Some human, some that terrible chorus of repeated phrases that meant the infected had been drawn by the noise. "They're mixing it up," Marcus reported over the radio. "They're driving infected ahead of them, using them as shock troops." "Fall back to secondary positions," Chen ordered. "Let the dead ones come, then seal the tunnels behind them." It was a brutal strategy, but effective. The infected poured into the facility, dozens of them drawn by the sound and the smell of living flesh. Chen's people retreated, drawing them deeper, then collapsed the passages behind them, trapping them in sections of the tunnel system where they could be dealt with individually. The collective tried to follow, but without the infected to clear the way, they were vulnerable. Chen's soldiers picked them off one by one, turning the tunnels into a killing ground. By dawn, it was over. 23 infected, permanently silenced. 6 collective members dead, including Davis himself, cut down by Marcus as he tried to flee through a side passage. The rest had scattered into the night, their force broken, their leadership destroyed. "It's done," Chen said, surveying the aftermath. "For now, at least." Ethan stood among the bodies, the pipe still clutched in his numb hands. He'd killed 3 infected tonight, 3 more voices silenced, 3 more echoes ended. He didn't feel triumphant. He just felt empty. "What happens now?" he asked. "We rebuild. We strengthen. We prepare for whoever comes next." Chen's face was grim. Because someone always comes next. Behind them, the sun rose over Lake Michigan, painting the water in shades of gold and red. The rain had stopped sometime during the night, and the air was crisp and cold and clean. The first truly clear morning since the outbreak began. Ethan stood at the edge of the facility's roof, watching the light spread across the city. Smoke still rose from a dozen points, and the distant shapes of the horde were visible on the northern horizon. But here, in this moment, there was something that almost felt like peace. "We made it," Lucas said quietly, appearing beside him. "We made it through the night. That's all anyone can do, isn't it? Make it through the night, then make it through the next one, then the next. That's survival, yeah. Is that enough?" Ethan thought about the question. About Rick, about Harold, about Ruth, about all the people they'd lost and all the people they might still lose. About Kesler and Chen and the war that was probably still coming, even if the collective had been broken. "I don't know," he said honestly. "But it's what we have." Lucas nodded slowly. His eyes were fixed on the horizon, where the sun was climbing higher, where the day was beginning, where the future remained stubbornly uncertain. "Okay," he said. "Then I guess we keep going." "Yeah." Ethan put a hand on the boy's shoulder. "We keep going." Below them, the facility was coming to life. People moving, voices calling. The sounds of survival continuing despite everything. Mara was in the medical station treating the wounded. Tanya was coordinating repairs. And somewhere Kesler was plotting his next move. But that was tomorrow's problem. Today, they had survived. Today was enough. The 10th day in Milwaukee ended as the others had, with exhaustion, with grief, with the distant chorus of voices that never stopped repeating. But for the first time since the outbreak began, there was also something that felt almost like hope. The warehouse collective was broken, the facility was secure, and the community, fragile, fractured, but still standing, had proven it could defend itself. Ethan stood at the window of the control room, watching the last light fade from the sky. Behind him, the others were sleeping. Mara curled up on the cot, Lucas in his usual corner, Tanya on a makeshift bed of blankets and supplies. Rick's cot was empty. Ethan thought about the promise he'd made, about finding out what had really happened at the port, about the truth that Rick had believed in so desperately. Maybe it was paranoia. Maybe it was just a dying man's delusion, but maybe it was something more. Tomorrow he would start asking questions. Tomorrow he would try to find the answers that Rick had never been able to uncover. Tomorrow he would figure out what had really happened to Milwaukee, to the world, to everything. But tonight, he rested. Tonight he allowed himself to believe that survival was possible, that tomorrow would come, that they might actually make it through this after all. Outside, the stars emerged one by one, indifferent to the horror below. The lake lapped against the shore in its endless rhythm, and somewhere in the darkness a voice was still repeating, faint, distant, but never quite silent. Told you so, told you so, told you so. Ethan closed his eyes, and for the first time in 10 days he slept without dreaming. The 11th day began with a funeral. They buried the soldiers who had died defending the facility. 4 of them laid to rest beside Rick in the courtyard that had become their cemetery. Chen spoke words over each grave, her voice steady despite the exhaustion that lined her face. Names Ethan barely knew: Torres, Williams, Kim, and Okonkwo. People who had survived the first week of the apocalypse only to die defending a water treatment plant. The rain had returned overnight, a cold drizzle that seemed determined to seep into everything. Ethan stood at the edge of the small gathering, watching the faces of the survivors, the grief, the fear, the hollow-eyed numbness that came from too much loss in too short a time. 43 people had sheltered in this facility. Now there were 37. We honor their sacrifice, Chen concluded. We remember their courage, and we continue the work they died protecting. It was a good speech. Professional, appropriate, the kind of thing you said when you'd been trained to say things in situations like this. But Ethan could see the cracks beneath the polish. The way Chen's hands trembled slightly, the way her eyes kept drifting to the fresh mounds of earth. She was breaking. They all were. Afterward, people dispersed slowly, returning to their duties with the mechanical movements of the deeply traumatized. Ethan lingered by Rick's grave, reading the crude marker they'd fashioned from a piece of rebar and a strip of metal. Rick Bowen believed in something. It wasn't much of an epitaph. But then, what else was there to say? He would have hated that. Ethan turned. Tanya stood a few feet away, her arms crossed against the cold, her face unreadable. The marker? The sentiment. Believed in something. It's vague, non-committal. Rick was never vague about anything in his life. What would you have written? Tanya was quiet for a moment. Rick Bowen. He was right about more than we wanted to admit. Ethan thought about that. About Rick's paranoia, his conspiracy theories, his desperate insistence that there was meaning behind the chaos. Most of it had seemed like madness at the time. But then again, most things seemed like madness before they turned out to be true. You think he was right? About the government, the experiment, all of it? I think something happened at that port that nobody's talking about. I think the military pulled out too fast, too clean, like they'd planned for this, and I think... She hesitated. I think Kesler knows more than he's saying. What makes you say that? The way he talks about the outbreak, the way he talks about everything, like he's reading from a script he's seen before. Tanya's jaw tightened. I've worked with men like him. They don't end up in charge by accident. They position themselves. They plan. Ethan looked back at Rick's grave. The promise he'd made felt heavier now, weighted with implications he hadn't fully considered. I told Rick I'd find out what really happened, he said. before he died. And are you going to? I don't know where to start. Start with the port. Tanya's voice was quiet but certain. That's where this all began. Whatever answers exist, they're there. The 12th day brought a supply crisis. It started with an inventory, routine, the kind of thing Tanya insisted on doing every few days to track their consumption rates. But this time, the numbers didn't add up. We're short, she reported at the morning meeting. Medical supplies mostly, antibiotics, painkillers, surgical equipment. Stuff we had yesterday that's not there today. Theft? Chen's face was hard. Unless the supplies developed legs and walked out on their own. The implication hung in the air. 37 people in the facility, and someone was stealing from the communal stores. In the old world, that would have been a crime. In this world, it might as well be murder. We need to conduct a search, Kesler said. His voice was calm, reasonable, the voice of someone who had been waiting for exactly this moment. Every room, every pack, every hiding spot. Find out who's hoarding and deal with them. Deal with them how? Mara asked sharply. However the situation requires. We're not going to start executing people for stealing medicine. No one said anything about execution. Kesler's smile was thin. But there have to be consequences, rules enforced consistently, otherwise we're just a mob waiting to turn on each other. The debate went back and forth, Chen arguing for investigation before punishment, Kesler pushing for immediate action, others falling on various points between. Ethan listened without speaking, watching the dynamic shift. Something about this felt wrong. Not the theft itself, that was almost predictable given the stress everyone was under. But the timing. The way Kesler had been ready with his response, his arguments, his plan. Like he'd been expecting this, or like he'd arranged it. Ethan caught Tanya's eye across the room. She gave a slight nod, confirming what he was thinking. This wasn't random. This was a play. We should check the security logs, Ethan said, breaking into the argument. The facility has cameras, some of them still working. If someone accessed the supply room last night, there might be footage. Kesler's expression flickered just for a moment, barely noticeable. But Ethan saw it. Annoyance. Concern. The cameras have been unreliable, Kesler said smoothly. Half of them don't work, and the ones that do haven't been monitored consistently. Then we start monitoring them consistently, and we check the footage we have. Ethan met Kesler's gaze. Unless there's a reason not to. The silence stretched. Fine, Kesler said finally. Check the cameras, but don't expect to find anything useful. The footage was worse than useless. It was damning. Ethan found it that evening, reviewing hours of grainy recordings in the facility's small security office. The timestamp read 3:47 a.m., the dead hours of the night when the watches were at their most exhausted. A figure moved through the corridor leading to the supply room, face obscured, movements deliberate. But the figure wasn't alone. A second shape followed, then a third. They entered the supply room together, emerged minutes later with bags that hadn't been there before. And as they passed under one of the few working lights, Ethan caught a glimpse of something that made his blood run cold. Military insignia, National Guard patches. Chen's people, or Kesler's, depending on how you looked at it. He sat in the dark for a long time, watching the footage loop, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. The theft wasn't random. It wasn't a desperate survivor hoarding medicine. It was organized, deliberate, and it involved the very people who were supposed to be protecting the community. The question was, who had given the orders? Ethan found Mara in the medical station, reorganizing what remained of their supplies. I need to talk to you, he said. Privately. Something in his voice made her pause. She glanced around the room, empty for the moment, and nodded. What is it? He told her about the footage, about the military insignia, the organized nature of the theft, the implications. As he spoke, her face grew increasingly pale. "You're sure it was Chen's people?" "I'm sure it was people wearing guard uniforms. Whether they were acting on orders or freelancing, I don't know." "But you suspect Kesler, don't you?" Mara was quiet for a long moment. Her hands had stopped moving, resting on a box of bandages that suddenly seemed pathetically inadequate for what they were facing. "If Kesler is stealing supplies," she said slowly, "then he's building a stockpile, a reserve that only he controls. And if he has that, he has leverage, power, the ability to decide who gets what and when. And we can't prove it. Not without confronting his people directly, which would mean accusing the armed soldiers who are supposed to be protecting us." The trap was elegant, Ethan had to admit. Kesler had positioned himself as the voice of law and order, the one who wanted rules and consequences. Now he was breaking those same rules, and anyone who tried to expose him would look like they were attacking the community's defenders. "What do we do?" Mara asked. "I don't know yet, but we need to be careful. If Kesler finds out we're on to him, he'll move faster. Whatever he's planning, he'll accelerate it." They stood in silence, the weight of the situation pressing down on them. Outside, the rain continued to fall, and somewhere in the facility, 37 people were going about their survival routines, unaware that the greatest threat they faced might be wearing a friendly face. "We need allies," Mara said finally. "People we can trust absolutely, Tanya, Lucas, maybe Chen if she's not part of this. And if she is, then we're on our own." She met his eyes. "But we've been on our own before. We survived. We got lucky. Lucky counts." A ghost of a smile crossed her face. "In this world, lucky might be all that counts." The 13th day brought a visitor. She arrived at dawn, stumbling out of the rain like a ghost. A young woman, maybe mid-20s, her clothes torn and bloodied, her eyes wild with the particular horror of someone who had seen too much. The watch spotted her 100 yards out and nearly shot her before realizing she was human. "Please," she gasped when they brought her inside. "Please, you have to help. They're coming. They're all coming." Her name was June Park. She'd been a ham radio operator before the outbreak, one of a network of enthusiasts who had been trying to maintain communication across the collapsed infrastructure. 3 days ago, her shelter, an apartment building on the south side, had been overrun. "Not by the infected," she said, her voice still shaking despite the blanket wrapped around her shoulders and the hot coffee Mara had pressed into her hands. "By people, armed people. They called themselves the Reclamation." Ethan exchanged glances with Chen, who had been listening with growing concern. "Tell us everything," Chen said. "From the beginning." June's story came out in fragments, a nightmare pieced together from terror and exhaustion. The Reclamation was a group of survivors who had decided that the only way to rebuild civilization was to tear down what remained. They moved through the city like locusts, stripping supplies, conscripting survivors, and eliminating anyone who resisted. "They're organized," June said, "military style. They have vehicles, weapons, a chain of command, and they're growing. Every community they take, they absorb the survivors who cooperate and dispose of the ones who don't." "How many?" Chen asked. "Hundreds, maybe. It's hard to tell. They keep adding people." June's hands were shaking badly enough that coffee sloshed over the rim of her cup. "They know about this place. I heard them talking about it. The water treatment facility, the generators, the supplies, they're coming. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon." The room had gone very quiet. "How did you get away?" Kesler asked. His voice was calm, measured, but Ethan could see the calculation behind his eyes. "I hid. When they attacked my building, I hid in a crawl space for 2 days, listened to them, do things. Then I slipped out during a supply run and ran." I've been running ever since. And you came here, leading them straight to us? I was careful. I took a roundabout route, doubled back, watched for followers. June's chin lifted slightly, a spark of defiance beneath the fear. I'm not stupid. I know what I might be bringing to your door. But I also know that you can't fight them alone. None of us can. The only chance any of us have is if we work together. Pretty words, Kesler said. But you'll forgive me if I'm skeptical of strangers bearing warnings. Alan, Chen's voice was sharp. She's a survivor, same as us. We don't turn people away. We don't blindly trust them either. No one's asking for blind trust, just basic human decency. The tension between them was palpable. Ethan watched it with growing unease, aware that this moment, this argument about one frightened refugee, was about something much larger than June Park. She stays, Chen said finally. Under observation if you insist, but she stays. Kesler's jaw tightened, but he nodded. Fine. Your call, Sergeant. But if this turns out to be a mistake, then it'll be my mistake to answer for. June was assigned a cot in the medical station where Mara could keep an eye on her while she recovered. Ethan found himself drawn to the young woman over the following hours, asking questions, trying to piece together the picture of what was happening beyond their walls. The reclamation, he said during one such conversation. Where did they come from? South Side originally, around the Port District. June's voice was steadier now, the coffee and rest having blunted the worst of her shock. Their leader is a man named Colonel Marcus Webb, ex-military, supposedly. He was already organizing before the outbreak even hit full force, like he knew it was coming. Ethan felt a chill that had nothing to do with the facility's inadequate heating. What do you mean he knew it was coming? Just what I said. Some of the people who joined early, they talked about how Webb had been preparing for weeks. Stockpiling supplies, recruiting followers, setting up safe houses. By the time the infection spread, he was already positioned to take advantage of it. That's not possible. The outbreak was sudden. No one could have predicted. Unless they helped cause it. June met his eyes. I know how it sounds. I know it's conspiracy theory territory. But I've talked to people who were at the port when it started. Scientists, workers, people who saw things they weren't supposed to see. Something was being transported through that facility. Something that wasn't supposed to get out. Rick's voice echoed in Ethan's memory. I wasn't crazy, you know, about the conspiracy. Maybe not all of it, but some of it. What kind of something? I don't know. Nobody who knows is talking, and the ones who are talking are mostly dead. June's hands were shaking again. But Webb knows. He has to. The way his people operate, the things they say about cleansing and rebuilding, it's like they think this is all going according to plan. Their plan. Ethan sat back, his mind racing. The port, the outbreak, Webb's preparation, the reclamation's organized assault on survivor communities, and Kesler, with his two smooth smiles and his stockpiled supplies and his constant positioning for power. How deep did this go? The 14th day brought the first crack in Chen's command. It happened at the morning meeting during what should have been a routine discussion of patrol schedules. One of Chen's soldiers, a young man named Davis, no relation to the dead collective leader, raised a concern about ammunition. We're running low, he said. Lower than we should be given our engagement rate. Someone's either losing rounds or taking them. The implication was clear, and it landed in the room like a grenade. We've been over this, Chen said carefully. The supply discrepancies are being investigated. With respect, Sergeant, we've been investigating for 3 days and nothing's changed. Supplies keep disappearing and nobody knows who's responsible. Davis's eyes swept the room, lingering on faces. Or maybe some people know and aren't saying. Watch your tone, soldier. I'm just saying what everyone's thinking. Davis stood straighter, his voice rising. We lost 4 people defending this place. Good people. And now we're finding out that someone's been stealing from us the whole time. That's not right. That's not what we signed up for. What are you proposing? Kesler asked. His voice was mild, almost sympathetic, but Ethan could see the satisfaction lurking beneath the surface. I'm proposing we do what you suggested from the beginning, sir. Full search. Everyone. No exceptions. Find the thieves and deal with them. The murmur that ran through the room was divided, some nodding, others shaking their heads, still others watching with the wary eyes of people who suspected they were being manipulated but couldn't prove it. A full search would mean violating people's privacy, Mara said, treating everyone like suspects. That's not how we build trust. Trust? Davis laughed bitterly. Trust is what got Torres killed. Trust is what's letting someone steal medicine while the rest of us ration. I'm done with trust. Then what are you advocating for? Martial law? I'm advocating for survival, whatever that takes. The words hung in the air, familiar and chilling. Ethan had heard them before in different forms from different mouths, the language of desperation, of fear translated into action. The justification for every atrocity ever committed in the name of necessity. Chen stood slowly, her face hard. This is still my command, she said. And I decide how we handle internal matters. We will continue the investigation. We will find the truth. And we will do it without tearing ourselves apart. And if the investigation fails, Kesler asked mildly, then we'll reassess. But not before. The meeting ended in uneasy silence. But as people dispersed, Ethan noticed something that made his stomach clench. Davis falling into step beside Kesler. The 2 men speaking in low voices, their body language suggesting alignment rather than conflict. The fracture was beginning. That night, Ethan called a meeting of his own. They gathered in the medical station, Mara, Tanya, Lucas, and June, who had insisted on being included despite her status as a newcomer. The room was small and crowded, lit by a single lamp that cast dancing shadows on the walls. We need to talk about Kesler, Ethan said without preamble. Finally. Tanya's voice was dry. I was starting to think I was the only one who noticed. You're not. But we need to be careful. If he finds out we're organizing against him. He already knows, Lucas said quietly. He watches everyone. The way he looks at people, the questions he asks. He knows who's loyal to him and who isn't. And which are we? We're on his list of potential problems, all of us. The boy's face was calm, matter of fact. That's why he's been working on Chen's people. Turning them against her, against the idea of shared leadership. He's isolating us. June looked around the group with troubled eyes. How do you know all this? Because I've been watching him too. Lucas shrugged. It's what I do. Watch. Listen. Figure out what people are really thinking. The kid's right, Tanya said. Kesler's been laying groundwork since day 1. The theft, the supply crisis. I'd bet my life he engineered both of them. Create a problem, position yourself as the solution. It's Management 101. So what do we do? Mara asked. We can't just accuse him without proof, and even with proof, his people have the guns. We find allies, Ethan said. People inside Chen's group who haven't been turned yet. People who see what Kesler is doing and don't like it. Marcus, June suggested. I've talked to him a few times. He seems uncomfortable with how things are going. Diane, too, Tanya added. She's been around long enough to recognize a power grab when she sees one. And Chen herself? Mara asked. Ethan hesitated. I'm not sure. She's been distracted lately, worn down. Kesler's been very careful not to challenge her directly. He's letting her keep the appearance of command while undermining her authority. I don't know if she realizes what's happening. Then we need to show her. Lucas's voice was firm. Before it's too late. They spent the next hour planning who to approach, how to approach them, what to say, and what to hold back. It felt strange, conspiring against someone who was supposed to be on their side. But then Kesler had never really been on their side. He'd been on his own side from the beginning. The question was whether they could stop him before he completed his takeover. The 15th day brought the discovery. It came from June, who had spent the past 24 hours doing what she did best, listening. The facility had a ham radio set up in one of the back rooms, ancient equipment that had been gathering dust since the outbreak. June had gotten it working. "I've been scanning frequencies," she reported at an impromptu meeting with Ethan's group. "Most of them are dead, but I've picked up some broadcasts. Emergency channels, mostly government stuff." "Government?" Ethan leaned forward. "What kind of government stuff?" "Military chatter, coded communications. Most of it I can't decipher. But there's one frequency that keeps repeating the same message over and over, like a beacon." She led them to the radio room, a cramped space filled with outdated electronics and the smell of dust. The ham radio crackled as she tuned it, static giving way to fragments of sound. "Containment Protocol Alpha. Repeat. All personnel report to Rally Point 7. Biological assets compromised. Quarantine breach Milwaukee sector." The words were distorted, broken by interference, but their meaning was clear enough. "Biological assets," Tanya repeated slowly. "That's what they're calling it. The infection." "They knew," Ethan said. His voice sounded strange in his own ears. "They knew what it was. They were trying to contain it. And they failed." June adjusted the dial and the message looped again. "This broadcast has been running for at least a week, maybe longer. Automated system probably triggered when the containment failed. But if they knew, if they had protocols in place," Mara's face was pale, "that means this wasn't an accident. It was something they created, something they were trying to control." The room fell silent except for the crackle of the radio and the distant hum of the generators. They stood there, 5 survivors in a dusty room, confronting a truth that changed everything. The outbreak wasn't natural. It wasn't a random mutation or an act of God. It was a man-made catastrophe, a contained experiment that had broken free. Rick had been right all along. The implications of the discovery rippled through the following hours. Ethan wanted to tell everyone, to share what they'd learned, to expose the lie that the authorities had been peddling from the beginning. But Tanya cautioned restraint. "Think about it," she said. "If people find out the government caused this, there are 2 possible reactions. Either they give up completely. If the people in charge did this to us, what's the point of trying? Or they get angry, and that anger needs a target. The target should be the people responsible. The people responsible are probably dead or in bunkers somewhere. The target will be whoever's closest. The military. Chen's people." Tanya's eyes were hard. "Kesler's people. You think Kesler knows?" "I think Kesler knows something. Whether it's this specifically or something else, I can't say. But he's been too prepared, too positioned, too confident. He's operating from information the rest of us don't have. Then we confront him. And say what? We found a radio broadcast that suggests the government caused the outbreak, and we think you're part of a conspiracy? He'll deny everything, and we'll look like paranoid lunatics." She was right. Ethan knew she was right. But the knowledge burned inside him, demanding release. "We need proof," he said finally. "Something concrete. Something that links Kesler to whatever happened at the port." "The port," June said slowly. "That's where it all started. If there's evidence, that's where we'll find it. The port is miles away through infected territory. Then we go carefully, quietly. A small team, just enough to get in and out. Ethan looked at the others. Mara, Tanya, Lucas, June. 5 people, united by suspicion and the desperate need for truth. "This is dangerous," he said. "More dangerous than anything we've done before." "Everything's dangerous now," Lucas replied, "and then, at least this is dangerous for a reason." There was nothing to say to that. Ethan nodded slowly. "We plan, we prepare, and we move as soon as we can do it without Kesler noticing." The 16th day brought escalation. It started with a confrontation. Chen and Kesler, their voices raised in the facility's main corridor, audible to anyone within 50 feet. Ethan arrived in time to catch the tail end. "Undermining my authority," Chen was saying. "Every decision I make, you second-guess. Every order I give, you countermand through back channels." "I'm offering alternative perspectives," Kesler replied smoothly. "Isn't that what leadership is about? Considering all options? Leadership is about unity, about pulling together. What you're doing is tearing us apart. What I'm doing is keeping us alive. If that means questioning your judgment from time to time, so be it." "My judgment?" Chen stepped closer, her face tight with fury. "I've been a soldier for 15 years. I've led people through combat situations you can't imagine. Don't you dare question my judgment. Your combat experience is irrelevant here, Sergeant. This isn't a military operation, this is survival. And survival requires different skills. Skills like manipulation, like undermining trust, like turning my own people against me." Kesler's smile didn't waver. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "The hell you don't." Chen's hand moved to her sidearm and the corridor went very still. "I know what you've been doing, Kesler. The secret meetings, the private conversations, the favors and promises. You think I'm blind? I think you're paranoid. And I think you're cracking under the pressure." Kesler spread his hands, palms up, the picture of innocence. "This job is hard, Sergeant. Maybe too hard. No one would blame you for stepping back, letting someone else take the reins." "Someone like you?" "If the community decides that's what they want, yes." The silence stretched. Ethan could see the decision playing across Chen's face, the temptation to draw, to end this power struggle with violence. But she was a soldier, trained to operate within rules, and even now, even here, those rules held her back. "This isn't over," she said finally. "No," Kesler agreed, "it isn't." Chen turned and walked away, her back rigid, her hands clenched at her sides. Kesler watched her go with that thin smile still in place. Then his eyes found Ethan. "Enjoying the show, Mr. Caldwell?" "Just passing through." "Of course you were." Kesler's smile widened. "A word of advice? Choose your side carefully. The middle ground is getting very narrow." He walked away, leaving Ethan alone in the corridor with a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. That evening, Ethan approached Chen directly. He found her in the security office, staring at the same footage he had reviewed days earlier. Her face was drawn, her eyes shadowed with exhaustion and something else. Doubt, maybe, or the beginning of despair. "Sergeant, can we talk?" She didn't turn. "I know what you're going to say, Caldwell, and I don't want to hear it. You don't know what I'm going to say. You're going to tell me Kesler is dangerous, that he's manipulating people, building a power base, planning a takeover. You're going to suggest that I need to act before it's too late." Ethan paused. "That's fairly accurate, actually." "I know it's accurate. I've known for days." Chen finally turned, and the weariness in her face was painful to see. "I've been doing this job for 15 years. I know what a mutiny looks like. I know how men like Kesler operate. Then why haven't you done anything?" Because I don't have proof. Because moving against him without cause would make me look like the dictator, not him. Because half my people already trust him more than they trust me." She laughed bitterly. "He's good, I'll give him that. He picked his moment perfectly. We're scared, we're grieving, we're desperate. The perfect conditions for someone to step in and promise security in exchange for obedience." "So what do we do?" "We?" Chen shook her head. "There is no we, Caldwell. Not anymore. Kesler's already won, he just doesn't know it yet." "That's not true." "Isn't it? Look around. Count the people who still take orders from me versus the people who've started deferring to him. The scales have tipped. Maybe they tipped a while ago and I just didn't want to see it." Ethan felt the frustration building in his chest. "So you're giving up? Just like that?" "I'm being realistic. There's a difference." "No, there isn't." He stepped closer, forcing her to meet his eyes. "I've watched people give up. I've watched them justify surrender as pragmatism, inaction as wisdom. It's all the same thing in the end. Fear wins. And what do you propose? A coup? An assassination? I propose we fight, not with guns, with truth." He took a breath. "We found something. Evidence that the outbreak was caused deliberately. A government experiment that went wrong. If we can prove that Kesler has connections to whatever happened at the port, we can expose him." Chen stared at him. "You found what?" "A radio broadcast. Military communications about containment protocols and biological assets. It's not complete proof, but it's a start." "And you think Kesler is involved?" "I think he knows more than he's saying. I think he was prepared for this in ways that don't make sense unless he had advance warning." Chen was quiet for a long moment. Her eyes searched his face, looking for something. Sincerity, maybe, or signs of delusion. Whatever she found seemed to satisfy her. "Show me," she said. The 17th day began with a plan. They gathered in the radio room, Ethan's group plus Chen and two of her most trusted soldiers, Marcus and Diane. The space was cramped, the air thick with tension, but for the first time in days, there was something that felt almost like hope. June played the broadcast again, letting the distorted words fill the silence. "Containment Protocol Alpha. Biological assets compromised. Quarantine breach Milwaukee sector, Jocke." "It's real," Chen said when it finished. "I've heard military communications before. This isn't a hoax." "So the government caused this," Marcus said slowly. "They were experimenting with something and it got out. That's what it looks like." "Jesus." Diane ran a hand through her hair. "I always thought it was just nature. A mutation like the flu, something random. Nothing about this was random." Ethan looked around the room. "But what matters now is what we do with this information. We need more evidence. We need to go to the port." "The port is suicide," Marcus said. "That's ground zero. The infection started there. It'll be crawling with them. Maybe. Or maybe the initial horde has moved on looking for prey. Either way, it's the only place where we might find answers." "And what about Kesler?" Chen asked. "He's not going to let you just walk out of here." "We don't tell him. Small team, quiet departure. Back before anyone notices we're gone. If you're wrong, if the port is overrun or you can't find anything, you'll have risked everything for nothing. Then we'll have risked everything for nothing." Ethan met her eyes. "But if we're right, if there's evidence there that connects Kesler to whatever happened, we can end this power struggle before it tears us apart." Chen was silent. The others waited, watching her face for signs of decision. "Okay," she said finally. "We do it, but not alone. I'm coming with you. Sergeant, Kesler expects me to stay here to keep playing by his rules. If I disappear for a few days, it'll throw him off balance, make him wonder what I'm planning." A ghost of a smile crossed her face. Besides, I'm tired of being reactive. Time to go on offense. Ethan looked at the others. Then we leave tonight, after dark, when the patrols are at their lightest. Small group. Me, Chen, Tanya, June. The rest stay here, keep up appearances, watch Kesler. What about me? Lucas asked. You stay. You're our eyes inside. If anything changes, if Kesler makes a move, you get word to Mara. The boy looked unhappy but nodded. Okay. And Mara? Tanya asked. Mara runs the medical station. If something goes wrong, the survivors will need her here, not with us. She's not going to like that. She doesn't have to like it. She just has to understand. The conversation with Mara was worse than Ethan expected. You're leaving, she said flatly. Now. When Kesler is tightening his grip, when the community is fracturing, when everything could fall apart at any moment. I'm trying to prevent it from falling apart. By running off on some wild goose chase to the port? By leaving me and Lucas to deal with whatever Kesler does next? By finding proof, evidence that can actually change things. And if you don't find it? If you get killed out there? Mara's voice cracked slightly. We just lost Rick. We lost Harold and Ruth and 4 of Chen's soldiers. How many more people are we supposed to bury? Mara, don't. She held up a hand. Don't tell me it's necessary. Don't tell me it's the right thing to do. I'm tired of the right thing getting people killed. Ethan didn't know what to say. He stood there watching his sister struggle with emotions she usually kept locked away, and felt the weight of everything pressing down on him. I have to do this, he said finally. Rick asked me to find out the truth before he died, I promised. Rick was paranoid. He believed things that didn't make sense. And he was right about some of them. We found proof, Mara. The outbreak was deliberate. Someone did this to us, to the whole world, and if Kesler is connected to that... If. It's all if. Mara shook her head. You're chasing shadows, Ethan, theories and speculations, and maybe this and maybe that. Meanwhile, real threats are happening right here, right now. That's why you're staying. You and Lucas. To watch. To protect. To be ready if things go wrong. To be the ones left behind, you mean. The ones who have to keep going if you don't come back. The silence stretched between them. I'm sorry, Ethan said. I know this isn't fair. I know you're carrying too much already, but I have to try, I have to know. Mara's eyes glistened, but she blinked the moisture away. You always were the stubborn one. I thought that was you. Maybe it runs in the family. She stepped forward, pulled him into a hug that was fierce and desperate and too short. Come back. Whatever you find, whatever happens, come back. I will. Promise me. He thought about all the promises he'd made, all the ones he'd kept, and the ones he'd failed. I promise. They left that night, 4 shadows slipping through the facility's perimeter while the guards were changing shifts. The journey to the port would take most of the night if they moved carefully, longer if they had to detour around infected areas. Chen led the way, her military training evident in every movement. The way she checked corners, the way she communicated silently, the way she kept the group tight without being clustered. The rain had stopped, but the clouds hung low and heavy, turning the night into a darkness so complete it felt solid. They navigated by memory and by the occasional glimpse of landmarks, the skeleton of a collapsed building, the hulk of an overturned truck, the distant glow of fires that still burned somewhere in the city. The infected were out there. They could hear them, that terrible chorus of repeated phrases carried on the wind from multiple directions. But the darkness that made travel treacherous also provided cover. The dead hunted by sound more than sight, and Chen's group moved like ghosts. They reached the industrial district by midnight, the massive shapes of warehouses and factories rising around them like tombstones. This close to the port, the signs of the outbreak were everywhere. Shattered windows, burned-out vehicles, bodies in various stages of decay scattered across the streets. "Stay alert," Chen murmured. "We're getting close." The port of Milwaukee was smaller than its counterparts on the coasts, but it was still massive. Acres of docks and cranes and storage facilities, all fed by the waters of Lake Michigan. In the darkness, it looked like the ruins of some ancient civilization, its purpose forgotten, its builders long dead. The main administration building was their target, a 3-story structure at the heart of the complex where the port's operations had been coordinated. If there were records, documents, evidence of what had been transported through here, that's where they'd be. They approached from the east, using the shipping containers as cover. The smell hit them first. Decay, concentrated and overwhelming, the kind of smell that came from hundreds of bodies left to rot. "Ground Zero," Tanya whispered. "This is where it started. And where it ended for a lot of people." Chen's voice was grim. "Stay focused." The administration building was intact but dark, its doors hanging open like mouths frozen in surprise. They entered single file, weapons ready, flashlights on but hooded to minimize their signature. Inside, the signs of hasty evacuation were everywhere. Papers scattered across floors, overturned chairs, computer monitors still glowing with screensaver loops that no one had been alive to watch. The power was still running, generators probably feeding the facility's essential systems. "Split up," Chen said. "Caldwell, you're with me. We'll check the upper floors. Tanya, June, search the ground level. Look for anything that mentions shipments, containment, anything unusual. And if we find infected, avoid if possible. Eliminate quietly if not." They separated, Ethan following Chen up the central staircase to the second floor. The building creaked around them, the sounds of settling structure mixing with the distant hum of generators. Every shadow seemed to hold threat. Every corner promised danger. The second floor was administrative offices, small, identical rooms filled with desks and computers and the detritus of interrupted work. Chen swept the corridor while Ethan began checking the rooms, looking for anything that stood out. In the third office, he found it. A file cabinet, its drawers hanging open, most of its contents scattered across the floor. But one drawer remained closed, locked with a padlock that someone had taken the time to secure even as the world was ending. "Chen," he called softly. "Over here." The lock came apart under the blade of Chen's knife. Cheap metal, more symbol than security. Inside, the drawer held a single folder thick with papers and photographs. "Project Lazarus," the cover read. "Classification, top secret." Ethan's hands were trembling as he opened it. The documents told a story, fragments and pieces, but enough to form a picture. Project Lazarus was a Defense Department initiative launched 3 years before the outbreak. Its stated goal was neural regeneration research, developing compounds that could reverse brain damage from strokes, traumatic injuries, neurodegenerative diseases. The science was cutting edge, funded by billions of dollars and conducted at a network of classified facilities across the country. But somewhere along the way, the project had taken a darker turn. The later documents spoke of aggressive neural mapping and motor function restoration in deceased tissue. Clinical trials with results that were promising but unpredictable. Subjects who exhibited violent behavioral changes and repetitive vocalization patterns. "They were reanimating the dead," Chen said, her voice flat. "They were actually trying to bring people back from the dead. Not bring back just the bodies, just the motor functions." Ethan scanned the pages, feeling sick. They didn't care about consciousness, about personality. They just wanted soldiers who couldn't die. Soldiers? Look at the funding source. DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. This was a weapons program. The final documents were the most damning. A transport manifest showing shipments routed through the port of Milwaukee, containers marked as medical equipment, but carrying samples from Project Lazarus facilities. A memo warning of containment concerns and aggressive mutation of viral vectors. And finally, dated the week before the outbreak, a communication from facility director to project oversight. Recommend immediate termination of transport operations. Compound showing signs of airborne adaptation. Quarantine protocols insufficient. Civilian population at extreme risk. The memo was marked received but bore no response. They knew, Ethan said, they knew it was going to get out and they didn't do anything. Maybe they couldn't. Maybe by the time this warning came through, it was already too late. Or maybe they decided the risk was acceptable. Ethan's voice was bitter. A few million civilians weighed against the potential of an undead army. I'm sure the math worked out. Chen was quiet for a moment. Then, does it say anything about Kesler? Ethan flipped through the remaining pages. Personnel lists, chain of command, security clearances, and there on the third page, Kesler, Allen J. CPT, USNG, Security Liaison Port Facility. He was assigned here, Ethan said slowly. Security liaison, he would have seen the shipments, would have known what was being transported. But that doesn't prove he was complicit. He could have been following orders without understanding what was really happening. Or he could have known everything. Could have been preparing for this from the beginning, positioning himself to take advantage of the chaos. The question hung between them. Then from somewhere below they heard a scream. They found Tanya and June on the ground floor, backed into a corner of the main lobby. The infected had come out of nowhere, a dozen of them at least, emerging from a side corridor that hadn't been cleared. They shuffled and lurched, their voices overlapping into that terrible chorus. Container 17 ready for transport, Container 17. Sign here, please, sign here, please, sign. Warning breach in Sector 4, warning breach in... Port workers, administrators, people who had been here when it started, who had been among the first to fall. Chen opened fire. The sound was deafening in the enclosed space, controlled bursts that took down the lead infected, bought time for Tanya and June to move. Ethan charged forward with his pipe, catching one of the stragglers in the skull, feeling the sickening crunch of bone and brain. "Fall back," Chen shouted. "Back to the entrance." They ran, 4 survivors cutting through the chaos, the infected surging after them with that relentless, tireless hunger. Through the lobby, past the scattered debris, toward the doors that hung open like a promise of escape. They made it outside into the night air, the smell of decay giving way to the cleaner smell of lake water and rain. Behind them, the infected poured out of the building, their voices rising. Container 17, Container 17. Sign here, please, sign here. This way. Chen led them through the maze of shipping containers, turning corners seemingly at random, but always moving toward the perimeter, toward the route they'd taken in. And then, impossibly, they were clear. The infected fell behind, their attention span limited, their pursuit giving way to aimless wandering as the survivors passed out of their immediate awareness. They crouched behind a massive crane, catching their breath, hearts pounding. "Is everyone okay?" Tanya asked between gasps. "Fine." Shaken but fine. June was trembling but unhurt. "I didn't find anything. The ground floor was picked clean." "We found enough," Ethan said. He held up the folder, its contents slightly crumpled from the run but intact. "Proof. Everything we need. Then let's get out of here, before more of them come." They moved, 4 shadows in the darkness carrying secrets that could change everything. The return journey was harder than the outbound trip. They were exhausted, their adrenaline spent, their nerves frayed by the close call at the port. Every sound seemed louder, every shadow deeper, every distant voice more threatening. And there were more of them out here. The infected wandered the industrial district in clusters drawn by something. Maybe the commotion at the port, maybe just the random currents that governed their movement. Chen led them through a winding route, avoiding one group after another, the progress agonizingly slow. Dawn was breaking by the time they reached the outskirts of the water treatment facility. The sky was gray, the clouds low, and the first drops of rain were beginning to fall. "We made it," Tanya breathed. "Almost." Chen's voice was tense. "Something's wrong." Ethan looked toward the facility. At first, he couldn't see what Chen meant. The building looked normal. Same industrial bulk, same smoking chimneys, same general air of desperate habitation. Then he saw the bodies, 3 of them lying near the main entrance. From this distance, he couldn't identify them, couldn't tell if they were infected or survivors. But the positions were wrong, arranged almost like they'd been placed there deliberately. "It's a trap," June whispered. "Maybe. Or maybe something happened while we were gone." Chen checked her weapon. Only one way to find out. They approached cautiously, using cover, watching for movement. As they got closer, the bodies became clearer. 3 of Chen's soldiers, all wearing guard uniforms, all very dead. Shot, not bitten. "Kesler," Chen said. The word was flat, empty of emotion. "We don't know that." "Yes, we do." She turned to face the facility, and Ethan could see the change in her eyes, the final crossing of a line that couldn't be uncrossed. "He made his move while we were gone, took control. Then Mara, Lucas, could be dead, could be prisoners, could be fine, playing along to stay alive." Chen's jaw tightened. "Either way, we can't go in through the front door." "The tunnels," Tanya suggested. "The ones we cleared. There's still access from the overflow drains." "If Kesler knows about them." "He doesn't. We kept the maps to ourselves, remember? That was one thing we got right." Chen considered for a moment, then nodded. "Tunnels it is. But we go in quiet and we assess before we act. If there's a chance this is a misunderstanding." "It's not a misunderstanding," Ethan said. 3 dead soldiers at the entrance? That's a message. Kesler's telling us what happens to anyone who opposes him. Then we make sure he learns a different lesson." Chen's smile was thin and cold. "Let's move." The tunnel entrance was where Tanya remembered, a drainage outlet about 200 yards from the main facility, concealed by overgrown weeds and debris. The grate had been removed months ago, leaving a dark opening that led into the labyrinth beneath the water treatment plant. They entered single file, flashlights on, weapons ready. The tunnels were as Ethan remembered them, narrow, damp, filled with the smell of standing water and old concrete. They'd cleared the infected from this section, but that didn't mean it was safe. Nothing was safe anymore. The journey through the tunnels took nearly an hour, the group moving carefully, checking every junction, listening for sounds from above. Occasionally they heard voices, living voices, the sound of activity in the facility above them. But they kept moving, following the route toward the medical station. That was where Mara would be if she was still alive. The access point was a maintenance hatch in a storage room adjacent to the medical station. Ethan climbed the ladder first, pressing his ear against the hatch, listening. Silence. He pushed the hatch open slowly, wincing at the creak of hinges. The storage room was dark, filled with the familiar shapes of boxes and shelving. No sign of movement. He climbed out, helped the others up, and crept toward the door that connected to the medical station. A voice stopped him cold. "I was wondering when you'd come back." Kesler. The door opened and light flooded in, blinding after the darkness of the tunnels. Ethan threw up a hand, squinting against the glare. Kesler stood in the doorway, flanked by 2 soldiers with rifles raised. Behind him, Ethan could see the medical station. Mara seated in a chair, her face pale but composed. Lucas standing beside her with that same blank expression he always wore. "Drop your weapons," Kesler said. "All of you." "Where are your people?" Chen demanded. "The ones who were loyal to me? Some of them have seen reason. The others—" Kesler's smile was thin. "The others are resting. You murdered them. I secured the community. There's a difference." "There's no difference. You're a traitor and a killer. I'm a survivor, and survivors do what's necessary." Kesler's eyes swept across the group, landing on the folder in Ethan's hands. "What's that?" "Proof." Ethan's voice was steadier than he felt. "Of what happened at the port. Of what you knew. Of what you're really part of." A flicker of something crossed Kesler's face. Surprise, maybe, or concern. But it was gone as quickly as it appeared. "Whatever you think you found, it doesn't change anything. This community needs leadership. Real leadership, not the chaos of committees and consensus. I'm providing that. By killing anyone who disagrees? By removing threats to stability." Kesler stepped forward. "Now, drop your weapons, hand over that folder, and we can discuss this like civilized people. Or don't, and my men will shoot you where you stand. Your choice." The moment stretched. Ethan looked at the soldiers, their faces hard, their rifles steady. He looked at Mara and Lucas, prisoners or collaborators, impossible to tell. He looked at Chen, whose eyes were calculating odds, measuring distances, planning moves that might save some of them but couldn't save all. And he thought about the promise he'd made to Rick. The promise to find the truth. He'd found it. But truth, he was learning, was worthless if you couldn't make anyone listen. "Okay," he said. He lowered his weapon, set the folder on the ground. "Okay, we're cooperating." The soldiers moved forward to secure them, and that's when Lucas moved. The boy was fast, faster than anyone expected. One moment he was standing beside Mara's chair, the next he was diving for the nearest soldier, the kitchen knife appearing in his hand like magic. The soldier went down with a scream, clutching his leg. The second soldier spun, rifle coming up, but Chen was already moving, a blur of motion that ended with the rifle torn from his hands and turned against him. "Don't!" Kesler shouted. He had pulled his own sidearm, the barrel pressed against Mara's head. "Don't move or I'll—" Mara's elbow caught him in the solar plexus. It wasn't a sophisticated move, wasn't the kind of thing you learned in self-defense classes. It was the desperate, instinctive strike of someone who had been waiting for exactly this moment. Kesler doubled over, gasping. The gun went off, the shot going wide, punching a hole in the ceiling. And then Ethan was on him, the pipe swinging, not caring about accuracy or technique, just hitting until Kesler stopped moving. The silence that followed was deafening. "Is he dead?" Tanya asked. Ethan looked at the body on the floor, the blood spreading across the concrete, the eyes open, staring at nothing. "Yes." "Good." Mara was trembling, her breath coming in short gasps. Lucas stood over the wounded soldier, the knife still in his hand, his face as blank as ever. "We need to move," Chen said. Her voice was calm, controlled, but Ethan could see the adrenaline in her eyes. "Kesler's people will have heard the shot. We have maybe a minute before they come." "And go where?" "Anywhere but here. The tunnels, the rail yards, anywhere we can regroup and figure out next steps." They gathered what they could, weapons, the folder, the few supplies within reach, and ran. The 18th day began in chaos. They emerged from the tunnels a mile from the facility in a section of the industrial district they hadn't explored before. The rain was falling harder now, a steady downpour that turned the ground to mud and limited visibility to a few dozen yards. "We can't keep running," Tanya said. "Not without supplies, not without a plan." "We're not running," Chen replied. "We're repositioning." "That's the same thing with prettier words." "It's not. Running means giving up. Repositioning means buying time to figure out how to win. Win? Mara's laugh was bitter. Kesler is dead. Half of Chen's soldiers are dead or turned traitor. We're 6 people with no shelter, no food, and no idea what comes next. How exactly do we win from here? The question hung in the air. Ethan found himself looking at the folder in his hands, the proof he'd risked everything to find. It felt heavier now, weighted with all the ways it hadn't mattered. We show people the truth, he said slowly. What people? The ones back at the facility who just watched Kesler take over? All of them. Everyone who's surviving out there. The radio. June, you got one broadcast working. Could you broadcast something of our own? June considered. Maybe, if we could find equipment. The ham setup at the facility is gone, but there are other systems in the city. Radio stations, government facilities, emergency centers. And we broadcast what? Hey everyone, the government caused the zombie apocalypse. They'll think we're crazy. We broadcast the documents, the recordings, everything we found. Ethan looked at Chen. You said you recognized the military communications. Could you authenticate them? Explain what they mean. Chen nodded slowly. I could, but that doesn't mean anyone would believe us. Some would. That's all we need. Some people who hear the truth and decide they want to do something about it. Do something like what? Like organize, like fight back, like refuse to let people like Kesler, like the reclamation, like whoever comes next, take control through fear and force. Ethan felt the words coming, the conviction building in his chest. This whole time we've been reacting, running from threats, hiding from dangers, hoping to survive long enough for someone else to fix things. But no one else is coming. The government that caused this is gone or hiding. The military that was supposed to protect us has collapsed or been corrupted. If anyone's going to fix this, it has to be us. Regular people, survivors, the ones who are still fighting to be human. The silence that followed was different from the ones before. Less defeated, more thoughtful. It's a hell of a gamble, Tanya said finally. Broadcasting the truth, trying to rally survivors, going up against forces that are bigger and better armed than us. We could die. Probably will die. We could die tomorrow doing nothing. At least this way we die for something. Rick would have approved, Lucas said quietly. Ethan looked at the boy. Yeah, he would have. More silence. Then Chen nodded. Okay, we try it your way, but we need a base of operations first. Somewhere we can work from, broadcast from, defend if necessary. The Hoan Bridge, Mara suggested. The service catwalks, the maintenance areas. It's high ground, defensible, and it has line of sight to most of the city. If we're going to broadcast, that's the place to do it from. Ethan felt a cold knot form in his stomach. The Hoan Bridge, the structure that reminded him every day of his greatest failure. It's perfect, Chen said. Central, visible, symbolic. The bridge that held when everything else fell. The bridge that held. Not like the Menomonee Valley Bridge. Not like the one Ethan had signed off on, the one that had killed 7 people because he'd missed a crack. Then that's where we go, he said. His voice was steady. It had to be. The Hoan Bridge. Our last stand, or our new beginning. The journey to the Hoan Bridge took most of the day. They moved through the city in stages, resting when they could, avoiding infected when possible and eliminating them when necessary. The rain continued to fall, a constant companion that soaked through their clothes and turned every step into a struggle. Ethan found himself watching the others as they moved. Chen, the soldier, her military bearing intact despite everything. Tanya, the logistics expert, already calculating supplies and routes and contingencies. June, the radio operator, clutching her equipment like a lifeline. Mara, the healer, her hands steady even when her eyes betrayed her fear. Lucas, the watcher, seeing everything and revealing nothing. 6 people. Against the world. The bridge came into view in the late afternoon, its distinctive blue cables rising against the gray sky like the rigging of some massive ship. From this distance, it looked intact, a monument to engineering that had survived the end of civilization. Up close, the damage was more apparent. Cracks in the concrete, rust on the cables. Signs of the chaos that had overtaken the city in the outbreak's first hours. But it was still standing. The service entrance is on the east side, Mara said. She'd studied the bridge's layout years ago, back when she'd been dating an engineer who worked on its maintenance. There's a stairway that leads up to the maintenance catwalks. They found it without difficulty, a heavy steel door locked but not secured against the kind of forced entry they'd become experts in. The stairway beyond was dark, dusty, clearly unused since the outbreak. No infected, no bodies, just abandoned infrastructure waiting. They climbed. The maintenance catwalks ran beneath the bridge's roadway, a network of metal walkways and platforms that provided access to the structure's critical systems. From up here, you could see the entire harbor spread out below, the dark water of Lake Michigan, the ruins of the port, the city stretching toward the horizon. And you could see the infected. Thousands of them wandering the streets below, their voices rising in that terrible chorus that never stopped. "It's beautiful," June said softly, "in a horrible way." "It's strategic," Chen corrected. "Defensible approaches, clear sight lines, multiple escape routes. If we can get the radio equipment up here, we can broadcast to the entire city. And if the infected figure out where we are, we'll deal with that when it happens." They set up camp in one of the larger platform areas, using tarps and debris to create shelter from the rain. It wasn't much, nothing like the facility they'd lost, but it was theirs. A base, a beginning. That night, as the others slept, Ethan stood at the edge of the platform, looking out at the ruined city. He thought about Harold, who had died teaching him to trust his instincts. About Ruth, who had died in a moment of bad luck. About Rick, who had died believing in something. About all the people they'd lost, and all the people they might still lose. And he thought about the bridge beneath his feet, the structure that held when others had failed. "We're going to do this," he said to the darkness. "We're going to tell the truth. We're going to fight back. And maybe we'll die trying, but at least we'll have tried." The wind carried his words away, mixing them with the distant chorus of the dead. And somewhere in that chorus, almost lost in the noise, a voice repeated the same phrase over and over. "We have to try, we have to try, we have to try." Rick's voice, still echoing, still believing. Ethan closed his eyes and listened. The 19th day brought the first broadcast. June had worked through the night salvaging components from emergency equipment they'd found in the bridge's maintenance areas, combining them with the ham gear she'd brought from the facility. The result was crude but functional. A transmitter powerful enough to reach most of the city, maybe farther if the atmospheric conditions cooperated. "It's not going to be pretty," she warned. "Static, distortion, probably drops in and out, but it should work." "Should is good enough," Ethan said. "What do we need to do?" "Someone needs to talk, read the documents, explain what they mean, make people understand." June looked at him. "I figured that would be you." "Me?" "You're the one who found the evidence. You're the one who knows what it means, and you're—" She hesitated. "You're the one who sounds like he believes it." That matters. People can tell when someone's just reading words versus when they actually care. Ethan looked at the microphone in June's hands. Such a small thing. Such a big responsibility. "Okay," he said. "Let's do this." They set up in the early morning when the static was lowest and the chances of reaching other survivors were highest. Chen and Tanya kept watch at the platform's edges, rifles ready. Mara and Lucas sat nearby, listening. Ethan took the microphone. "This is Ethan Caldwell," he began. "I'm broadcasting from somewhere in Milwaukee. If you can hear this, if you're out there surviving, please listen. What I'm about to tell you is the truth about what happened to our world." He spoke for nearly an hour, reading from the documents, explaining the science, describing what he'd seen at the port. The truth, all of it, as clearly as he could express it. The outbreak wasn't natural. It was a government experiment gone wrong. A weapons program called Project Lazarus that was trying to create soldiers who couldn't die. They transported samples through the port of Milwaukee, ignored warnings about containment, and let something loose that destroyed everything. And there were people who knew, people who prepared, people who are trying to use this disaster to grab power, to control whoever's left. Don't let them. Don't let fear make you surrender your humanity. Don't let desperation turn you into the monsters they want you to be. We can survive this, but only if we work together. Only if we refuse to let the worst among us decide our future. If you're out there, if you're still fighting, know that you're not alone. We're organizing, we're resisting, and we're broadcasting again tomorrow and the day after and every day until the truth spreads too far to suppress. My name is Ethan Caldwell, and this is the beginning of something new. The broadcast ended. June killed the transmission, and for a long moment there was only silence. "Do you think anyone heard?" Lucas asked. "I don't know," Ethan admitted. "But we'll find out." They found out sooner than expected. That afternoon, a light appeared on the mainland, a signal mirror flashing in a pattern that Chen recognized as military code. "Someone's responding," she said, confirming receipt, asking for coordinates. "Could be a trap. It could be survivors who want to join us." Chen studied the flashes. "They're identifying themselves as National Guard 2nd Battalion. That's my old unit. The ones who stayed behind when Kesler took over? Or the ones who got away?" She looked at Ethan. "What do you want to do?" The question was heavier than it seemed. Trust meant risk, but isolation meant death. Slow, certain, alone. "Signal back," Ethan said. "Tell them where we are, but be ready for anything." Chen signaled. The response came quickly, an acknowledgement, a promise, an estimated arrival time. "They'll be here by nightfall," she said. 6 of them, survivors from the facility and from other groups who heard our broadcast. 6 more people, that's good. That's a start. The newcomers arrived as promised. 6 survivors, a mix of former soldiers and civilians, all of them bearing the marks of hard travel and harder choices. They came up the service stairway one by one, their faces wary but hopeful. Sergeant Chen. The lead figure was a woman Ethan didn't recognize, young, maybe late 20s, with the bearing of someone who had seen too much too fast. "We heard the broadcast. We came as fast as we could." "Lieutenant," Chen said, surprise evident in her voice, "I thought you were dead." "Almost, multiple times." The lieutenant, her name tag read Santos, looked around the platform, taking in the makeshift camp, the salvaged equipment, the small group that represented everything they'd built. "This is it? This is the resistance?" "This is the beginning of it." Santos nodded slowly. "Then we're in, all of us. Whatever you need, however we can help." She introduced the others. 2 more soldiers from the facility, a civilian who had been a paramedic before, a mechanic, and a teenage girl who couldn't have been older than 16 but who handled her rifle like she'd been born with it. 12 survivors now. Still small, still fragile, but growing. "We broadcast again tomorrow," Ethan said, "and the day after. We tell the truth, we gather survivors, we build something real. It won't be fast and it won't be easy, but it's possible. And the people who don't want us to succeed, Santos asked. The reclamation? The others who are trying to grab power? We deal with them when we have to, but we don't become them. That's the line we don't cross. Santos studied him for a long moment, her eyes searching his face for signs of weakness or deception. Whatever she found seemed to satisfy her. Okay, Mr. Caldwell, we're with you. The 20th day ended with something that felt almost like hope. They had a base. They had allies. They had a mission. It wasn't much, not compared to the forces arrayed against them, not compared to the horrors that waited in every shadow, but it was something. Ethan stood at the edge of the platform, looking out at the city as the sun set. The clouds had finally cleared, and for the first time in days, the sky was painted in shades of red and gold and purple. Beautiful. Defiant. Mara joined him, her shoulder pressing against his. We're really doing this, she said. Starting a revolution, fighting back against the end of the world. We're trying, Ethan corrected. That's all we can do. That's all anyone can ever do? She was quiet for a moment. Do you think we'll succeed? I think we'll survive long enough to matter. I think we'll change things even if we don't live to see how they change, and I think... He paused, searching for the right words. I think that's enough. Not everything we want, but enough. Rick would have been proud, Harold too, all of them. Maybe. Or maybe they'd think we were crazy. Probably both. Mara smiled. A real smile, the first one Ethan had seen from her in days. Crazy and proud, that sounds about right. They stood there together as the sun disappeared below the horizon, as the stars emerged one by one, as the chorus of the dead rose from the city below. 12 survivors on a bridge broadcasting truth into a broken world, hoping someone would hear. Tomorrow they would face new challenges, new enemies, new losses probably. The reclamation was still out there, growing, waiting. The truth they'd revealed would make them targets. Nothing would be easy. But tonight there was peace. Tonight there was hope. And tonight, that was enough. Below them, the city lay in darkness, the infected wandering through the streets in their endless, aimless patrol. But here and there, lights flickered, not fires, not destruction, but signs of life. Other survivors huddled in their shelters, maybe listening to their broadcasts, maybe starting to believe. Lucas appeared at Ethan's side, his young face unreadable in the dim light. The broadcast today, he said, it felt different. More people listening. I could almost sense them. How do you sense something like that? I don't know, I just do. The boy was quiet for a moment. My grandmother used to say that hope was contagious, that when one person started believing, it spread to others like a fire that couldn't be put out. Your grandmother sounds like she was wise. She was dying. She had time to think about things. Ethan didn't know what to say to that. He just stood there, feeling the wind off the lake, watching the darkness below. Do you think she turned? Lucas asked. After she died, do you think she's down there somewhere, repeating the same words over and over? I don't know. I hope not. I hope she's really gone. Really at peace. The boy's voice was steady, matter of fact. But if she is down there, if she's still repeating those words, at least she's saying something good. I'll see you tomorrow, sweetheart. That's what she said to me the night before. That's what she'd be repeating. That's a good last phrase. Yeah. Lucas was quiet for a long moment, then, I'm going to go help June with the equipment. She's trying to extend our range for tomorrow's broadcast. Good. We need all the help we can get. The boy walked away, leaving Ethan alone with the darkness and the wind and the distant chorus of voices. We have to try. We have to try. I'll see you tomorrow, sweetheart. I'll see you. Containment protocol, Alpha containment protocol. The voices of the dead still speaking, still echoing the last moments of lives cut short. It was horrible, terrifying. But there was something else there too. Something Ethan hadn't noticed before. The voices weren't just warnings, weren't just horror. They were memories. They were evidence that people had lived, had spoken, had meant something before the end came. And as long as those echoes persisted, as long as someone was there to hear them, those people weren't completely gone. The dead spoke because they had no choice. But the living could choose what to say, what to mean, what to build. Ethan chose hope. He turned away from the edge and walked back to the camp, where his people were waiting, where the work continued, where the future, uncertain, dangerous, but theirs, was being built, one broadcast at a time. The 20th day in Milwaukee ended as the others had, with uncertainty, with fear, with the weight of everything they'd lost pressing down on the shoulders of everyone who remained. But it also ended with something new. 12 survivors on a bridge, a broadcast reaching into the darkness, a truth too big to hide forever. The beginning of something that might, against all odds, become a beginning. Ethan Caldwell stood in the center of his makeshift community, surrounded by faces that had become family in the span of days, and he allowed himself to believe just for a moment that they might actually make it. Then the moment passed, and the work continued. Because that's what survival meant now, not just living through each day, but building something worth living for. Not just avoiding death, but fighting for life. And they would fight, all of them, together. Until the end, or until something better. The 21st day began with static. June had been monitoring frequencies all night, searching for responses to their broadcasts, and the equipment had finally started picking up chatter. Fragmented transmissions, broken words, voices that faded in and out like ghosts. Heard the broadcast about the port. How many survivors at the bridge? Reclamation moving north, repeat, reclamation moving. Ethan stood beside her in the cramped equipment area, watching her face as she worked the dials. The concentration there was absolute, the kind of focus that came from knowing lives depended on what you heard. "They're talking about us," June said without looking up. "Multiple groups. Some want to join. Others—" She adjusted the frequency and a clearer voice emerged. "Caldwell broadcast is enemy propaganda. All units priority target bridge position. Colonel Webb wants the transmitter destroyed and the speakers silenced, permanently." The voice cut out, replaced by static. "The reclamation," June said quietly. "They know where we are. We knew they'd find out eventually. Eventually was supposed to be later, not—" She checked her watch. "Not 18 hours after our first broadcast." Ethan felt the familiar cold settle into his chest. The reclamation had resources, organization, numbers. They had 12 people on a bridge with limited supplies and no real defensive positions. "How long do we have?" "I don't know. They mentioned moving north. If they're coming from the south side, maybe a day. 2 if they're being cautious." "They won't be cautious. Webb wants to make an example of us. He'll come fast and hard." June finally looked at him, and the fear in her eyes was raw. "What do we do?" It was the question everyone kept asking. What do we do? How do we survive? What comes next? And Ethan kept having to answer it, kept having to pretend he knew, kept having to be the one who decided. He was so tired of deciding. "We prepare," he said. "We fortify what we can, and we keep broadcasting. That's the whole point. If they silence us, they win. If we keep talking, keep spreading the truth, they can't kill the message even if they kill us." That's not exactly comforting. No, it isn't. The morning meeting was tense. 12 people gathered on the main platform, their faces reflecting the spectrum of emotions that had become familiar. Fear, determination, exhaustion, hope. Chen stood at the center, her military bearing a steadying presence even as she delivered news that wasn't. "The reclamation knows our position," she said. "We intercepted communications indicating they're mobilizing forces to assault the bridge. Estimated time of arrival, 24 to 48 hours. The murmur that ran through the group was anxious but controlled. These weren't civilians anymore. They'd all been forged in the fire of the past 3 weeks, tempered by loss and hardship into something harder than they'd been before. "How many?" Santos asked. "Unknown. But Webb doesn't do things by halves. We should assume significant force, 50, maybe more." "Against 12. "Against 12. Chen's jaw tightened. "I won't pretend the odds are good, they're not. But we have advantages too. This position is defensible. The approaches are limited, and we know they're coming, which means we can prepare." "Prepare how?" The question came from Marcus, one of the original soldiers who had followed Chen from the water treatment facility. "We've got limited ammunition, no heavy weapons, and a position that's only defensible if we can hold the stairwell access points." "Then we hold the stairwell access points. For how long? A day? 2? Eventually they'll breach, or they'll burn us out, or they'll just wait until we starve. Then we make sure it doesn't come to that." Ethan heard himself speak before he'd decided to. "We don't just defend, we broadcast. Every hour on the hour for as long as we can. We tell people what's happening, where we are, what we're fighting for. If the reclamation wants to silence us, they'll have to do it in front of everyone who's listening." "And you think that'll stop them?" "I think it'll make them hesitate. Webb wants to control the narrative. If we make this assault public, if we turn ourselves into martyrs—" "Martyrs are dead," Tanya interrupted. "I'd rather be alive." "So would I. But if we're going to die anyway, we might as well die loud." The silence that followed was heavy. "He's right," Chen said finally. "Our best weapon isn't guns or position, it's the message. We keep broadcasting, keep spreading the truth, keep making sure everyone knows what's at stake. If we can do that, then even if we fall, the reclamation loses." "Cold comfort," Marcus muttered. "It's the only comfort we've got." They spent the day preparing. The Huan Bridge had 3 primary access points: the main service stairwell on the east side, a secondary maintenance ladder on the west, and an emergency hatch that connected to the roadway above. Each one was fortified as best they could manage: debris barriers, improvised alarms, overlapping fields of fire. Ethan worked alongside the others, hauling materials, positioning defenses, doing the physical labor that kept his mind from spiraling. The bridge's maintenance areas held more supplies than they'd initially realized: tools, emergency equipment, even a small cache of flares that Chen immediately claimed for signaling purposes. "You should rest," Mara told him during a brief break. She'd set up a medical station in one of the sheltered alcoves, organizing their limited supplies with her usual efficiency. "You've been going non-stop since dawn. So has everyone else. Everyone else isn't carrying the weight you're carrying." She studied his face with those sharp triage eyes. "You look like you haven't slept in days." "I haven't, not really. Ethan, I'll sleep when this is over, when we know whether we're going to live or die." "That's exactly the kind of thinking that gets people killed." Mara's voice softened. "You're not Atlas. You don't have to hold up the sky alone. Someone has to. Why? Why you?" It was a question he'd asked himself 100 times. Why had he become the center of this? He wasn't military, wasn't a leader by training or temperament. He was a building inspector, a man who looked at structures and assessed whether they were sound. But maybe that was exactly why. "Because I can see the cracks," he said slowly. "In buildings, in systems, in people. I can see where things are about to fail, and sometimes, not always, but sometimes I can figure out how to stop it." And what cracks do you see now? Ethan looked around the platform, at Chen directing defenses with calm efficiency, at Santos and her soldiers working with grim determination, at Tanya calculating supplies, at June monitoring frequencies, at Lucas sitting apart from the others watching everything with those two old eyes. Too many, he admitted. But we're holding together. For now. For now. Mara's hand found his, squeezed briefly. That's all any of us can do. Hold together for now and trust that now becomes tomorrow. The broadcast that evening was their longest yet. Ethan spoke for nearly 2 hours, his voice hoarse by the end, detailing everything they knew about Project Lazarus, about the reclamation, about what was happening across the city. He named names, Webb, Kesler, the officials who had signed off on the transport manifests. He read from the documents, quoted the warnings that had been ignored, painted a picture of institutional failure so complete it bordered on conspiracy. And then he did something he hadn't planned. He talked about the people they'd lost. Harold, who had died teaching them to trust their instincts. Ruth, who had fallen to bad luck in a bad moment. Rick, who had believed in something bigger than survival. The soldiers who had died defending the water treatment facility. The unnamed thousands who had fallen in the outbreak's first hours, their last words still echoing through the streets. They're still speaking, Ethan said into the microphone. The dead. They repeat their last phrases over and over forever. It's horrible, it's haunting. But it's also a reminder. Every one of those voices was a person, someone's mother, someone's child, someone's friend. They had lives and hopes and words they wanted to say. He paused, gathering himself. The reclamation wants to silence us. They're coming here to this bridge with guns and soldiers and the intention of making sure our voices never broadcast again. And maybe they'll succeed. Maybe tomorrow or the day after we'll be dead and our voices will join that chorus. But even if they kill us, they can't kill what we've said. The truth is out there now, it's spreading. And truth, once spoken, can never be unspoken. He ended the broadcast and sat in silence, the microphone still in his hand, his whole body trembling with exhaustion and emotion. That was good, June said quietly. Really good. It was honest. That's all I've got left. The night passed in uneasy vigilance. They set watches, 2 people at each access point, rotating every 3 hours. The darkness beyond the bridge was absolute, broken only by the distant glow of fires and the occasional flicker of movement that might have been infected or might have been nothing at all. Ethan took the midnight shift at the main stairwell, partnered with Lucas. The boy had been quiet all day, quieter than usual, which was saying something, and Ethan had been meaning to check on him. You okay? Lucas didn't answer immediately. He was sitting with his back against a support beam, his knife across his lap, his eyes fixed on the darkness below. I've been thinking about the echo thing, he said finally, the way the infected repeat their last words. What about it? What if it's not just neurons firing? What if it's something else, like a piece of them is still in there trying to communicate, trying to say something that matters? The science says it's just a loop, brain damage causing repetitive. I know what the science says. Lucas's voice was sharp, then softened. I'm not stupid. I understand the mechanism. But understanding how something works doesn't explain what it means. Ethan was quiet for a moment. What do you think it means? I think... The boy's face was unreadable in the dim light. I think the last thing you say matters. The words you choose, even if you don't know they're going to be your last. It's like a summary, a final statement about who you were and what you cared about. That's a heavy thought for a 12-year-old. I'm almost 13. And anyway, age doesn't matter anymore. Hasn't since this started. He was right, of course. The old categories, child, adult, young, old, had collapsed along with everything else. Now there were only survivors and the dead. "What would you want your last words to be?" Ethan asked. Lucas considered the question seriously, the way he considered everything. "Something true," he said finally. "Something that mattered, not small talk or casual words. Something that, if it had to repeat forever, would be worth hearing." "That's a good answer." "I know." The ghost of a smile crossed the boy's face. "I've been practicing." The 22nd day brought the first contact. It came at dawn, as the gray light was just beginning to seep through the clouds. A figure appeared at the base of the bridge, single, unarmed, hands raised, calling up to the watchers above. "I need to speak with Ethan Caldwell." Chen reached Ethan before he could move. "It's a trap. They're testing our defenses, looking for weaknesses." "Maybe. Or maybe it's someone who heard the broadcast. Either way, we can't trust." "I'm going down." "Ethan, if it's a trap, you'll know, and you'll do what you have to do." He met her eyes. "But if it's not, if there's even a chance someone else wants to join us, we can't turn them away. That's not who we are." Chen looked like she wanted to argue. Instead, she nodded once, sharply. "Marcus, Diane, cover positions. If anything moves wrong, you fire." Ethan descended the stairwell alone. The figure at the bottom was a man, maybe 40, wearing civilian clothes that had seen hard use. His face was gaunt, his eyes hollow, but his hands were steady and his voice was clear. "You're Caldwell? The one on the radio?" "I am. Who are you?" "My name is Thomas Chen. No relation to your sergeant, as far as I know." The man's smile was weak but genuine. "I worked at the port, in the administration building. I was there when it all went wrong." Ethan felt his pulse quicken. "You were there? At the beginning?" "Not the very beginning, but close. I saw the shipments coming in, saw the security around them. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't." He swallowed hard. "I didn't say anything. I was afraid of losing my job, afraid of causing trouble. And then people started dying, and it was too late." "Why are you here now?" "Because I heard your broadcast. The documents you found, I know they're real. I know where the rest of them are." The words landed like a physical blow. "The rest?" "The files you found were just the summary. The full records, the research data, the communications, the chain of command. It's all backed up at a secondary location, a government facility on the south side near the reclamation's territory." Thomas's eyes were intense. "If you could get those files, you'd have everything. Names, dates, orders, proof that couldn't be denied. And you're offering to show us where?" "I'm offering to take you there. It's the least I can do." His voice cracked slightly. "I helped this happen. I stayed quiet when I should have spoken up. I can't undo that. But maybe I can help fix it." Ethan studied the man's face, looking for signs of deception, of manipulation. He found only guilt, the bone-deep, corrosive guilt of someone who had failed when it mattered and couldn't live with the weight of it. He knew that guilt, had carried it himself for years. "Come on up," he said. "We need to talk." The conversation that followed was long and complicated. Thomas Chen, no relation, had worked as a records administrator at the port of Milwaukee for 15 years. He'd processed shipments, filed manifests, kept the bureaucratic machinery running without ever asking too many questions about what was passing through his facility, until the shipments from Project Lazarus started arriving. They were marked as medical equipment, he explained, standard coding for biological materials, but the security around them was different. Armed guards, specialized containment protocols, paperwork that went directly to federal oversight instead of through normal channels. "And you didn't report this?" Sergeant Chen asked. Her voice was hard. "Report to who?" The guards were federal, the paperwork was federal. My supervisors told me to process everything normally and keep my mouth shut. Thomas's face was pale. I have a family, had a family, 2 kids, a wife. I couldn't afford to lose my job, couldn't afford to be labeled a troublemaker, so I did what I was told. And now your family is dead. Yes. The word came out hollow. They turned in the first wave. My wife was at the grocery store when it hit. My kids were at school. I was at work, watching the security feeds, seeing everything fall apart, and I couldn't. He stopped, took a breath. I couldn't do anything. I just watched. The room was quiet. The secondary facility, Ethan said finally. Tell us about it. It's a data backup center. Government server farm, about 3 miles south of here. The reclamation has patrols in the area, but they haven't occupied the building itself. It's too far from their main operations. If we could get inside, I know where the files are stored. The whole history of Project Lazarus, everything. And you're willing to lead us there? I'm willing to do whatever it takes. Thomas met Ethan's eyes. I know you don't trust me. You shouldn't trust me, but I'm telling the truth. And if that truth can help stop the people who did this, the reclamation, the government officials who covered it up, then it's worth the risk. Ethan looked around the room. At Chen, whose face was skeptical but thoughtful. At Tanya, already calculating logistics. At Mara, who watched Thomas with the same assessing gaze she brought to wounded patients. At Lucas, whose expression revealed nothing. We vote, Ethan said. Everyone gets a say. They went around the room. 7 in favor, 4 against, 1 abstention. Lucas, who just shrugged when his turn came and said, I'll go along with whatever you decide. Then we're doing this, Ethan said. Small team, quick in and out. We leave tonight. The preparation took most of the day. They couldn't afford to take everyone. The bridge needed defending, especially with the reclamation closing in. In the end, the infiltration team was 5. Ethan, Chen, Thomas, Tanya, and Marcus. The others would hold the bridge, maintain the broadcasts, and pray. This is insane, Mara said as Ethan gathered his gear. You know that, right? Walking into reclamation territory based on the word of someone we met 6 hours ago? I know. And you're going anyway. I have to. If there's a chance, even a small chance, that those files exist, that we can get proof that ends this once and for all, I have to try. You always have to try. Mara's voice was bitter. That's your problem. You can't accept that sometimes trying isn't enough. Sometimes staying safe, staying alive is the better choice. And sometimes staying safe means staying useless. He turned to face her. I've spent 3 years being careful, being cautious, avoiding risks because I was afraid of making mistakes. And you know what? People still died. The bridge still fell. Being careful didn't save anyone. So now you're going to be reckless? That's your plan? My plan is to be effective, to do something that matters instead of just existing. They stared at each other, siblings separated by more than the few feet between them. I'm scared, Mara admitted finally. I'm scared of losing you, of being left alone. You won't be alone. Lucas is here, Tanya's team, June, the others, and I'm coming back. You don't know that. No, but I believe it. He pulled her into a hug, held tight for a long moment. I believe it because I have to, and because you taught me that sometimes believing is the only thing that keeps you going. When they separated, Mara's eyes were wet, but her voice was steady. Come back, she said. That's an order. Yes, ma'am. They left at dusk, when the light was fading and the infected were at their most sluggish. The route south took them through the industrial district again, past warehouses and factories and the rusting hulks of machinery that would never run again. Thomas led the way, his knowledge of the area evident in every turn, every shortcut, every moment of hesitation when something had changed since he'd last been through. The reclamation's presence became apparent about a mile from the bridge. Patrol patterns, checkpoints, the signs of organized occupation. They moved carefully, avoiding contact, slipping through gaps in the coverage that Thomas somehow knew existed. "This way," he murmured, leading them into an alley between two collapsed buildings. "The patrol cycles leave this corridor open for about 10 minutes every hour." "How do you know their patterns?" Chen asked. Her voice was suspicious. "I've been watching them for days before I came to you, trying to figure out how to get close to the data center on my own." Thomas's smile was thin. "I'm not a soldier. I couldn't have made it alone, but I know the terrain." They moved. The data center was a squat utilitarian building surrounded by a fence that had once been electrified but now hung slack and useless. The parking lot was empty, the windows dark, no signs of reclamation occupation, just abandonment, like everything else in this part of the city. "Too easy," Marcus muttered. "Maybe." Chen scanned the perimeter through her binoculars. No movement, no patrols. Either they don't know this place exists or they're waiting for us, Ethan finished. "Or that." Thomas stepped forward. "I'll go first. If it's a trap, better you know now." "That's surprisingly noble. It's surprisingly guilty." He looked back at them, his face pale but determined. "I told you I need to do this, whatever happens." He moved toward the fence, found a section that had been cut, slipped through. The others followed, Chen on point, rifles ready. Inside the building, the silence was absolute. The data center was a maze of server racks and cooling systems, most of them dead, but a few still humming with residual power. Emergency lighting cast everything in shades of red and shadow, turning the space into something that felt almost alien. "The backup servers are in the basement," Thomas said. "This way." They descended through a service stairwell, the air growing colder as they went deeper. The basement level was vast, an underground complex that seemed to stretch forever, rows of equipment disappearing into darkness. "Jesus," Tanya breathed. "How much data is down here?" "Everything. Every federal record that passed through the Milwaukee region for the past 20 years. Health records, tax records, law enforcement." Thomas's voice echoed slightly. "And Project Lazarus." "Which is where?" "Section J7, near the back." They moved through the racks, flashlights cutting through the darkness. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the hum of equipment and the sound of their own breathing. Section J7 was marked by a heavy security door, the kind that would have required multiple access codes and biometric verification in the old world. Now it hung slightly ajar, its electronic locks useless without power. Inside, the room was smaller than Ethan expected. A single terminal, a wall of storage drives, and a filing cabinet that looked almost comically mundane amid all the high-tech equipment. "The drives contain the digital records," Thomas said. "The cabinet has the hard copies. Backup of the backup in case of catastrophic system failure." "Paranoid. Government." Thomas's smile was grim. "They planned for everything except this." They set to work, Tanya handling the digital extraction while Ethan and Chen went through the paper files. The documents were dense, technical, filled with jargon that required Thomas's translation. But the story they told was clear enough. Project Lazarus had been running for years. The neural regeneration research was real, but it had been twisted into something monstrous. Experiments on prisoners, on the terminally ill, on anyone who wouldn't be missed. The results had been promising in a horrifying way. Subjects who remained animate after death, who could perform simple motor functions, who could even speak. They were perfecting it, Chen said, reading over Ethan's shoulder. The early subjects were uncontrollable, aggressive. But by the time they started the transport operations, they'd figured out how to make them docile, Ethan finished. Manageable. An army of the dead that could follow basic commands. Until it mutated. The final documents detailed the containment breach. A transport vehicle carrying samples from a research facility in Nevada to disposal operations in Milwaukee. An accident on the interstate, protocols that failed, and then cascading failures across the entire system as the mutation spread faster than anyone had anticipated. They knew within the first hour, Thomas said quietly. The federal response teams, the military, they knew exactly what was happening. But by then it was too late. The infection had spread beyond their ability to contain it. So they pulled back, let it burn, and started planning for what comes after. Thomas's face was haunted. Webb and the reclamation, they're not a random militia, they're the contingency plan. The people who were supposed to restore order once the cleansing was complete. Restore order to who? Everyone's dead or dying. Not everyone. Just enough to make the survivors manageable. Thomas met Ethan's eyes. That's what the documents say. Projected survival rates of 3 to 5%. Small enough to control. Large enough to rebuild. A fresh start, with the right people in charge. The silence that followed was absolute. We need to go, Chen said finally. We have what we came for. We need to broadcast this before... The gunfire came from above. They came up the stairwell running, the sounds of combat growing louder with every step. The reclamation had found them. The main floor was chaos, muzzle flashes in the darkness, voices shouting commands, the distinctive crack of rifle fire echoing off the server racks. Marcus had taken position behind a support column, laying down covering fire while Chen assessed the situation. Multiple contacts, she reported. At least a dozen. They've blocked the main exit. The service entrance? Ethan asked. Unknown. Could be clear, could be swarming. Then we find out. He grabbed Thomas by the arm. You know this building. Is there another way out? There's a loading dock on the north side. Emergency exit only, but it connects to an access road that... Show us. They moved, Chen and Marcus providing rear guard while Ethan, Tanya, and Thomas pushed toward the loading dock. The reclamation soldiers were everywhere now. Their flashlights cutting through the darkness, their shouts coordinating movement. Contact right! Ethan dove behind a server rack as bullets sparked off metal inches from his head. Tanya returned fire, her shots precise despite the chaos. Go! She shouted. I'll hold them. Tanya, go! He went. The loading dock was exactly where Thomas said it would be. A large roll-up door that had been locked from inside but yielded to a swift kick. Beyond it, an access road stretched into darkness leading toward the industrial wasteland they'd crossed to get here. This way, Thomas said. There's a drainage tunnel about 50 yards out. It connects to the sewer system. If we can reach it... The shot came from nowhere. Thomas staggered, his face registering surprise before pain. Blood bloomed across his chest, dark in the dim light. No! Ethan caught him as he fell, lowering him to the ground. No, no, no! The files, Thomas gasped. His hands were clutching his chest, blood seeping through his fingers. Get the files out, get the truth. I will, I promise. Good. Thomas's eyes were unfocusing, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. I'm sorry for everything, for not speaking up, for being afraid. I'm sorry. It's okay, it's okay. No. A ghost of a smile crossed the dying man's face. But maybe it will be. His eyes closed, his breathing stopped, and for a moment there was only silence. Then his eyes opened again. Get the files out, Thomas said. His voice was different now, mechanical, repetitive. Get the files out, get the files out, get the files... Ethan closed his eyes, found the knife at his belt, and did what needed to be done. The retreat was a nightmare. They lost Marcus at the drainage tunnel, a reclamation soldier who had anticipated their route, waiting with a rifle until they emerged from the darkness. Chen took him down, but not before Marcus took 3 rounds to the chest. They lost Tanya somewhere in the confusion, the gunfire swallowing her last transmission before going silent. Chen wanted to go back for her, but the reclamation was everywhere, and there was no way back. By the time they reached the bridge, it was just Ethan and Chen carrying the files that had cost so much to acquire. "Tell me it was worth it," Chen said as they climbed the service stairwell. Her voice was hollow. "Tell me something in those files makes this worth losing 3 people. Ethan didn't answer. He couldn't. The 23rd day began with funerals. They buried Marcus's body in a small plot near the bridge's base, marking the grave with whatever materials they could find. Tanya's grave was empty. They didn't have her body, didn't even know if she was dead or captured, but they marked it anyway. Thomas Chen received no marker. His body was still at the data center, along with all the others who had fallen to the infection's relentless spread. "We have the files," Ethan said at the brief service. "The full records of Project Lazarus, the chain of command, the cover-up, everything. We'll broadcast it. We'll make sure the world knows." The words felt hollow. 12 survivors had become 9, and the reclamation was still coming. The broadcast that evening was different. Ethan read from the new documents, his voice flat and mechanical, detailing atrocities that should have been unimaginable. Experiments on living subjects, orders to suppress evidence, contingency plans for population optimization that treated millions of deaths as acceptable losses. He named names: Webb, the scientists who had developed the compound, the military officers who had approved the transports, the bureaucrats who had signed off on the cover-up. And then he said something he hadn't planned. "We lost 3 people getting this information to you. Thomas Chen, who worked at the port and came to us seeking redemption. Marcus, a soldier who died protecting the rest of us. And Tanya, who might still be alive somewhere fighting or might be dead. I don't know." He paused, gathering himself. "This is what truth costs. Not just words, not just ideas, but blood. Lives. People who won't see tomorrow because they believed that knowing the truth mattered more than staying safe. I used to think the truth could protect us. That if we knew what was really happening, we could fight back, could prevent the worst. But the truth doesn't protect anyone. It just exists. It's what we do with it that matters. So here's what I'm asking. If you're out there, if you're listening, if you're surviving, don't let this be for nothing. Don't let the people who died bringing you this information have died in vain. Use what you know. Fight back. Resist. And remember their names: Thomas, Marcus, Tanya, Thomas. All the others who fell so that the truth could survive." The broadcast ended. Ethan sat in silence, the microphone in his hands, his whole body trembling. "That was brave," June said quietly. "It didn't feel brave. It felt desperate. Sometimes they're the same thing." The 24th day brought the siege. The reclamation arrived at dawn, just as June had predicted, a force of maybe 60 soldiers spreading out around the bridge's base like a noose tightening. They didn't attack immediately. They just established positions, cut off escape routes, and waited. Webb himself appeared around midday, walking to the base of the service stairwell with a megaphone in hand. "Ethan Caldwell." His voice echoed off the bridge's structure, amplified and distorted. "I'm giving you one chance. Surrender now, you and everyone with you, and I promise fair treatment. Continue broadcasting, and I'll burn that bridge with you on it." Ethan stood at the platform's edge, looking down at the man who had orchestrated so much death. "Fair treatment?" he called back. "Like the fair treatment you gave the refugee camp?" Webb's smile was visible even from this distance. That was a necessary action, eliminating threats before they could grow. You understand necessity, don't you, Caldwell? You of all people. I understand that you're a murderer. I understand that you were part of the plan that destroyed this city, that killed millions of people. I understand that the only necessity you recognize is your own power. Pretty words, but words don't stop bullets. Webb lowered the megaphone, made a gesture to his soldiers. You have until sunset. After that, we're coming up, and I promise you, Mr. Caldwell, there won't be anyone left to broadcast when we're done. He walked away. The afternoon was spent in grim preparation. 9 people against 60. The math was simple and it wasn't good. They could hold the access points for a while, maybe an hour, maybe 2, but eventually the reclamation would breach. And when they did, it would be over. We could negotiate, Mara suggested during the strategy session. Offer them something in exchange for letting us go. Offer them what? Chen asked. The files? The equipment? They don't want our stuff, they want us silent. Then we surrender. Live to fight another day. Webb doesn't take prisoners. You heard what he said about the refugee camp. Anyone who's a threat gets eliminated. So we fight and die. We fight and maybe die. Chen's voice was hard. But we make it cost. We make him bleed for every step, every floor, every inch, and we keep broadcasting until there's no one left to hold the microphone. That's not a strategy, that's a last stand. Sometimes a last stand is all you've got. The silence that followed was heavy with acceptance. I'll take the main stairwell, Ethan said. Chen, you've got the secondary access. Santos, the emergency hatch. Everyone else rotates as backup. And the broadcasts? We keep them going. Every hour on the hour until we can't. They dispersed to their positions, the weight of what was coming settling over them like a shroud. Lucas found Ethan at the main stairwell as the sun began to set. I want to help, the boy said. His face was calm, determined, the same expression he'd worn since the day Ethan had met him in the parking structure. You are helping. You're watching our backs. I want to fight, with a weapon like everyone else. Lucas, I know what you're going to say. I'm 12, I'm a kid. I should be protected, not protecting. Lucas's jaw tightened. But this isn't the old world. There are no kids here. Just survivors, and I've been surviving longer than some of the adults. Ethan looked at the boy, really looked at him, at the hollow cheeks, and the dark circled eyes and the hands that were too steady for someone his age, at the terrible wisdom that came from watching your grandmother turn into a monster and carrying on anyway. Your grandmother, Ethan said quietly. Would she want this for you? My grandmother's dead. She doesn't want anything anymore. Lucas's voice was flat. But if she could see me now, if she could see what I've become, I think she'd be proud. Not because I'm brave or strong or anything like that, but because I'm still here, still trying, still fighting. Ethan felt something crack in his chest. The weight of responsibility, the weight of all the people he hadn't been able to protect. The weight of a world that had become so broken that 12-year-olds talked about death like it was just another fact of life. Okay, he said, you can fight, but you stay behind me. And if I tell you to run, you run. No arguments. No arguments. Lucas's smile was small but genuine. Thank you for treating me like a person. You are a person, Lucas. Don't ever forget that. The attack came at sunset. The reclamation didn't waste time with subtlety. They came up all 3 access points simultaneously, throwing bodies at the defenders in waves of coordinated assault. The bridge shook with the sound of gunfire, the air thick with smoke and the smell of cordite. Ethan held the main stairwell with Lucas beside him, firing down into the darkness at shapes that kept coming no matter how many fell. Chen was somewhere to their right, her rifle a constant presence in the chaos. Santos was somewhere else, her voice crackling over the radio with situation reports that grew increasingly desperate. Secondary access breached, falling back to static. Santos, Chen's voice. Santos, respond. Nothing. The reclamation soldiers were everywhere now, their training evident in the way they moved, the way they covered each other, the way they kept pressure on multiple points without overextending. Professional, deadly, unstoppable. We need to fall back, Ethan said. Everyone fall back to the main platform. They retreated, firing as they went, the distance between them and their pursuers shrinking with every step. The main platform was their last defensible position, a central area with limited approaches and good sight lines. If they could hold there, they might buy enough time for something. Ethan didn't know what. 8 survivors now. Santos was gone, along with one of the soldiers who had arrived with her. The rest were gathered on the platform, their faces grim, their weapons running low. This is it, Chen said. This is where we make our stand. Then let's make it count. The reclamation came. The fighting on the platform was brutal and close, too close for rifles, reduced to handguns and knives and the desperate flailing of people who knew they were dying but refused to stop. Ethan fought without thinking, his body moving on instinct, his mind a blank static of survival. He saw Chen take a bullet to the shoulder, keep firing with her offhand. He saw Mara dragging a wounded soldier behind cover, her medical training useless against the onslaught. He saw June still at the radio equipment, still broadcasting, her voice a constant murmur beneath the gunfire. This is the Hoan Bridge. We are under attack. If anyone can hear this, please remember what we fought for. And he saw Lucas. The boy was fighting beside him as promised, the kitchen knife replaced by a handgun he'd taken from a fallen enemy. His face was calm, focused, the expression of someone who had made peace with what was coming. Then the grenade landed. Ethan saw it in slow motion, the small dark object arcing through the air, bouncing once on the metal platform, rolling toward where Lucas was crouched behind a support beam. Lucas! The boy turned, saw the grenade and moved, not away, toward. He threw himself on top of it, his body curling around the explosive, and for one eternal moment their eyes met across the chaos. The inspector who had never been able to protect anyone and the child who had become something else entirely. Then the grenade went off. The explosion knocked Ethan flat. His ears were ringing, his vision blurred, his whole body a symphony of pain. But somehow he was still alive, still conscious, still able to see what was in front of him. Lucas's body, what was left of it. Ethan crawled toward him, ignoring the gunfire, ignoring the chaos, ignoring everything except the small, broken form that had been a person just seconds ago. The boy's eyes were still open, staring at nothing, and his mouth was moving. Still here, Lucas said, or tried to say. The words came out slurred, broken, barely recognizable. Still here. Still. The repetition had begun. No. Ethan's voice was a whisper. No, no, no. Still here, still here, still here. The light in Lucas's eyes was fading, the human recognition giving way to something else, something mechanical and terrible. His hands were starting to twitch, the first signs of reanimation, the infection that had been dormant in his system finally taking hold. He'd been bitten. Somewhere, somehow in the chaos of the past few days. He hadn't told anyone. Still here, still here, still here. Ethan felt something break inside him. Not the controlled crack of stress or trauma, but a complete collapse. A total failure of everything that had been holding him together. All the people he hadn't been able to protect. All the promises he hadn't been able to keep. All the decisions that had led here, to this moment, to a 12-year-old boy turning into a monster because Ethan hadn't seen the signs. He couldn't do it, couldn't end it the way he'd ended so many others. This was Lucas. This was a child. This was... Mara's hand took the knife from his belt. "Don't look," she said. Her voice was steady despite the tears streaming down her face. "Don't look, Ethan, I'll do it." "Mara, I said don't look." He looked away. There was a sound, brief, merciful, final, and then silence. The reclamation retreated shortly after. Not because they'd been defeated, but because their leader decided they'd made their point. Webb's voice came over the radio, crackling and triumphant. "You've got until morning, Caldwell. Bury your dead, say your goodbyes, then we're finishing this." The survivors gathered on the platform as the sounds of withdrawal faded. 5 of them now. Ethan, Mara, Chen, her shoulder badly wounded but still standing. June, still clutching the radio equipment. And Diane, the last of the original soldiers, her face a mask of shock. They didn't speak. There was nothing to say. Ethan sat beside Lucas's body, staring at the small form that had contained so much wisdom, so much courage, so much potential that would never be realized. The boy's face was peaceful now. The mechanical repetition silenced, the restless spirit finally at rest. "Still here," Ethan whispered. "You were still here. Until the end?" Mara sat down beside him, her hand finding his. "He saved us," she said quietly. "That grenade would have killed half of us. He knew what he was doing. He was 12. He was a survivor, the best of us, maybe." Ethan felt the tears coming, the first tears he'd shed since this all began. The dam finally breaking under pressure too great to contain. He cried for Lucas, for Rick, for Harold and Ruth and Thomas and Marcus and Tanya and all the others, for the world that had been and the world that would never be again. He cried until there was nothing left. And then, slowly, something else began to emerge from the wreckage of his grief. Not hope, not exactly, but something harder, something colder, something that looked at the dawn beginning to break over the ruined city and refused to accept that this was the end. "We're not done," he said. Mara looked at him. "Ethan, we're not done. Lucas didn't die so we could give up. None of them did." He stood, his legs unsteady but his voice firm. "We broadcast again, right now. We tell them what happened here, what Webb did, what this is all costing. And then we figure out how to survive." "How? There are 5 of us. Webb has 60 soldiers and all the time in the world." "Then we even the odds." Ethan looked at Chen. "The tunnels, the ones beneath the city. You said they connect to the sewer system, the old infrastructure. Can they get us out of here?" Chen considered. "Maybe. The main routes are probably monitored, but there are older passages, maintenance areas that haven't been mapped in decades. If we could find one, then we find one. Tonight, before Webb attacks again. We take the files, the equipment, everything we can carry, and we disappear." "And go where?" Ethan looked out at the city, the fires, the ruins, the endless spread of destruction that had once been home to millions. Somewhere out there, other survivors were listening to their broadcasts. Somewhere out there, the truth was spreading. "Wherever we need to," he said. "As long as we keep moving, keep broadcasting, keep fighting." That's what Lucas would have wanted. That's what all of them would have wanted. The silence stretched. "He's right," Chen said finally. "Staying here is suicide, but moving gives us options." "Moving through reclamation territory," Diane pointed out. "Through infected zones. Through everything that's trying to kill us." "Then we'll have to be better than everything that's trying to kill us." Ethan felt the strange calm settling over him. The calm that came from having made a decision, from having committed to a path, whatever it might cost. We're survivors, that's what we do. They buried Lucas as the morning light spread across the sky. There was no time for a proper funeral, no time for words or ceremony. They just wrapped his body in the cleanest cloth they could find and laid him to rest near the bridge's edge, where he could see the lake he'd watched so often. Ethan stood over the grave trying to find something to say. "You were right," he managed finally, "about the last words, about them mattering. Still here. That's what you said. Still here. And you were. Until the end, you were still here." He paused, his throat tight. "I'm going to keep going. For you. For all of them. I don't know if it'll be enough. I don't know if anything will ever be enough. But I'm going to try. And when it's my turn, when I say my last words, I hope they're as good as yours." He turned away. "Let's go." The descent through the tunnels was a nightmare. They moved in darkness, guided by June's flashlight and Chen's memory of the infrastructure maps she'd studied during her military service. The air was thick with the smell of decay and stagnant water, the walls pressing in from all sides. The infected were down here too, stragglers who had wandered into the darkness and never found their way out. They moved past them when they could, eliminated them when they couldn't, the repetitive phrases echoing off the tunnel walls. "Turn left at the intersection, turn left at... This way to the parking structure, this way. Please hold for the next available representative, please." Fragments of ordinary lives trapped in endless loops. Ethan tried not to listen. They emerged on the south side of the city, miles from the bridge, in an industrial area that showed no signs of reclamation presence. The morning light was blinding after the darkness of the tunnels, and Ethan had to shade his eyes against it. "We made it," Diane breathed. "We made it this far," Chen corrected. "We've still got a long way to go." "Where?" June asked. "Where do we go from here?" Ethan looked around at the ruins, the abandoned factories, the silent streets. Somewhere out there, survivors were listening. Somewhere out there, the truth was taking root. "Anywhere," he said. "Everywhere. We keep moving, keep broadcasting, keep spreading the word. The reclamation controls the city, but they can't control information. And as long as people know the truth, they can't win. That's a hell of a mission statement. It's the only one we've got." They gathered their supplies, checked their weapons, and began to walk. The 25th day was a blur of motion. They moved through the outskirts of the city, avoiding major roads, sticking to backways and alleys and the overgrown lots that had once been parks. The reclamation was everywhere. Patrols, checkpoints, the signs of organized occupation. But they'd learned to be ghosts, to slip through the cracks. June set up the radio equipment whenever they stopped, broadcasting updates, spreading the word about what had happened at the bridge. The files from the data center were their currency now, information that could change everything if enough people heard it. "We've got responses," June reported during one such stop. "Multiple frequencies, survivor groups across the region reacting to our broadcasts." "What are they saying?" "Some want to join us. Some are skeptical. Some..." She hesitated. "Some are angry. They think we're stirring up trouble, making things worse." "Making things worse than the end of the world?" "Making things worse for people who are just trying to survive. They don't want to fight the reclamation. They just want to be left alone." Ethan understood the impulse. Before all this, he'd been the same way, keeping his head down, avoiding trouble, hoping the problems would solve themselves. It hadn't worked then, and it wouldn't work now. "Keep broadcasting," he said. "Give them the truth and let them decide what to do with it. We can't force anyone to fight. And the ones who want to join, tell them where we're going. If they can make it, we'll welcome them." "Where are we going?" Ethan looked at the horizon, where the sun was setting behind the ruins of a world that would never be the same. "I don't know yet. he admitted. But somewhere we can regroup, rebuild, keep fighting. The reclamation has the city, but they don't have the whole world. There has to be somewhere they haven't reached. And if there isn't, then we make one. The 26th day brought new allies. They came in ones and twos, survivors who had heard the broadcasts and tracked the signals to their source. A mechanic from the west side, a teacher who had been sheltering in a library, a family of 4 who had been living in their basement for 3 weeks. By the time they stopped for the night, their group had grown to 15. "This is good," Chen said, surveying the newcomers. "More people means more resources, more skills. We're actually becoming something. Something that attracts attention." Mara was tending to wounds, her medical training in constant demand. "The reclamation is going to notice a group this size. Then we keep moving, stay ahead of them." "For how long? We can't run forever." Ethan listened to the conversation without contributing. His mind was elsewhere. On Lucas, on the bridge, on all the people they'd lost and all the people they might still lose. The weight of leadership was crushing, but he couldn't put it down. Not yet. "We need a destination," he said finally. "Somewhere we can actually hold. Somewhere defensible. Like the bridge was supposed to be? Better than the bridge. Something that gives us options, not just a last stand." "The water treatment facility?" June suggested. "We held it once. The reclamation has it now. They've probably fortified it beyond anything we could breach." "Then somewhere else, somewhere they haven't thought to control yet." Silence fell. They all knew the options were limited. The reclamation had been methodical, occupying every strategic position they could find. Whatever was left would be marginal, difficult, dangerous. "The islands," Chen said suddenly. "What?" "Lake Michigan has islands. Small ones mostly, but some with structures, with resources. If we could reach one, establish a base. We don't have boats. There are boats at the marina. Most of them are still there. People fled on foot, not by water. If we could secure even one." Ethan felt something spark in his chest, not hope exactly, but the possibility of hope. A new destination, a new chance. "The marina is miles away, through reclamation territory. So we go carefully, like we've been doing, one step at a time. And if they're waiting for us, then we improvise." Chen's smile was thin but genuine. "That's what we do now, isn't it? Improvise." The journey to the marina took 4 days. They moved through the city in stages, resting by day and traveling by night, the infected less active in the darkness and the reclamation's patrols more predictable. The group grew as they went, more survivors finding them, more voices joining the chorus. By the time they reached the lakefront, they were 23. The marina was a ghost town of empty slips and abandoned vessels, the boats bobbing gently in the autumn swell. Some were damaged, some were too small, but several looked seaworthy. Sailboats and cabin cruisers that could carry people, supplies, hope. "We take what we can use," Ethan said. "Load up, cast off, and head for the islands before the reclamation knows we're here." "That's a lot of assumptions." "It's a lot of faith." They worked through the night, preparing the vessels, loading supplies, organizing the evacuation. The infected were sparse here. The marina had been cleared early in the outbreak, the boats too far from the concentration of prey, and they made good progress. By dawn, they were ready. The crossing was the first peace Ethan had felt since the outbreak began. The lake stretched around them in all directions, gray water meeting gray sky, the city receding into a smudge on the horizon. No infected here, no reclamation, just water and wind and the gentle rock of the boat beneath his feet. Mara found him at the bow, staring at the approaching shape of the island. "We made it," she said, "against all odds. We made it this far. Again. Stop saying that. She stood beside him, her shoulder pressing against his. At some point, we get to claim victory. At some point, this far becomes far enough. And you think this is it? I think it could be. She pointed at the island, a rocky outcrop crowned with trees maybe 2 miles across, showing no signs of habitation. A fresh start, a chance to build something that isn't just about survival. Something like what? Like a community, a real one, not just people huddled together against the dark. Something with purpose, something that matters. Ethan looked at the island, trying to see what she saw. A future, a possibility, something worth fighting for beyond simple survival. Lucas would have liked it here, he said quietly. The water, the openness, the chance to just be. He would have. Mara's voice was soft. He would have thrived. They stood in silence, watching the island grow larger. I miss him, Ethan admitted. I miss all of them, but Lucas... He shook his head. He was 12 years old. He should have been worrying about school and friends and what games to play. Instead, he died saving people from a grenade. He chose that. He chose to protect us. He shouldn't have had to. No. He shouldn't have. Mara turned to face him, but he did. And he did it with more courage than most adults could muster. That's not tragedy, Ethan, that's heroism. It's both. It can be both. The island was close now, the details coming into focus, rocky beaches, dense forest. What looked like the ruins of old structures, a lighthouse maybe, or a research station. Empty. Waiting. We're really doing this, Ethan said, starting over. We're really doing this. He took a breath, let it out slowly. Okay. Then let's do it right. The 30th day began with a new beginning. They'd established a camp on the island's western shore, using the old lighthouse as a central shelter and the surrounding forest for resources. The radio equipment was set up on the lighthouse's upper level, where the signal could reach the mainland and beyond. 23 survivors building something new. Ethan broadcast that morning the first transmission from their island refuge. This is Ethan Caldwell, broadcasting from somewhere on Lake Michigan. We've established a new base, a new community, a new beginning. If you're out there, if you're surviving, know that you're not alone. We're still fighting, we're still spreading the truth, and we're still here. He paused, thinking of Lucas, of all of them. The reclamation wants you to believe that strength comes from control, from fear, from domination. But that's not strength, that's desperation. Real strength comes from connection, from trust, from choosing to help each other even when it's hard. We lost people getting here, good people, brave people, and we'll probably lose more before this is over. But as long as we keep fighting, as long as we keep telling the truth, as long as we keep believing in each other, they haven't won. They can never win. My name is Ethan Caldwell. We're still here, and we're not going anywhere. The broadcast ended. He sat in the lighthouse's upper room looking out at the water that surrounded them, the mainland a distant shadow on the horizon. Somewhere out there, the reclamation was hunting for them. Somewhere out there, the infected were still wandering, still repeating their endless phrases. Somewhere out there, the world was still ending, one day at a time. But here, on this island, surrounded by people who had chosen hope over despair, something new was beginning. Ethan closed his eyes and allowed himself to believe it. Mara found him there an hour later. The others are waiting, she said. We need to plan. Resources, defenses, long-term sustainability. I know. You okay? He considered the question. Was he okay? He'd lost friends, lost innocence, lost faith in the systems that were supposed to protect people. He'd killed and failed to kill. He'd made decisions that had gotten people killed and decisions that had saved lives. He'd watched a 12-year-old boy sacrifice himself and had to keep going anyway. "No," he said honestly, "but I'm still functioning. That's something." "It's everything, actually." Mara sat down beside him. "You know what I realized? Somewhere in the past month." "What?" "That you're not the same person you were before. Neither am I. None of us are. The world changed us, broke us in some ways, but also made us stronger, more real. Is that supposed to be comforting?" "It's supposed to be honest." She looked out at the water, at the endless gray expanse. "The old world is gone, the old us are gone, but we're still here, still fighting, still trying to build something that matters." Lucas said something like that, about being still here. He was wise for his age. He was wise for any age. They sat in silence, watching the water. "We should name this place," Mara said finally. "The island. Give it something to be." "What would we call it?" "I don't know. Hope? Refuge? Second chance?" Ethan thought about it, about all the places they'd been, all the names that had lost meaning. The water treatment facility, the Huan Bridge, the port, places that had been refuge and battlefield and graveyard all at once. "Haven," he said finally. "We call it Haven." "Haven," Mara tested the word. "I like it, simple, honest. That's all we can be now, simple and honest." She stood, extended a hand to help him up. "Come on, the others are waiting. Haven isn't going to build itself." Ethan took her hand, let her pull him to his feet. "No," he agreed. "It isn't." They descended the lighthouse stairs together, toward the sound of voices and activity and life, toward the community that was waiting, toward the future that was uncertain but theirs. Haven. It was a beginning. The 30th day in Milwaukee ended with hope, not the naive hope of the old world, the belief that systems would protect you and tomorrow would be better than today. This was a harder hope, forged in fire and loss and the relentless pressure of survival. The hope of people who had seen the worst and chosen to keep going anyway. 23 survivors on an island building something new. The reclamation was still out there, still hunting them, still trying to impose their vision of order on a shattered world. The infected were still wandering, still repeating their last words in that terrible, endless chorus. The truth about Project Lazarus was still spreading, finding ears and minds and hearts across the region. And Ethan Caldwell was still broadcasting, still telling the story, still fighting for a future that seemed impossible but refused to die. "Still here," he said into the microphone, echoing Lucas's final words. "We're still here." And somewhere, in the darkness, someone was listening. The 31st day on Haven began with smoke on the horizon. Ethan saw it first from his usual spot at the lighthouse's upper window, a dark smudge rising from the mainland somewhere in the direction of the city. Not the random fires that still burned across Milwaukee, but something deliberate, something organized. "They're burning the shoreline," Chen said, joining him at the window. Her wounded shoulder had healed poorly, the arm hanging at a slight angle that would never be quite right. Clearing it, making sure no one slips through. The reclamation? Who else? They watched the smoke spread, column after column, rising into the gray morning sky. The message was clear. The reclamation was tightening its grip, eliminating any refuge that might shelter their enemies. It was only a matter of time before they turned their attention to the islands. "We need to move the radio equipment," Ethan said. "Find a more defensible position, somewhere they can't easily assault." "There is no more defensible position. Haven is 2 miles across. If they come with boats with numbers, we can't hold it." "Then what do you suggest?" Chen was quiet for a long moment, her eyes fixed on the distant smoke. "We stop running," she said finally. "We stop hiding. We take the fight to them. 23 people against the reclamation? That's suicide." "Maybe," Or maybe it's the only way this ends. She turned to face him, and there was something in her eyes that Ethan hadn't seen before. A calm certainty that went beyond military training. Webb won't stop. He can't stop. His entire vision depends on controlling the narrative, eliminating anyone who challenges his authority. As long as we exist, as long as we're broadcasting, we're a threat he can't ignore. So we make him come to us. So we make him come to us, on our terms, at a place of our choosing. And we make it cost him everything. Ethan thought about the Juan Bridge, about the siege, the losses, Lucas's sacrifice, about all the places that had become battlefields because they'd tried to stand and fight. "Where?" he asked. "The port." Chen's voice was hard. "Where it all started. Where the evidence is, where the truth is buried, we go back, we broadcast from there, and we force Webb to assault us at a location that exposes exactly what his people are trying to hide. The port is in the heart of reclamation territory. Yes, but it's also the one place they can't afford to destroy. The evidence there incriminates them. They need it contained, not obliterated. You're betting a lot on their rationality. I'm betting on their self-interest. That's the safest bet there is." The plan came together over the following days. They would leave Haven with a small team, the fighters, the broadcasters, anyone who could contribute to the assault. The rest would stay on the island, maintaining the community they'd built, ready to carry on if the mission failed. It was a gamble, a desperate, probably suicidal gamble. But Ethan couldn't think of a better option. "I'm coming with you," Mara said on the third day when the preparations were nearly complete. "You're needed here. The medical station can be run by others. I trained 3 people over the past week specifically for this." She met his eyes, her expression fierce. "I'm not staying behind while you go off to die, Ethan, not again. This isn't like the data center. It's exactly like the data center, and the bridge, and everywhere else you've gone without me." Her voice cracked slightly. "I've spent the past month watching you walk into danger over and over, always being the one left behind to pick up the pieces. I can't do it anymore. Mara, I'm a doctor, a trauma surgeon. Before all this, if people are going to be fighting, they're going to need medical support." She stepped closer, her hand finding his. "Let me help. Let me be useful for something other than patching wounds after the fact." Ethan wanted to argue, wanted to protect her, to keep her safe, to make sure at least one member of his family survived whatever was coming. But he saw the determination in her eyes, the same stubborn resolve that had defined their relationship since childhood, and he knew arguing would be useless. "Okay," he said. "You come, but you stay with the support team, away from the front lines. I stay where I'm needed. That's the only promise I can make." It wasn't enough, but it was all he was going to get. They departed Haven on the 34th day, 12 people in 3 boats carrying everything they could spare. The crossing was tense, the mainland growing larger with each passing minute, the smoke from the burning shoreline visible even from this distance. They made landfall at an abandoned marina on the city's south side, beaching the boats and moving inland before the reclamation's patrols could spot them. The city had changed in the days since they'd left. The reclamation had been busy, checkpoints on major roads, fortifications around key buildings, the signs of an occupation that was becoming increasingly permanent. But they'd also grown complacent, their patrols predictable, their attention focused on the obvious routes and obvious targets. They didn't expect anyone to be coming toward them. "The port is 3 miles northeast," Chen said, studying the terrain from the roof of an abandoned warehouse. "We can reach it by nightfall if we move through the industrial sector. And then we set up, we broadcast, and we wait for Webb to come to us. What makes you think he'll take the bait? Because we'll be broadcasting from the one place he can't ignore. The administrative building where the evidence is. Chen's smile was thin. He'll come. He won't have a choice. They moved. The journey through the industrial sector was a nightmare of close calls and narrow escapes. The infected were everywhere, not the scattered groups they'd encountered before, but massive hordes that moved through the streets like rivers of the dead. The reclamation's clearing operations had driven them from the residential areas, concentrating them in the abandoned industrial zones where no one was supposed to be. Ethan led the group through the chaos, his senses hyper-aware, his mind cataloging every sound, every movement, every potential threat. The chorus of repeated phrases was constant now, a wall of sound that made it impossible to distinguish individual voices. Pressure reading at 7.5, container 17 ready for transport. Sign here, please, sign here, please. The same phrases he'd heard months ago, still echoing, still repeating. The workers from the port frozen in their final moments, their words becoming an eternal monument to the catastrophe that had claimed them. Through here, Chen whispered, pointing to a gap in a collapsed fence. This connects to the freight yards. From there, we can access the port's western entrance. They slipped through one by one, the infected oblivious to their passage. The freight yards were a maze of rusted tracks and abandoned boxcars, the same terrain they'd crossed on their escape from the water treatment facility weeks ago. It felt like returning to the scene of a crime, revisiting wounds that had never fully healed. The port's western entrance was unguarded, not from oversight, but from the sheer impracticality of posting sentries in territory, crawling with infected. The reclamation had secured the administrative building itself, but they'd ceded the outer perimeter to the dead. We go in quiet, Chen said. Find a defensible position, set up the equipment, and start broadcasting before they know we're here. The longer we have before they respond, the better. And when they do respond, we hold as long as we can. Make them pay for every inch. It wasn't a plan for survival. It was a plan for making their deaths mean something. Ethan accepted it. There wasn't anything else to accept. The administrative building was exactly as Ethan remembered it. 3 stories of concrete and glass, the scene of their desperate raid weeks before. The reclamation had occupied it since then, their presence evident in the fortifications around the main entrance, and the armed guards patrolling the perimeter. But they'd made a mistake. They're focused outward, June observed, studying the building through binoculars, watching for threats from the direction of their territory, not from the infected zones. They don't expect anyone to come through the dead. Chen's voice was grim. They think the hordes are a barrier, not a pathway. Then we use that. They approached from the north, using the infected as cover, moving when the hordes moved, freezing when they stopped, timing their progress to the chaotic rhythms of the dead. It was the most terrifying journey of Ethan's life, walking among monsters who could tear them apart with a single moment of recognition, trusting their survival to luck and timing and the hope that the infection's degraded senses wouldn't notice them. They made it to the building's rear entrance without incident. The door was locked, but locks were a minor obstacle after everything they'd been through. Marcus, one of the soldiers who had survived the bridge, produced a set of picks and went to work while the others kept watch. "We're in," he whispered after a tense minute. "Ground floor looks clear." They slipped inside. The building's interior was a time capsule of the outbreak's first hours. Papers scattered across floors, overturned furniture, computer monitors still glowing with screensavers that no one had been alive to watch, and blood, dried and dark, spattering the walls and pooling in corners where bodies had lain before being dragged away or reanimated. Ethan led them up the central staircase toward the 3rd floor where he knew the record storage was located. The reclamation guards were concentrated at the main entrance. The interior was largely unoccupied, their confidence in the perimeter security making them careless. "Here," June said. pointing to a room marked Communications. If we can access their systems, we can broadcast through the port's emergency network. Much stronger signal than our portable equipment. Do it. They set up quickly, June working the communications equipment while the others established defensive positions. Chen deployed their fighters at the stairwell entrances, creating overlapping fields of fire that would make any assault costly. We're ready, June reported. Signals strong, we can reach most of the region. Then let's give them something to listen to. Ethan took the microphone. This is Ethan Caldwell, broadcasting from the port of Milwaukee, the place where it all began, the place where Project Lazarus was transported, where containment failed, where millions of people were condemned to death by decisions made in secret by people who thought they knew better than the rest of us. He paused, gathering his thoughts. We've been running for weeks, hiding, surviving, but we're done running now. We're here at ground zero, with the evidence that proves everything we've been saying. The documents, the research data, the chain of command, it's all here. And the people who want to keep it buried know we're here. Colonel Marcus Webb, the reclamation. They're going to come for us, they're going to try to silence us the way they've silenced everyone else who challenged their authority, but this time, it's not going to work. Because even if they kill us, the truth is already out. It's spreading. And truth once spoken can never be unspoken. If you're listening, if you're out there, surviving, fighting, hoping, know that you're not alone. Know that the lies they've been telling you are just that. Lies. And know that as long as anyone is willing to speak the truth, the people who did this to us can never truly win. He took a breath. My name is Ethan Caldwell. We're still here, and we're not going anywhere. The broadcast ended, and almost immediately they heard the sounds of response. The reclamation arrived within the hour. Ethan watched from a third-floor window as the vehicles pulled up outside the building. Armored trucks, military transports. The kind of force projection that spoke of overwhelming strength. Dozens of soldiers spilled out, taking positions, preparing for assault. And at the center of it all, Colonel Marcus Webb. He was younger than Ethan had expected, maybe 50, with close-cropped gray hair and a bearing that radiated command. He carried himself like someone who had never doubted his own authority, never questioned whether his decisions were right. Caldwell! Webb's voice, amplified by megaphone, echoed off the building's walls. You've made your point. You've broadcast your message. Now it's time to be reasonable. Ethan moved to a broken window, raised his voice to Carrie. Reasonable? Like your reasonable assault on the refugee camp? Like your reasonable siege of the bridge? Necessary actions. Difficult but necessary. You understand necessity, don't you, Caldwell? You've made hard choices yourself, sacrificed people for the greater good. I've sacrificed people because I had no choice. You sacrifice people because it's convenient. The difference is academic. The result is the same. Webb lowered the megaphone, spoke to one of his officers, then raised it again. I'm offering you terms. Surrender now. You and everyone with you, and I'll let the others live. Continue this foolishness, and I'll burn the building with you inside it. The evidence you're protecting will be destroyed either way. Then why negotiate? If you can just burn us out, why bother talking? Webb was silent for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice was colder. Because I'm curious. Because I want to understand what makes someone like you tick. You're not military, not a leader, not anyone particularly special. Just a building inspector who ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time, and yet you've caused me more trouble than any organized resistance could have. Maybe that tells you something about your resistance. It tells me you're lucky, but luck runs out, Caldwell. It always does. Then come and get us. Ethan stepped back from the window as the first shots rang out. The assault was methodical and relentless. The reclamation didn't rush the building. They were too professional for that. Instead, they established fire positions, suppressed the windows, and began a systematic breach of the ground floor. Each floor would be taken in sequence, each defensive position overwhelmed by superior numbers and firepower. It was exactly what Chen had predicted, and exactly what they'd prepared for. "Fall back to the second floor," she ordered over the radio. "Leave the tripwires active. Make them pay for every step." The tripwires were crude but effective, improvised explosives made from cleaning supplies and propane tanks, positioned at choke points throughout the ground floor. When the first reclamation soldiers moved through, the explosion sent them reeling, buying precious minutes for the defenders to reposition. But minutes were all they were buying. "They're bringing in reinforcements," Marcus reported from his position at the west stairwell. "Another truck just arrived, at least 20 more. Hold your position. Make them think we're stronger than we are. Chen, there's only 3 of us on this side. We can't. You can and you will." Her voice left no room for argument. "Hold." The fighting moved to the second floor. Ethan fought with a desperation he hadn't known he possessed. The reclamation soldiers were trained, professional, deadly. But they were also cautious, unwilling to take unnecessary risks against an enemy that had already cost them lives. That caution gave the defenders an edge, barely enough to hold, barely enough to survive. The corridor outside the communications room became a killing ground. Soldiers who tried to advance met concentrated fire from multiple angles. Those who made it through the crossfire stumbled into improvised barriers that channeled them into kill zones. But the numbers were overwhelming. "We need to fall back to the third floor," Chen said. Her voice was strained, her wounded shoulder clearly causing her pain. "We can't hold the second floor much longer. If we fall back, we lose half our defensive positions. If we don't fall back, we lose everything." She grabbed his arm, forced him to meet her eyes. "Listen to me. This was always going to be a fighting retreat. The goal isn't to win. It's to make this cost them enough that they can't suppress the truth. We need to hold the communications room long enough to broadcast everything. After that," she didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. "Okay," Ethan said. "Third floor. Everyone move." They retreated up the stairwell, leaving behind tripwires and improvised obstacles. Behind them, the sounds of pursuit were growing louder. The reclamation taking the second floor, regrouping, preparing for the final push. The communications room was on the third floor's eastern side, overlooking the port's main docks. June was still at the equipment, still broadcasting, her voice a steady stream of truth that went out into the darkness. Project Lazarus was a Department of Defense initiative designed to create soldiers who could not die. The research subjects were prisoners, the terminally ill, anyone who wouldn't be missed. The compound they developed caused reanimation within hours of death, but with side effects that... "Keep going," Ethan told her. "Don't stop until they're through the door. And then we improvise." The final assault began as the sun was setting. The reclamation came up both stairwells simultaneously, overwhelming the defensive positions with sheer numbers. Marcus fell at the west stairwell, taking 3 soldiers with him before a burst of automatic fire cut him down. Diane lasted longer at the east stairwell, her calm professionalism carrying her through until a grenade bounced off the wall behind her and ended everything. The survivors gathered in the communications room. Ethan, Mara, Chen, June, and 2 others whose names Ethan had never learned. 6 people holding the line against an army. "This is it," Chen said. She was bleeding from a wound in her side, her rifle nearly empty, her eyes holding a clarity that came from accepting the inevitable. "Make it count." The door burst open. The fighting was close and brutal. Handguns, knives, bare hands. Ethan killed a soldier with his pipe, took a bullet in the shoulder, kept fighting. Chen was everywhere at once, her military training translating into a deadly efficiency that bought them seconds, minutes, time that felt like hours. But it wasn't enough. It was never going to be enough. "Ethan!" Mara's voice cut through the chaos. She was at the window, pulling at something, the emergency fire escape, a rusted metal ladder that led down the building's exterior. "Go! We'll cover you!" "I'm not leaving. Go!" Chen shoved him toward the window, turned back to face the soldiers flooding through the door. "The files, the broadcast, that's what matters. Go!" Ethan hesitated. One eternal moment of indecision, torn between loyalty and duty, between the people he loved and the mission they died for. Then Mara grabbed his arm and pulled him through the window. The fire escape swayed beneath them as they descended, the sounds of gunfire fading above. "Chen," Ethan started, "is buying us time." Mara's voice was tight with grief but steady with purpose. "Don't waste it." They reached the ground, hit the asphalt running. The infected were everywhere, drawn by the gunfire, the explosions, the chaos of the assault. But the reclamation soldiers were too focused on the building to notice two figures slipping through the darkness. They made it to the perimeter fence, found a gap, pushed through into the industrial wasteland beyond. Behind them, the administrative building was lit up with gunfire, the windows flickering with muzzle flashes. "We have to keep moving," Mara said. "They'll search for us once they secure the building." "The files," June was broadcasting them, the whole time. Everything in that room was going out live. She turned to face him, and even in the darkness he could see the tears on her face. "It worked, Ethan. The truth is out. It's everywhere now. And everyone who helped us get it out is dead. Not dead, sacrificed." Her hand found his, squeezed hard. "There's a difference." They kept moving. The 35th day dawned gray and cold. They'd found shelter in an abandoned factory about a mile from the port, hiding in the machinery and debris while the reclamation search parties swept the area. The sounds of pursuit had faded by morning, the soldiers apparently satisfied that anyone who'd been in the building was dead. Ethan sat with his back against a rusted boiler, his wounded shoulder throbbing, his mind replaying the events of the night before over and over. Chen, shoving him toward the window. Marcus and Diane dying at the stairwells. June still broadcasting even as the soldiers burst through the door. "They knew," he said quietly. "Didn't they? They knew it was going to end like this." Mara sat beside him, her face pale with exhaustion but her eyes clear. "They knew it might. We all did." She was quiet for a moment. "That's what makes it sacrifice instead of just death. They chose this. Chose to die for something that mattered. Did it matter? The broadcast, the truth, did any of it actually change anything? I don't know yet, but that's not the point. The point is that we tried. We told the truth, we fought for what was right, and we gave others the chance to do the same." She leaned her head against his shoulder. "That's all anyone can do, Ethan. Give others the chance." They sat in silence, listening to the distant sounds of the infected outside, the endless chorus of repeated phrases that had become the soundtrack of their new world. "We should find the others," Ethan said finally. "The ones who stayed on Haven. Let them know what happened. Can we reach the boats? Maybe, if we're careful. Then let's be careful." They gathered what they could salvage, weapons, supplies, the desperate necessities of survival, and prepared to move. The journey back to the marina took most of the day. The reclamation had increased its patrols in the wake of the port assault, their presence heavier than ever in the industrial districts. Ethan and Mara moved like ghosts, hiding when they had to, running when they could, always one step ahead of the soldiers searching for survivors. By late afternoon, they'd reached the shore. The boats were still there, beached on the rocky strand where they'd left them, apparently undiscovered by the reclamation's sweeps. One was damaged, its hull cracked by the rocks, but the others were seaworthy. "We made it," Mara breathed. "We made it this far." She shot him a look. "Stop saying that. Force of habit." They pushed one of the boats into the water, climbed aboard, and began the crossing to haven. The mainland shrank behind them, its fires and smoke fading into the afternoon haze. Ahead, the island waited, a dark shape on the horizon, the refuge they'd built from nothing. Ethan watched it grow larger and felt something strange stirring in his chest. Not hope, not exactly, but something close to it. They'd lost so much. Chen, Marcus, Diane, June, all the people who had believed in the mission, who had died making sure the truth survived. But the truth had survived. It was out there now, spreading, impossible to contain. And they were still alive, still fighting, still here. The landing at Haven was subdued. The survivors who had stayed behind gathered on the shore as Ethan and Mara brought the boat in, their faces reflecting the question that didn't need to be asked. When they saw only 2 people in the boat, when they understood what that meant, the grief was palpable. "Chen?" someone asked. Ethan shook his head. "The others?" "Gone. All of them." The silence stretched. The broadcast? This from a young woman, one of the newcomers who had joined them in the days before the mission. Did it work? It worked. June got everything out before... He couldn't finish the sentence. It's out there now. The truth. Everything. Then it wasn't for nothing. No, it wasn't for nothing. They gathered that evening in the lighthouse, 12 survivors where there had once been 23. The losses were written on every face, in every silence, in the way people moved and spoke and breathed. But beneath the grief there was something else too. Purpose. "We keep broadcasting," Ethan said. "From here, from wherever we can. We make sure the truth keeps spreading, that what Chen and the others died for wasn't wasted. And the reclamation? They'll keep hunting us. Keep trying to silence us, but they can't kill what's already been said. They can't unspread what's already spread." He looked around the room, meeting each pair of eyes in turn. "We're not going to win this by fighting them directly. We're too few, too weak. But we can win by surviving, by outlasting them, by being here, still telling the truth long after they've burned themselves out trying to suppress it. That's a long game. It's the only game we've got." The 36th day brought the storm. It came in from the lake without warning, a late-season squall that turned the water into chaos and the sky into a wall of gray. The wind howled through Haven's makeshift structures, tearing at roofs and scattering supplies. The rain came down in sheets so thick you couldn't see 10 feet ahead. And through the storm, the reclamation came. They'd found them. Somehow, despite all their precautions, despite the distance and the water and the infected zones between them, they'd found them. Ethan saw the boats first, emerging from the storm like ghosts. 3 of them, loaded with soldiers fighting through the waves toward Haven's western shore. There was no time to prepare, no time to plan, only time to react. "Everyone to the lighthouse!" he shouted over the wind. "Defensive positions, now!" The survivors scrambled to comply, grabbing weapons, dragging supplies, moving with the desperate efficiency of people who had practiced this too many times before. The lighthouse was the only defensible structure on the island. Stone walls, limited approaches, the high ground that might give them a chance. Mara was at his side as they ran, her face set in hard lines. "How did they find us?" "I don't know. Patrol, maybe. Or someone talked." It didn't matter now. What mattered was surviving the next few hours. The reclamation boats hit the shore just as the last of the survivors reached the lighthouse. The soldiers spilled out, 30 or more, advancing through the storm with weapons raised. And at their head, Colonel Webb himself. Caldwell. Webb's voice carried even through the howling wind, amplified by some trick of acoustics or sheer force of will. I told you luck runs out. This ends today. Ethan was at one of the lighthouse's narrow windows, rifle in hand. The storm made visibility difficult, but he could see the soldiers spreading out, taking positions, preparing for assault. We've got maybe 20 minutes before they breach, someone said. The door won't hold against concentrated fire. Then we make sure they don't get concentrated fire. Ethan turned to face the room. Everyone who can shoot to the windows. Everyone who can't, stay in the center and prepare to move. If they breach, we fall back to the upper levels. Fall back to where? There's nowhere to go. He didn't have an answer for that. The assault began with grenades. Smoke grenades first, obscuring the approaches, then fragmentation that cracked against the lighthouse's stone walls without penetrating. The reclamation was being careful, methodical, trying to suppress the defenders before moving in for the kill. But the defenders had nothing to lose. The firefight that followed was the most intense of Ethan's life. Muzzle flashes in the gray murk, bullets cracking off stone, the screams of wounded soldiers drowned out by the storm. He fired until his rifle was empty, grabbed another weapon from a fallen defender, kept firing. Beside him, Mara was treating wounded, improvised triage in the chaos, hands steady despite the blood and the noise and the constant knowledge that death was inches away. "We're running low on ammunition," someone shouted. "Then make every shot count." The reclamation pushed closer, 10 feet to the door, 5. And then something changed. It started with the infected. The storm had driven them from their usual haunts, scattered them across the island in a chaos that the reclamation hadn't accounted for. Now they were emerging from the tree line, drawn by the gunfire, the screams, the smell of blood. Dozens of them, then hundreds. "Jesus Christ," one of the soldiers outside screamed. "They're everywhere! Fall back, fall!" His words dissolved into the sound of tearing flesh. The reclamation's assault collapsed as the infected hit them from behind. Soldiers who had been focused on the lighthouse now spun to face a new threat, their disciplined formations fragmenting into chaos. The careful suppressing fire stopped as every weapon turned to the approaching horde. "Now," Ethan said, "everyone out the back, move!" They fled through the lighthouse's rear exit, out into the storm, away from the carnage unfolding at the front. The sounds followed them. Gunfire, screams, the endless chorus of repeated phrases rising above the wind. "Container 17 ready for transport. Sign here, please sign here. Pressure reading at 7.5. The dead had found them all. They made it to the boats. The storm was weakening, the wind dying down, the rain fading to a drizzle. But the chaos on the island continued, the infected sweeping through the reclamation's forces, the soldiers fighting a battle they couldn't win. "Everyone aboard!" Ethan shouted. "Leave everything we can't carry. Go!" 9 survivors piled into the remaining boats, pushing off from the shore as the sounds of slaughter faded behind them. The water was rough but navigable, the boats riding the swells toward the mainland. "Where do we go?" someone asked. Ethan looked back at Haven, at the island that had been their refuge, now swarming with the dead and the dying. He looked at the survivors in the boats, Mara and 8 others whose names he barely knew. All that remained of everything they'd built. "The bridge," he said. "The Hawan Bridge." "The bridge? That's where the reclamation..." "The reclamation is dying behind us. They threw everything at Haven and the infected tore them apart. Whatever's left of their force, it won't be at the bridge. It'll be scattered, leaderless, trying to survive just like us." And Webb? Webb was on the island when the infected hit. Ethan's voice was flat. "He might be dead. He might be turned. Either way, he's not a problem anymore." The boats moved through the gray water toward the dark shape of the mainland, toward whatever came next. They landed at the same marina they'd used before, beaching the boats in the growing twilight. The city was quieter than Ethan remembered. Not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of aftermath. The reclamation's checkpoints were abandoned, their vehicles sitting empty on the roads. The infected wandered in loose groups, their attention diffuse, their hunger temporarily sated. The storm drove them everywhere, Mara observed. Broke up the hordes, scattered them across the city. That's good for us. It's good for now. They'll concentrate again. They always do. They moved inland toward the bridge that had been the site of so much suffering. The journey took most of the night, careful progress through streets filled with the dead, the living, and the in-between. The Huan Bridge came into view just as dawn was breaking. It was still standing. The distinctive blue cables rose against the lightening sky, the roadway stretching across the harbor, the maintenance catwalks beneath still visible through the morning haze. Whatever damage the siege had caused, the structure itself had held. "We go up," Ethan said. "Establish position. Start broadcasting again." "You really think anyone's still listening?" "Someone's always listening. That's what we learned. The truth finds ears even when it seems like no one cares." They climbed the service stairwell, muscles aching, wounds protesting, exhaustion dragging at every step. But they made it to the top, to the platform where Lucas had died, where so many others had fallen, and they set up the radio equipment one more time. The 37th day began with a broadcast. "This is Ethan Caldwell from the Huan Bridge. We're still here. The reclamation attacked our refuge, tried to silence us once and for all. They failed. Their leader, Colonel Webb, is dead or turned. His assault on our island was overrun by the infected he thought he could control." Ethan paused, looking out at the city spread below him. "But we lost people too. Good people. Brave people. They died so that we could keep broadcasting, keep telling the truth, keep fighting for a world that's worth living in. And we're going to keep fighting. No matter how many times they try to stop us, no matter how many of us they kill, we're going to keep telling the truth. Because that's all we have left. And it's enough." He ended the broadcast and sat in silence, watching the sun rise over the ruined city. Mara found him there an hour later. "We're picking up signals," she said. "Other broadcasts, other survivor groups." "Saying what?" "Some are repeating our information, spreading the truth about Project Lazarus. Others are—" She hesitated. "Others are calling for organized resistance, using what we broadcast to rally people against the reclamation's remnants. It's working. It's working." She sat down beside him, her shoulder pressing against his. "You did this, Ethan, you and Chen and June and all the others. You started something that's actually changing things. We did this. All of us. All of us." She was quiet for a moment. "What happens now?" Ethan looked at the city below, at the smoke and the ruins and the distant shapes of the dead still wandering. He thought about everything they'd lost, everything they'd survived, everything that still remained. "We keep going," he said. "One day at a time, one broadcast at a time, one truth at a time. That's not much of a plan. It's the only plan that's ever worked." The 38th day brought the reckoning. It came without warning. A rumble in the earth, a vibration that ran through the bridge's steel and concrete, a sound that Ethan recognized in his bones before his mind could process it. Structural failure. "Everyone off the bridge!" he shouted. "Now! Move!" The survivors scrambled for the service stairwell, the platform swaying beneath their feet. But Ethan stayed, his hands on the radio equipment, his eyes scanning the structure around him. He could see it now, the cracks running through the support columns, the stress fractures spreading through concrete that had held for decades. The bridge had survived the siege, survived the storms, survived everything the apocalypse had thrown at it. But damage accumulated, stress compounded, and now, finally, the structure was giving way. "Ethan!" Mara's voice from the stairwell. "What are you doing? We have to go." "The equipment? Leave it, the bridge is collapsing." He looked at the radio, at the microphone that had carried their message across the region, at the equipment that had cost so many lives to establish, that had become the symbol of everything they'd fought for, and he made a decision. "Go," he said. "I'll be right behind you." "Ethan, go." "Yeah." She hesitated. One eternal moment of indecision, of love and fear and the desperate need to not lose anyone else. Then she turned and ran, disappearing down the stairwell, trusting him to follow. But Ethan didn't follow. He sat down at the radio, keyed the microphone, and began to speak. "This is Ethan Caldwell, broadcasting from the Hoan Bridge. What you're hearing might be my last transmission." The platform shuddered beneath him. A support cable snapped somewhere below, the sound like a gunshot. "The bridge is collapsing. Structural failure, the kind of thing I used to prevent back when preventing things was still possible. I should probably run. Get to safety. Live to fight another day." Another shudder. The platform tilted slightly, sending loose equipment sliding toward the edge. "But I'm not going to do that. Because there's something I need to say, something I've been trying to say since this all started, but never found the words for." He took a breath, steadying himself against the swaying structure. 3 years ago, I signed off on an inspection for a bridge in the Menomonee Valley. I saw cracks, signs of stress, things that should have made me flag it for repair. But I was tired and overworked, and I told myself it could wait. 2 weeks later, that bridge collapsed. 7 people died, including a child. The confession came easier than he'd expected, maybe because it didn't matter anymore. Maybe because the truth was all he had left. I've spent every day since then afraid of making decisions because decisions kill people. Afraid of taking responsibility because responsibility means blame. I built a shell around myself, convinced that if I just stayed careful enough, cautious enough, I could avoid ever failing anyone again. A massive groan ran through the bridge. The roadway above was starting to buckle. But that's not how it works. You can't avoid failure by avoiding action. All you do is guarantee a different kind of failure. The failure of never trying, never risking, never being willing to put yourself on the line for something that matters. I've learned that over the past month. Learned it from Harold, who taught me to trust my instincts. From Rick, who believed in something bigger than survival. From Lucas, who threw himself on a grenade to save people he barely knew. From Chen and June and Marcus and all the others who died so that the truth could live. The platform lurched. Time was running out. I'm not a hero. I'm not a leader. I'm just a guy who learned. Too late, probably, but learned. That the only real failure is not trying. That responsibility isn't a burden to avoid, but a gift to embrace. That the cracks in the world aren't signs of weakness. They're invitations to build something stronger. So here's my last truth for whoever's listening. Don't be afraid. Don't hide from the hard choices, the impossible decisions, the moments that might break you. Face them. Own them. Let them make you into something better than you were before. My name is Ethan Caldwell. I was a building inspector, I was a survivor, and I was, for a little while, someone who tried to make a difference. I hope it was enough. He set down the microphone, stood up, and looked around at the collapsing structure. The bridge was going to fall. There was no time to reach the stairwell, no time to escape. He'd known that from the moment he'd sent Mara away. But there was still one thing he could do. The support column on the eastern side was the key. Ethan could see it clearly now. The way the stress was propagating, the path the collapse would take. If that column went, the whole section would fall into the harbor. Everyone on the stairwell, everyone still trying to escape, would go with it. Unless someone stopped it. He ran. His legs screamed in protest, his wounded shoulder sending bolts of agony through his whole body. But he ran anyway because running was all he could do because there was no time for anything else. The column was cracked, fragments of concrete falling away, the rebar beneath exposed and bending. He threw himself against it, bracing his body against the failing structure, pushing back against the forces that were tearing it apart. It wouldn't hold. He knew that. A human body couldn't stop a bridge from collapsing, couldn't reverse the physics of structural failure. But it could slow things down. By seconds, maybe minutes, maybe enough. "Ethan!" Mara's voice from somewhere below. She hadn't made it to the stairwell. She was still on the lower platform, trying to reach him. "Go!" he shouted. "I'm holding it. Go! I'm not leaving you. You have to. Someone has to carry on. Someone has to keep broadcasting, keep telling the truth. I can't. You can. You have to." The column shuddered beneath his hands, the concrete crumbling, the metal screaming. "Please, Mara, please." He couldn't see her face through the chaos, couldn't know if she was listening, if she understood. All he could do was hold on, keep pushing, keep fighting against the inevitable. The column cracked, the platform tilted, and Ethan Caldwell fell. The last thing he heard was Mara's scream. Then the world was spinning, concrete and steel and water rushing past in a blur of sensation. The impact, when it came, was almost gentle, the cold embrace of Lake Michigan swallowing him, pulling him down into darkness. He tried to swim, tried to reach the surface, but his body wouldn't respond, his limbs heavy, his lungs burning with the need for air. The darkness closed in, and in that darkness he heard voices. "Still here, still here, still here." Lucas. "Get the files out, get the files." Thomas. Pressure reading at 7.5. The workers at the port. "Container 17 ready for transport. Sign here, please sign here. We have to try, we have to try." Rick. They were all there in the darkness, their voices blending together into something that wasn't quite a chorus, wasn't quite a conversation. Just an echo. A memory of everyone he'd known, everyone he'd lost, everyone who had died trying to do the right thing. Did it matter? He asked the darkness. Did any of it matter? The voices didn't answer. They just kept repeating, kept echoing, kept filling the silence with fragments of lives that had ended too soon. But somewhere in the distance he heard something else. A broadcast, his broadcast, playing on loop, spreading across the region, carrying the truth to everyone who would listen. "My name is Ethan Caldwell. I was a building inspector. I was a survivor. And I was, for a little while, someone who tried to make a difference." The words faded. The darkness deepened, and Ethan Caldwell let go. The 38th day ended with silence. The bridge had partially collapsed, one section falling into the harbor while the rest stood damaged but intact. The survivors, 8 of them now, gathered on the shore, watching the debris settle, searching for any sign of movement in the water. There was none. Mara stood apart from the others, her face blank, her eyes fixed on the point where the water was beginning to calm. "He saved us," someone said quietly. "That column was about to go if he hadn't." "I know. He was a hero. He was my brother." The silence stretched. Then Mara turned away from the water, away from the bridge, away from everything that had happened. Her face was wet with tears, but her voice was steady when she spoke. "We need to keep broadcasting. That's what he wanted. That's what he died for. The equipment, we'll salvage what we can. Find new equipment if we have to, but we keep going." She looked at the others, at the small group of survivors who were all that remained of everything they'd built. That's the deal now. That's what we owe them. Ethan, and Lucas, and Chen, and all the others. We keep going until we can't anymore. And then someone else keeps going after us. She walked toward the ruined bridge, toward the work that still needed to be done. The others followed one by one, leaving the shore empty except for the sound of the waves and the distant chorus of the dead. The sun set over Milwaukee, painting the sky in shades of red and gold. The city was quiet, quieter than it had been in weeks. The reclamation was broken, its leadership dead, its forces scattered. The infected still wandered, still repeated their endless phrases, but they seemed somehow diminished, their menace reduced by the simple fact that someone had finally told the truth about where they'd come from. On what remained of the Hoan Bridge, a radio crackled to life. "This is Mara Caldwell broadcasting in memory of my brother Ethan. The truth about Project Lazarus has been released. The reclamation has fallen, and we're still here. Still fighting, still surviving, still telling the truth to anyone who will listen." She paused, looking out at the ruined city, the dark water, the sky that was slowly filling with stars. Ethan used to say that truth couldn't protect us, that it just existed and what mattered was what we did with it. He was right. The truth doesn't save anyone on its own, but it gives us something to fight for. Something to believe in, something worth dying for. My brother believed that, and he died proving it. I'm going to keep broadcasting. Every day as long as I can, because that's what Ethan would have wanted, because that's what all of them would have wanted, and because somewhere out there someone is listening, someone is learning, someone is deciding to fight back instead of giving up. If that's you, if you're hearing this, know that you're not alone. Know that others have come before you, have sacrificed everything so that you could hear these words. And know that the truth once spoken can never be unspoken. My name is Mara Caldwell. My brother was Ethan Caldwell, and he was a hero. We're still here, and we're not going anywhere. The broadcast ended. The stars continued to emerge, and somewhere in the darkness a voice began to repeat. We're still here. We're still here. We're still here. But this time it wasn't the echo of the dead. It was the beginning of something new. The 39th day began with rain. Mara stood at what remained of the Hoan Bridge's eastern platform, watching the drops fall into the harbor below. Somewhere beneath that gray water, her brother's body lay among the wreckage of the collapsed section, claimed by the lake that had shaped so much of Milwaukee's history. She hadn't cried since the first night. The tears had come then, great heaving sobs that had torn through her like physical wounds, leaving her empty and raw and somehow lighter. Now there was just the quiet ache of absence, the space where Ethan had been that would never be filled. "We should move soon." The voice belonged to Sarah, one of the survivors who had joined them during the Haven days. She was young, maybe 22, with the kind of practical competence that came from growing up on a farm and learning early that sentiment couldn't substitute for action. "I know. The bridge isn't stable. Another storm, another tremor, and the rest of it could come down. I know." Sarah was quiet for a moment. "He was a good man. What he did. I know." Mara's voice came out sharper than she intended. She took a breath, softened. "I'm sorry, I know you're trying to help. I just need time. I understand." But time was the one thing they didn't have. The bridge was compromised. The reclamation survivors were scattered but not eliminated. The infected still wandered the streets below, their numbers temporarily reduced but already beginning to reconcentrate. Every hour they stayed here was an hour closer to disaster. "We'll move tomorrow," Mara said. "Find somewhere more secure. Start building again." Building what? It was a good question. Ethan had always been the one with the vision, the one who could see beyond immediate survival to something larger. Without him, Mara felt adrift, capable of keeping people alive but uncertain what they were staying alive for. "I don't know yet," she admitted, "but something. That's what he would have wanted." What he wanted doesn't matter anymore. Sarah's voice was gentle but firm. What matters is what we want, what we're willing to build. Mara looked at the young woman, saw the determination beneath the pragmatism, and felt something shift inside her. "You're right," she said. "Let's find out what that is." They abandoned the bridge at dawn the following day, 8 survivors carrying everything they could salvage from the damaged structure. The radio equipment was mostly intact, protected by the section of platform that hadn't collapsed, and Mara had made its preservation a priority. Whatever else they lost, the ability to broadcast had to continue. The route they chose led south, away from the worst of the reclamation's former territory, toward the industrial lakeshore that had been too contaminated for settlement even before the outbreak. The infected were sparse here, the terrain difficult, the structures abandoned for decades. It wasn't ideal, but it was available. "There's a water treatment facility about 2 miles ahead," Sarah reported, consulting the maps they'd salvaged. "Smaller than the one we lost, but the basic infrastructure should be similar." "We can't go back to the treatment facility model," Mara said. "The reclamation will be watching those sites. If any of them survived, that's where they'll look first." "Then where?" Mara studied the map, trying to think the way Ethan would have thought, not just about immediate shelter, but about long-term sustainability, about what kind of place could become a community, not just a refuge. "The industrial complex," she said, pointing to a cluster of buildings near the shore. "Multiple structures, defensible perimeter, access to the lake for water, and it's far enough from the main roads that we might avoid attention. It's also falling apart. Most of those buildings haven't been maintained in years. Then we maintain them, we learn, we adapt." Mara folded the map. "That's what survivors do." They moved. The industrial complex was everything Mara had hoped, and everything Sarah had warned. The buildings were old, their roofs sagging, their walls crumbling in places. The infrastructure had been stripped years ago, leaving behind hollow shells of concrete and steel. But the bones were good, the foundations were solid. And with work, with time, with the kind of stubborn determination that had kept them alive this long, it could become something. "We'll need to clear the perimeter first," Mara said, surveying the site. "Make sure there aren't any infected inside the buildings. And then we start making this place home." The clearing took most of the day. They found a handful of infected inside the largest building. Former workers, probably, who had never made it out when the outbreak hit. Their repeated phrases were industrial, mechanical, fragments of jobs that no longer existed. "Shift change at 6, shift change. Safety inspection required safety inspection. Quality control on line 3, quality control." Mara dispatched them quickly, efficiently, the movements becoming routine after so many weeks. She tried not to think about who they had been, what lives they had led before everything changed. That kind of thinking was a luxury she couldn't afford. By evening, the complex was clear. They gathered in the largest building's main hall, a cavernous space that had once been a manufacturing floor. The equipment was gone, sold off or scrapped, leaving behind a concrete expanse that echoed with every footstep. "This is it," Mara said. "Our new home, for now at least." "It's not much," someone muttered. "It's what we have, and we'll make it more." She looked around at the faces, tired, uncertain, grieving. Ethan used to say that survival wasn't about finding the perfect situation. It was about making the situation you found work. That's what we're going to do. And if the reclamation comes, then we'll deal with them, the same way we've dealt with everything else. It wasn't much of an answer, but it was enough. The 41st day brought the first new arrivals. They came from the east, A group of 5 who had heard the broadcasts and tracked the signals to their source. A family, parents, 2 teenagers, and a grandmother who walked with a cane but carried a shotgun like she knew how to use it. "We heard about the bridge," the father said. His name was James, and he had the weathered look of someone who had worked outdoors all his life. "Heard about the collapse, about your brother. We're sorry." "Thank you. We also heard you're building something here. A community. A real one, not just people huddled together waiting to die. We're trying. That's more than most." James looked around at the industrial complex, at the work already underway. "We want to help, if you'll have us." Mara studied the family, the fear beneath their determination, the hope beneath their fear. They had lost things too. Everyone had lost things. But they were still moving, still trying, still looking for something worth believing in. "You're welcome here," she said, "as long as you're willing to work." "We're willing." "Then welcome to—" She paused, realizing they hadn't named the place yet. "Welcome to Caldwell." The name came out without planning, but it felt right. A memorial to her brother, to everything he had tried to build. Not a monument or a gravestone, but a living thing. A community that carried his name and his ideals forward. "Caldwell," James repeated. "I like it." "So do I." More survivors arrived over the following days. Word of the broadcasts had spread, and with the reclamation's collapse, people who had been hiding were finally willing to emerge. They came in 1s and 2s, in small groups and large families, each bringing their own skills and stories and wounds. By the 45th day, Caldwell's population had grown to 32. Mara found herself overwhelmed by the responsibility, not just of keeping people alive, but of organizing them, directing them, making the countless decisions that community required. She had been a trauma surgeon before. She knew how to save lives in moments of crisis. But building a society was a different kind of medicine, requiring patience and planning, and a vision for the future that she was still struggling to articulate. "You're doing fine," Sarah told her one evening when Mara confessed her doubts. "Better than fine, actually. I'm making it up as I go. That's what your brother did too. He just hid it better." Mara smiled despite herself. Ethan was never good at hiding anything. He wore his uncertainty like a badge. Maybe, but he acted anyway. That's what mattered. Sarah leaned back against the wall, her face thoughtful. "The people here, they don't need you to have all the answers. They just need you to keep trying. To keep fighting for something worth fighting for." "And what is that? What are we fighting for?" "That's what we're figuring out. Together." It wasn't the kind of certainty Mara craved, but it was something. A start. The broadcasts continued every day, twice a day, morning and evening, carried across the region by equipment that was increasingly supplemented by salvaged parts and improvised repairs. Mara had taken over as the primary voice, but she encouraged others to contribute as well. Different perspectives, different stories, different reasons for hope. The broadcasts became less about reporting news and more about building connection, letting isolated survivors know they weren't alone, that somewhere out there people were coming together, trying to create something better. The responses grew too. Other groups were broadcasting now, inspired by what they'd heard, spreading their own messages of resistance and hope. A network was forming, fragile and informal but real. Survivor communities across the region, sharing information, coordinating resources, creating the foundations of something that might eventually become a functioning society. "We're changing things," June had said back at the port in the moments before everything fell apart. And she had been right. Not in the way anyone had expected, not without devastating cost. But the change was happening. Mara broadcast about that too. "This is Mara Caldwell from the community we've named in my brother's memory. We're not the only ones out here anymore. Every day we hear from more groups, more survivors, more people who have decided that survival isn't enough, that they want to live again, not just exist. Ethan used to say that truth couldn't protect us. He was right about that. But truth can inspire us, can connect us, can remind us that we're not alone even when the darkness seems absolute. We're building something here, not just shelters and defenses, but a community. A place where people matter, where truth matters, where the things that made us human before the outbreak can still matter now. If you're listening, if you're surviving, know that you have a place here. Not because you can fight or work or contribute, but because you're alive. Because you're human, because that's enough. The broadcast ended. Mara sat in silence, listening to the static, hoping someone was listening back. The 48th day brought the first test of Caldwell's defenses. It came without warning. A reclamation patrol, 3 vehicles carrying maybe 15 soldiers, emerging from the west as the morning sun was beginning to burn through the clouds. They had survived the collapse of their organization, had regrouped somewhere in the ruins. And now they were searching for resources, for recruits, for the enemy voices that had helped destroy their movement. "Everyone to positions," Mara ordered. "Non-combatants to the shelter, now." The defenses they'd built were crude but effective. Barriers at the main approaches, overlapping fields of fire, early warning systems made from scavenged materials. Not enough to stop a determined assault, but enough to make one costly. The reclamation vehicle stopped at the edge of the perimeter. A man emerged from the lead truck, hands raised, megaphone in hand. "We don't want trouble," his voice echoed across the compound. "We just want to talk." "Then talk from there," Mara shouted back. "You're not coming any closer." "Fair enough." The man lowered the megaphone, conversed briefly with the soldiers around him, then raised it again. "I'm Captain Morrison. I was with Colonel Webb's command. I have a proposal for you." "Webb's dead. His command is scattered. What makes you think we'd negotiate with you?" "Because we're all that's left." Morrison's voice had an edge of desperation. "The infection's spreading faster than we can contain it. The hordes are getting bigger, more concentrated. If we keep fighting each other, none of us survive." "You started the fighting. You attacked survivor communities, killed innocent people, tried to silence anyone who challenged you." "That was Webb and his inner circle. Most of us were just following orders, trying to survive the same as everyone else." Mara exchanged glances with Sarah, who had taken position beside her. The younger woman's face was skeptical but thoughtful. "What do you think?" Mara asked quietly. "I think it could be a trap." "I also think he might be telling the truth," Sarah shrugged. "Either way, we need to find out." Mara turned back to the reclamation soldiers. "Leave your weapons, all of you. Walk forward with your hands visible. Any sign of deception and we open fire." A long pause. Then Morrison nodded, began issuing orders. One by one, the soldiers laid down their rifles, their sidearms, their equipment. They walked forward in a loose group, hands raised, their faces showing a mixture of fear and hope that Mara recognized all too well. Survivors. Just like them. The negotiation that followed was tense but productive. Morrison told his story, a career National Guard officer who had been swept up in Webb's organization during the outbreak's first chaotic days. He had believed initially that the reclamation was genuinely trying to restore order, to protect survivors, to rebuild. By the time he understood what Webb really intended, it was too late to defect without being executed. "The attack on your bridge, I wasn't part of that. I was holding a position on the south side when everything fell apart. By the time I heard what happened, Webb was dead and the infected had scattered what was left of our forces. And now I have 15 soldiers who are tired of fighting and scared of dying. We've got weapons, vehicles, supplies, enough to be useful. What we don't have is a purpose." Morrison met Mara's eyes. "I heard your broadcasts. What you've been building here, it sounds like something worth believing in. After everything the reclamation did, you expect me to trust you? I expect you to be cautious, to watch us, test us, make sure we're not playing you. His voice was steady. But I'm also asking you to give us a chance. Not because we deserve it, we probably don't, but because the alternative is more killing, more dying, more of the same cycle that's destroying whatever's left of humanity. Mara thought about Ethan, about his insistence on building something better, on refusing to become the monsters they fought against, about the choice between safety and principle and how that choice defined who you were. You stay outside the compound, she said finally. Separate quarters, supervised at all times. Your people work with ours, but they don't carry weapons inside our perimeter. One sign of betrayal, one hint that you're not what you claim, and this conversation ends permanently. That's fair. It's not about fair, it's about survival. Mara stood. Welcome to Caldwell, Captain. Try not to make me regret this. The following weeks were a cautious dance of integration and suspicion. Morrison's people proved true to their word, working alongside Caldwell's original residents, contributing to the community's growth, gradually earning the trust that couldn't be given freely. There were tensions, conflicts, moments when the fragile alliance threatened to fracture. But each crisis was navigated, each conflict resolved, and slowly the two groups began to merge into something larger. By the 55th day, Caldwell's population had grown to 63. The community had evolved too. The industrial complex was being transformed, buildings repaired, gardens planted, defenses strengthened. They had established regular patrols, scouting routes, a network of safe houses that extended into the surrounding territory. The broadcasts continued, but now they also included practical information, where supplies could be found, which routes were safe, how to treat common injuries and infections. We're becoming a government, Sarah observed one morning as they reviewed the community's growing list of responsibilities and protocols. An actual functioning society. That's terrifying, Mara replied. That's progress. Maybe it was. Mara wasn't sure anymore what progress looked like in a world like this. But she kept working, kept building, kept trying to turn Ethan's vision into reality. The 61st day brought the second wave. It started with reports from the outer patrols, infected movements that were larger and more coordinated than anything they'd seen since the early days. The hordes were converging, drawn by something, moving with a purpose that seemed almost intentional. They're heading this way, Morrison reported, his face grim. Thousands of them, maybe tens of thousands. More than we can fight, more than we can hide from. How long? 2 days, maybe 3. They're moving slow, but they're moving steady. Mara gathered the community in the main hall, explained the situation, asked for input. The debate that followed was heated but productive. Voices raised, ideas challenged, a genuine democracy emerging from the chaos of survival. In the end, they chose to stand. We've run enough, James said, speaking for many. We've lost enough. This place, Caldwell, it's worth defending. It's worth dying for if it comes to that. It might come to that, Mara warned. Then we'll face it together, the way your brother would have wanted. The preparations began immediately. Barriers reinforced, weapons distributed, escape routes planned for those who couldn't fight. Morrison's military experience proved invaluable, his soldiers working alongside civilians to create a defensive perimeter that might hold against the approaching horde. And through it all, the broadcasts continued. This is Caldwell. We're facing a threat unlike anything we've seen before. A horde of infected, numbering in the tens of thousands, is approaching our position. We don't know if we can survive this, but we're going to try. If you're listening, if you can help, we need you. Not just soldiers, but people willing to fight for something worth fighting for. The location is in our previous broadcasts. Come if you can. And if you can't, remember us. Remember what we tried to build here. Mara ended the transmission and sat in silence, watching the sun set over the industrial complex, wondering if it would be the last sunset she ever saw. The horde arrived on the 63rd day. They came from the north, a wall of shambling bodies that stretched from horizon to horizon. The sound preceded them, that terrible chorus of repeated phrases, thousands of voices blending into a cacophony that seemed to shake the earth. Pressure reading at 7.5. Sign here, please. Sign here. We have to try, we have to try. Still here, still here, still here. The defenders took their positions, the civilians retreated to the shelters. And Mara stood at the center of it all, watching the wave of death approach, trying to remember why they had chosen to stay. Because running meant abandoning everything they'd built. Because Caldwell wasn't just a place, it was an idea, a community, a testament to everything they believed in. Because Ethan had died for this, and Lucas and Chen and all the others. Because some things were worth dying for. Here they come, Morrison said quietly. I know. We can still pull back, use the escape routes, live to fight another day. And go where? Do what? Mara shook her head. This is where we make our stand. This is where we find out if any of it mattered. The first infected reached the perimeter. The battle began. The fighting was unlike anything Mara had experienced. The bridge, the port, the Haven assault. Those had been battles against human enemies with human limitations. This was something else entirely. A flood of bodies, endless and relentless, pressing against the barriers with the mindless persistence of water eroding stone. They held the first line for an hour. Then it fell. The barriers overwhelmed by sheer mass, they fell back to the second line. Then the second fell, and the third and the fourth, each position bought with blood and bullets and the desperate determination of people who refused to die. Fall back to the main building, Mara shouted. Everyone fall back. The retreat was chaos. Survivors running, fighting, dying in the narrow spaces between the compound structures. The infected were everywhere, their hands grasping, their voices repeating, their dead eyes tracking movement with mechanical precision. Mara saw James go down, pulled beneath a wave of bodies that buried him completely. She saw his wife scream, try to reach him, get dragged away by soldiers who knew there was nothing to be done. She saw people she had known for weeks, people she had started to think of as family, disappear one by one into the endless tide, and still she kept fighting, because that was all there was to do. Fight, retreat, hold on, hope that somehow, impossibly, they would survive this. They made their last stand in the main hall. 43 survivors, down from 63, barricaded inside the largest building with whatever supplies and ammunition they'd managed to salvage. The infected surrounded them, pressing against the walls, the sound of their repeated phrases a constant, maddening drone. The barricades won't hold forever, Morrison said. His face was bloody, his arm hanging at an angle that suggested something broken. Maybe an hour, maybe less. Then we have an hour. Mara, I know. She looked around the hall at the faces of the people who had trusted her, followed her, believed in what she was trying to build. I know what this is. I've known since the horde first appeared. You could have run, saved yourself. I could have. But then I wouldn't be me anymore. She smiled, thin and tired. Ethan taught me that. You don't get to choose whether you survive, but you get to choose who you are while you're trying. The barricade at the main door shuddered. Wood cracked. Hands began to push through the gaps. Here they come. I know. Mara raised her weapon, braced herself for the end. And then the gunfire started. Not from inside. From outside. Heavy, sustained, the sound of military-grade weapons tearing through the horde with devastating efficiency. What the hell? Morrison ran to a window, stared out at something Mara couldn't see. Jesus Christ, there's hundreds of them, soldiers, vehicles, they're hitting the horde from behind. Who? I don't... He turned back, his face showing something Mara hadn't seen in weeks. Hope. They're flying a flag, some kind of symbol I don't recognize. And they're broadcasting. Listen. Through the chaos, through the gunfire and the screaming and the endless chorus of the dead, Mara heard it. A voice, amplified, cutting through the noise. This is the Milwaukee Restoration Coalition. We heard your broadcasts. We're here to help. Hold your position. Repeat, hold your position. The infected were falling. Not one by one, but in waves, cut down by the newcomers' assault. The pressure on the barricades lessened, then stopped entirely, the remaining infected turning to face the new threat. And through the chaos, Mara felt something she had almost forgotten was possible. Relief. The battle ended at sunset. The Milwaukee Restoration Coalition, MRC they called themselves, had arrived with nearly 200 fighters and enough firepower to turn the tide. They had been organizing in the eastern suburbs for weeks, inspired by the broadcasts from Caldwell and the other survivor communities, building a force capable of actually making a difference. We almost didn't make it in time, their leader said. Her name was Colonel Patricia Hayes, and she had the bearing of someone who had spent her entire career preparing for exactly this situation. Another hour and... But you made it. We made it. The survivors gathered in the main hall, survivors and rescuers together, counting their dead and tending their wounded. 43 had entered the building at the start of the siege. 27 had emerged alive. 16 more names to add to the growing list of losses. But they had survived. Against impossible odds, against an enemy that should have overwhelmed them. They had survived. How did you find us? Mara asked Hayes. How did you know we needed help? Your broadcasts. We've been listening for weeks, tracking your location, building our forces. When you announced the horde was coming, we knew we had to move. Hayes's face was grim. We almost waited too long. Command wasn't sure the risk was worth it. What changed their minds? The last broadcast, the one where you asked for help, said you'd stand even if no one came. Hayes met Mara's eyes. That convinced them you were worth saving. Worth saving. Mara thought about everything they'd sacrificed to reach this moment. About Ethan and Lucas and Chen and all the others who would never see what their deaths had helped create. Thank you, she said. For coming, for believing. Thank you for giving us something to believe in. The days that followed were a blur of activity. The MRC had brought more than soldiers. They had brought supplies, equipment, expertise, engineers who could repair the damaged infrastructure, doctors who could treat the wounded, organizers who could help establish the protocols and systems that a growing community required. Caldwell was transformed. What had been a desperate refuge became the center of a genuine movement, the hub of a network that stretched across the region, connecting survivor communities, coordinating resources, building the foundations of something that might eventually deserve to be called a civilization. You started this, Hayes told Mara one morning as they reviewed plans for the expanding settlement. You and your brother, the broadcasts, the truth about Project Lazarus, the vision of something better. It all came from here. It came from necessity. We were just trying to survive. Maybe. But you survived in a way that inspired others. That matters. Mara thought about that. About the difference between surviving and living, between existing and meaning something. Ethan had understood that difference better than anyone. He had spent his final days trying to articulate it, trying to build something that would outlast the chaos. And maybe against all odds, he had succeeded. The 70th day brought the memorial. They held it at sunset on the shore of Lake Michigan, where the water met the land and the sky stretched endless in all directions. Nearly 300 people gathered, survivors from Caldwell and beyond, people who had heard the broadcasts and found their way to this place of hope. Mara spoke first. "We're here to remember the people we've lost, not just their deaths, but their lives. The choices they made, the sacrifices they offered, the hope they carried even when hope seemed impossible." She paused, looking out at the faces before her. "My brother Ethan Caldwell was a building inspector. Before the outbreak, his job was to look at structures and assess whether they were sound. He spent years doing that, examining foundations, checking for cracks, making sure the things we built would stand. When the world fell apart, he brought that same perspective to survival. He looked at our communities, our relationships, our choices, and he tried to assess whether they were sound, whether they would hold, whether they were worth saving. He died on the Hoan Bridge, holding a collapsing structure together long enough for others to escape. That's who he was. Someone who saw the cracks and tried to fix them, even when fixing them cost everything." She took a breath. But Ethan wasn't a hero. He would have hated that word. He was a man who made mistakes, who carried guilt, who doubted himself constantly. He was human, flawed and afraid and struggling just like the rest of us. And that's why his sacrifice mattered. Because heroes are easy to admire but hard to emulate. They seem to exist on a different plane, doing things that ordinary people could never do. But Ethan was ordinary. He was one of us. And if he could choose courage over fear, principle over safety, truth over comfort, then maybe we can too. The crowd was silent. "We've named this community after him, not as a monument, but as a reminder. A reminder that ordinary people can do extraordinary things, that survival isn't just about staying alive, it's about staying human. That the cracks in our world aren't just weaknesses to fear. They're opportunities to build something stronger." Ethan believed that. Lucas believed it. Chen and June and Rick and Harold and Ruth and all the others believed it. They died so that we could have the chance to prove them right. Let's not waste that chance. The sun set over Lake Michigan, painting the sky in shades of red and gold. Someone began to sing, an old song, something from before, the kind of thing that used to play on radios in a world that no longer existed. Others joined in, voices blending, the sound rising into the evening air. Mara stood at the edge of the water, watching the darkness gather, and allowed herself to believe that maybe, just maybe, they were going to make it. The 75th day brought an unexpected visitor. She appeared at the main gate just after dawn, a woman alone carrying a pack that looked too heavy for her slight frame. The guards challenged her, following protocols that had become routine, but she answered calmly and asked to speak with whoever was in charge. Mara met her in the compound's central square, curious about anyone who would travel alone through infected territory. "I'm looking for Ethan Caldwell," the woman said. Her voice was tired, her face weathered, but there was something familiar in her eyes. "I heard the broadcasts. I came as fast as I could. Ethan is dead. He died several weeks ago." The woman's face crumpled, grief breaking through whatever composure she had maintained. No, he can't be. I finally... Who are you?" "My name is Elena Vance." She looked up, tears streaming. "I was his wife." The story Elena told filled in pieces Mara had never known. Ethan's marriage had been falling apart before the outbreak. The stress of his job, the guilt from the bridge collapse, the slow erosion of connection that happened when people stopped talking about the things that mattered. Elena had been visiting family in Madison when the infection hit. By the time she tried to get back to Milwaukee, the roads were blocked and the city was burning. I spent weeks trying to reach him, she said. Weeks in refugee camps, weeks dodging military cordons, weeks hiding from the infected. And then I heard the broadcasts, his voice telling the truth about what happened. I knew he was alive, I knew I could find him. But you didn't. I didn't. Elena's voice was hollow. I was too slow, too careful, too afraid to take the risks I needed to take. Mara recognized that guilt, had seen it in her brother's eyes, in the weight he carried from the bridge collapse. The terrible certainty that if you had just done something different, someone would still be alive. He talked about you, Mara said gently. In the weeks before he died, not often but sometimes. He regretted how things ended between you. So did I. He would have wanted you to find peace, to forgive yourself for the things you couldn't control. That's easy to say. It's impossible to do. I know. I'm trying to do it myself. Mara reached out, took Elena's hand. But we have to try. That's what Ethan believed. That trying was all that mattered. Elena was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly, and something in her posture shifted. Not resolution, not peace, but the beginning of both. I want to help, she said. Whatever you're building here, I want to be part of it. You already are. The 83rd day brought the first signs of spring. The winter had been brutal, cold, dark, the kind of weather that tested every system they'd built. But they had survived. More than survived. They had thrived, the community growing and strengthening even as the temperature dropped and the resources dwindled. Now, as the ice began to melt and the first green shoots appeared in the gardens, Mara felt something she hadn't felt in months. Hope. Not the desperate, clinging hope of survival. Real hope. The kind that came from seeing the future take shape, from watching people work together towards something larger than themselves. Caldwell had become more than a refuge. It had become a symbol, a proof of concept that survival and humanity weren't mutually exclusive, that the darkness of the outbreak didn't have to consume everything that made life worth living. Other communities were forming now, inspired by what they'd built, connected by the network of broadcasts and patrols and mutual aid. The MRC had expanded its operations, establishing a regional authority that coordinated resources and defended against threats. The reclamation's remnants had either been absorbed or had faded into irrelevance, their ideology of control and domination discredited by everything that had happened. "We're building a civilization," Sarah said one morning as they reviewed the latest reports, "an actual functioning society." "We're building the beginning of one," Mara corrected. "A long way from anything resembling what we had before. Maybe that's okay. Maybe what we had before wasn't worth rebuilding anyway." Mara thought about that, about the systems that had created Project Lazarus, the institutions that had covered it up, the structures of power that had prioritized control over humanity. Maybe Sarah was right. Maybe the old world's collapse had been inevitable, its foundations too cracked to survive. Maybe this was the opportunity to build something better. "We'll see," she said. "We've got time to figure it out." "Do we? Do we really?" "More time than we had 3 months ago, that's something." It was something. It was everything. The 90th day brought the discovery. A patrol team exploring the ruins of the city's eastern districts found something unexpected. A functioning government facility, hidden beneath a collapsed office building, apparently untouched since the outbreak's first days. "It's a bunker," Morrison reported, his voice crackling over the radio. "Some kind of continuity of government site. There are people inside, alive." "People? Who?" "They say they're federal officials. They've been down there since day one, waiting for rescue that never came. They want to talk." Mara assembled a team and made the journey to the bunker herself. What she found challenged everything she thought she understood about the outbreak and its aftermath. The officials were real. mid-level bureaucrats from various agencies along with a handful of military personnel. They had been in a meeting when the containment breach occurred, had retreated to the bunker according to emergency protocols, and had spent the past 3 months surviving on stockpiled supplies while waiting for the situation to stabilize. "We lost contact with the outside within the first week," the senior official explained. His name was Deputy Director Harrison, and he looked like a man who had aged decades in months. "The communication systems failed, and we couldn't risk opening the doors. We had no idea what was happening above ground. What do you know about Project Lazarus?" Harrison's face went pale. "You know about that?" "We know everything. We found the records, broadcast them across the region. The whole truth is out there now." "Then you know it wasn't—" He stopped, started again. "It wasn't supposed to happen like this. The research was promising. The containment protocols were supposed to be sufficient. No one imagined that playing God with the dead might have consequences. It wasn't playing God, it was science, progress, the potential to save millions of lives from brain injuries, from degenerative diseases. The military applications were secondary." "Secondary to what? The ability to create zombie armies?" "That's not—" Harrison's voice cracked. "You don't understand. You can't understand what we were trying to achieve. I understand that millions of people are dead because of what you achieved." Mara's voice was cold. "I understand that my brother died trying to tell the truth about it. I understand that everything we've built has been despite your progress, not because of it. I'm sorry." The words came out small, broken. "I know that doesn't mean anything, but I'm sorry." "You're right. It doesn't mean anything." She turned and walked out, leaving the bureaucrats in their bunker, leaving the past to rot in the darkness where it belonged. The decision about what to do with Harrison and his colleagues was contentious. Some wanted justice, trials, punishment, some kind of accountability for the catastrophe they had helped create. Others wanted information, the technical knowledge that might help understand and eventually cure the infection. Still others wanted nothing to do with them, preferring to leave them in their bunker to face whatever fate awaited. In the end, Mara proposed a compromise. "They stay in the bunker. We provide supplies, establish regular contact, but they don't come out. Not yet. Maybe not ever." She looked around at the gathered council, representatives from Caldwell and beyond, the leadership of the emerging society. "This isn't about punishment. It's about protection. They represent everything that went wrong with the old world. We can't let them contaminate what we're trying to build, and if they have information we need, then they share it through proper channels, supervised, controlled, documented. We take what's useful and leave the rest. That seems lenient. It seems practical. They're not the enemy anymore. The infection is the enemy. The breakdown of civilization is the enemy. They're just relics, reminders of what happens when people prioritize power over humanity." The vote was close, but the compromise passed. Harrison and his colleagues would remain in their bunker, a living museum of the old world's failures, a warning to anyone tempted to repeat its mistakes. The 100th day was quiet. Mara spent it alone, walking the perimeter of the compound that had become home, thinking about everything that had happened and everything that was still to come. The morning was clear, the air crisp with the promise of spring, the sounds of the community carrying on the wind. Children laughing, hammers building, voices discussing, debating, planning. Life. She ended up at the shore, as she often did, watching the water of Lake Michigan stretch toward the horizon. Somewhere out there, beneath the waves, her brother's body lay among the wreckage of the Hoan Bridge. She had never recovered it, never been able to give him a proper burial. The lake had become his grave, vast and anonymous and somehow fitting. "I don't know if you can hear me," she said softly to the water, to the sky. to whatever remained of Ethan in the universe. I don't even know if I believe in that kind of thing anymore, but if you can... She paused, gathering her thoughts. We made it. Not everyone, not even most, but enough. We built something that's actually working, actually making a difference. People are coming together, helping each other, choosing hope over fear, just like you wanted. The water lapped against the shore, indifferent and eternal. I miss you, every day I miss you, but I think you'd be proud of what we've done, what you started. I think you'd look at this community and see something worth believing in. She wiped her eyes, surprised to find tears there. I'm going to keep going. For you. For Lucas and Chen and all the others. I'm going to keep broadcasting, keep building, keep fighting for the world you imagined, and maybe someday we'll actually get there. A world where truth matters, where people matter, where the cracks aren't weaknesses, they're opportunities. A bird called somewhere in the distance. The sun was climbing higher, warming the air. Thank you, Ethan, for everything. For teaching me that survival isn't enough. For showing me that ordinary people can do extraordinary things. For believing in something worth dying for. She stood in silence for a long moment, letting the grief and the gratitude wash through her. Then she turned and walked back toward the community, toward the work that was waiting, toward the future they were building together. The 120th day brought the broadcast that would define everything that followed. Mara had been preparing for it for weeks, gathering stories, compiling information, crafting a message that would carry beyond the immediate region to wherever survivors might be listening. This wouldn't just be another update. This would be a statement of purpose, a declaration of what Caldwell and the network it had spawned actually stood for. She sat at the radio equipment, took a breath, and began. This is Mara Caldwell, broadcasting from the community we've named in my brother's memory. I'm speaking today to anyone who's listening, not just in the Milwaukee region, but anywhere this signal might reach. 4 months ago, the world ended, not with a war or a natural disaster, but with the consequences of human arrogance. A government project that played with forces it didn't understand and couldn't control. Millions died. Civilizations collapsed. Everything we thought we knew about the future was erased in a matter of weeks. But we're still here. Scattered, wounded, fewer than we were, but still here. Still human. Still capable of building something better than what was destroyed. I want to tell you about what we've built. Not because it's perfect. It's not. We've made mistakes. We've lost people. We've compromised in ways that sometimes keep me awake at night. But we've also created something real. A community where truth matters. Where every voice counts. Where the measure of a person isn't their power or their productivity, but their humanity. We started with 12 people on a bridge broadcasting into the darkness. Now we're hundreds, spread across dozens of communities connected by a network that grows stronger every day. We have farms and factories, schools and hospitals, the beginnings of everything a functioning society needs. And we have something else, something harder to quantify but just as important. We have hope, not the naive hope of people who don't understand the danger. The hard-earned hope of survivors who have seen the worst and chosen to believe in something better anyway. She paused, looking out the window at the community going about its daily work. I don't know who's listening to this. I don't know what you're facing, what you've lost, what you're afraid of. But I know that you're out there. I know that survivors are scattered across this continent and beyond. Each one carrying the same hope and the same fear and the same desperate need to believe that this isn't the end. It's not the end. It's a beginning. Terrible and costly and not what any of us wanted, but a beginning nonetheless. The old world is gone. We can't bring it back, and honestly, I'm not sure we should try. Too much of it was broken, built on foundations that couldn't bear the weight of its own contradictions. But we can build something new, something better, something that learns from the old world's mistakes instead of repeating them. That's what Caldwell is trying to do. That's what my brother died for, what so many others died for. Not survival. Though survival is where it starts. Something larger. A community where people matter. A society where truth isn't a weapon to be suppressed, but a foundation to build on. A future where the measure of success isn't power or control, but the kind of world we leave to our children. She took a breath. If you're listening, if any of this resonates with you, know that you're not alone. Know that others have faced what you're facing and found a way through. Know that the hope you're afraid to feel isn't weakness. It's the beginning of everything. My name is Mara Caldwell. We're still here, and we're building something worth believing in. Join us, not by coming to our community, though you're welcome if you can make it. Join us by building your own, by treating people as people instead of threats, by telling the truth even when it's hard, by refusing to let the darkness win. Join us by surviving, not just with your bodies, but with your humanity intact. That's what matters. That's what lasts. That's what we're fighting for. The broadcast ended. Mara sat in silence, listening to the static, wondering if anyone was listening back. The 150th day brought the first anniversary of the outbreak. It wasn't something they celebrated. There was nothing to celebrate about the day that had destroyed everything. But they marked it nonetheless. A day of reflection, of memorial, of taking stock of how far they had come and how far they still had to go. Caldwell had grown to nearly 500 people now, with satellite communities scattered across the region. The network of broadcasts had expanded to include dozens of stations, each one telling its own story, contributing to a collective narrative that was slowly, painfully becoming something like history. The infected were still out there, millions of them, wandering the abandoned cities and towns, repeating their endless phrases. But they were manageable now, their movements predictable, their threats contained by defenses and protocols that actually worked. The world was stabilizing, not recovering. Recovery would take generations if it happened at all, but stabilizing. Finding a new equilibrium that might eventually support something resembling civilization. Mara gathered the community for the anniversary memorial, standing at the same spot on the shore where she had spoken at the original service. "A year ago, the world ended," she began. "We've all lost things we can never get back. People we loved, lives we planned, the certainty that tomorrow would look like today. But we've gained things too. Community, purpose, the knowledge that when everything was stripped away, we chose to remain human. We chose to help each other instead of destroying each other. We chose hope over despair, truth over comfortable lies, building over destruction. My brother Ethan used to talk about cracks. He was a building inspector. That was his job, looking at structures and finding their weaknesses. And he believed that cracks weren't just problems to fix, they were information. Messages about stress and pressure and where things might fail. I think that's what this year has taught us. The cracks in our old world weren't weaknesses to ignore. They were warnings we didn't listen to. The systems we built, the societies we created, the assumptions we made about progress and power and what it meant to be human, they were all flawed. And when the pressure came, they shattered. But we didn't shatter. We cracked. Yes, we bent and broke in places, but we didn't shatter. Because the thing about cracks is that they can be fixed, filled in, made stronger than before. That's what we've been doing this year. Filling in the cracks, building something that might actually hold. And I think we're starting to succeed. She looked out at the faces before her, survivors, builders, the raw material of whatever future they were creating. I don't know what comes next. I don't know if we'll make it, if Caldwell will survive, if the world we're building will last. But I know that we're trying, and I know that trying is all that was ever asked of us. My brother believed that. He died believing it. And I'm going to spend whatever time I have left proving him right. Thank you for being here. Thank you for surviving. Thank you for giving me something worth fighting for. The crowd dispersed slowly, returning to the work of living, the endless tasks that kept the community functioning. But something had changed. Mara could feel it, a shift in the air, a new determination beneath the routine. They were going to make it, not because survival was guaranteed, not because the future was certain, but because they had chosen to believe it was possible. And belief, as Ethan had known, as they had all learned, was sometimes enough. The spring became summer. Summer became fall. Caldwell grew and changed, faced new challenges and overcame them, lost people and gained others. The broadcasts continued, the network expanded, the foundations of something larger slowly took shape. Mara found a rhythm in the work. The daily demands of leadership, the constant decisions, the weight of responsibility that never quite lifted but became bearable with practice. She thought about Ethan less often now, the grief softening into something that felt almost like gratitude. He had given her this, not just the community that bore his name, but the purpose that filled her days. The certainty that survival wasn't enough, that meaning mattered, that the choices you made defined who you were more than the circumstances that shaped them. She still broadcast, though less often now. Others had taken up the mission, spreading the truth, telling their stories, adding their voices to the growing chorus. The message was no longer hers alone. It belonged to everyone. And that, she thought, was exactly how it should be. The 200th day brought the arrival of a delegation from the West. They had crossed hundreds of miles to reach Caldwell, representatives of survivor communities from places Mara had never heard of, drawn by broadcasts that had somehow traveled farther than anyone expected. They came bearing gifts and questions in the hope that whatever was being built here might be replicated elsewhere. "We've heard your story," their leader said. A woman named Director Chen, no relation to the Chen Mara had known, who had organized the survivors in what had once been Minnesota. The broadcasts about Project Lazarus, about the early days, about everything you've accomplished, we want to learn. There's not much to learn, we made it up as we went. That's what everyone says, but making it up well, that's the hard part. That's what you've done. They spent weeks together, sharing knowledge and experiences, discussing the challenges of rebuilding and the principles that might guide it. By the time the delegation departed, carrying copies of Caldwell's accumulated wisdom and protocols, something larger had been forged. Not an alliance exactly, more like a relationship, a recognition that they were all part of something bigger than their individual communities, that the work of rebuilding required collaboration on a scale that transcended local boundaries. "We're becoming a nation again," Sarah observed, watching the delegation disappear into the distance. "Or at least the beginning of one." "Maybe," Mara agreed. "But not like before. This time we build it right." "And what does right look like?" "I don't know yet, but we'll figure it out. Together." The final broadcast came on the 250th day. Not final in the sense of ending. The broadcasts would continue, carried by others, spreading the truth in the hope that had become Caldwell's legacy. But final for Mara. The last time she would sit at the radio equipment and speak into the darkness, trusting that someone was listening. "This is Mara Caldwell, my brother's sister. The voice you've been hearing for the past 8 months. She paused, gathering her thoughts for the last time. "When this started, I didn't want to broadcast. I didn't want to lead. I didn't want any of what this has become. I was a trauma surgeon. My job was saving lives one at a time in the immediate crisis, then moving on to the next. This She gestured at the community beyond the window, at the network it represented. This was never the plan. But plans don't survive the end of the world. All you can do is adapt. Find new purpose in the rubble of the old. Build something that might outlast the chaos. That's what we've tried to do, what my brother tried to do before he died, what Lucas tried to do, and Chen and June and Rick and Harold and all the others whose names I carry like weights in my chest. I'm passing the microphone now, not because I'm tired, though I am, not because I don't believe anymore, I believe more than ever, but because this was never supposed to be about me. It was supposed to be about us, all of us. The survivors, the builders, the ordinary people who chose to be extraordinary when it mattered most. You don't need my voice anymore. You have your own. Use them, tell your stories, share your truths, add your chapters to the book we're writing together. My name is Mara Caldwell. My brother was Ethan Caldwell, and he believed that ordinary people could change the world. He was right. We're still here, all of us. And we're going to be okay. She ended the transmission, sat in silence for a long moment, then stood and walked out into the sunlight. The community was alive around her, children playing, adults working, the constant hum of people building something together. It wasn't perfect. It would never be perfect. The world was still broken, still dangerous, still filled with the echoes of everything that had been lost. But it was healing. Slowly, painfully, imperfectly, but healing. Mara walked to the shore, to the spot that had become her place of reflection. The lake stretched before her, vast and calm, its waters holding secrets that would never be revealed. "We made it, Ethan," she said softly. "Not everyone, not everything, but enough. We made it." The wind carried her words away, mixing them with the sounds of the community, the calls of the birds, the eternal rhythm of the waves. Somewhere out there, in the ruins of the old world and the foundations of the new, survivors were listening, building, hoping, still here, still human, still fighting for something worth believing in. The story didn't end there. Stories never really end. They just transform. Become part of something larger, ripple outward into consequences that can't be predicted or controlled. The story of Ethan Caldwell, of the outbreak, of the community that bore his name became part of the mythology of the new world. Told around fires, broadcast across distances, taught to children who would never know what had been lost but might understand what had been found. The infected eventually faded. Not disappeared, that would take generations, maybe longer. But their numbers dwindled, their threat diminished, their endless repeated phrases becoming a background hum rather than a constant terror. The world adapted to them, built around them, incorporated them into the new normal. Caldwell grew into a city. Not a big city, never that, but something real and permanent. A center of learning and culture and the kind of hope that had once seemed impossible. The buildings Ethan would have inspected rose and stood and sometimes fell, but always they were rebuilt. The foundations held. Mara lived for another 37 years, long enough to see her great-niece born, long enough to know that the future they'd fought for was actually happening. She never stopped telling stories about Ethan, about Lucas, about all the people who had died so that others could live. She made sure their names were remembered, their sacrifices honored, their humanity preserved in the collective memory of the world they'd helped create. When she finally died, peacefully in her sleep, surrounded by family, the community mourned her as they had mourned her brother. But they also celebrated because mourning was only part of the story. The other part was gratitude for everything she had given them, for everything she had helped them become. They buried her at the shore, facing the lake, near the spot where she had spoken so many times about hope and loss and the things that mattered. The marker they placed was simple, bearing only her name and two words that had become the community's motto. Mara Caldwell still here, And beneath that, in smaller letters, the words that Ethan had spoken in his final broadcast, the words that had become the founding principle of everything they'd built. The cracks in our world aren't just weaknesses to fear, they're opportunities to build something stronger. The lake reflected the setting sun, painting the water in shades of gold and orange. On the shore, the community gathered for the annual memorial, honoring the dead and celebrating the living, continuing the tradition that Mara had started so many years ago. A young woman stepped forward to speak. She was 23, with her grandmother's eyes and her great-uncle's stubbornness. Her name was Elena Caldwell, and she had never known the original Ethan, had only heard the stories, had only understood the weight of the name she carried. But she understood what it meant, what all of it meant. "We gather here today to remember," she said. "Not just the people we've lost, but the choices they made. The ordinary people who chose to be extraordinary. The survivors who chose to be human." She looked out at the faces before her. Hundreds of them. Generations removed from the outbreak. Inheritors of a world their ancestors had fought to create. "My great-uncle Ethan used to say that truth couldn't protect us, but it could inspire us, connect us, remind us that we're not alone even when the darkness seems absolute." He was right. The truth about what happened, Project Lazarus, the outbreak, the reclamation, all of it. It's not just history. It's a warning. A reminder of what happens when we forget our humanity in pursuit of power. But it's also a promise that ordinary people, when they choose to stand together, can overcome anything, can survive anything, can build something worth believing in. She paused, letting the words settle. We're still here. 200 years after the world ended, we're still here. Not because we're stronger than our ancestors, or smarter, or better, but because they gave us the chance to try, because they believed in us before we were even born. Let's not waste that chance. Let's prove them right. The crowd began to disperse, returning to their lives, their families, the endless work of building and maintaining and improving. But some stayed at the shore, watching the sunset, thinking about the past and the future and everything in between. The lake stretched toward the horizon, calm and eternal, holding its secrets. And somewhere beneath the waves, the bones of the Juan Bridge lay scattered across the harbor floor, a memorial to everyone who had died there, a foundation for everything that had been built since. Still here, still building, still believing in something worth fighting for.